have a framework from wetland authority, which is non-existent.
Okay, so now I think I think in the last 5 minutes we've just framed what is the current situation and what perhaps ails our rivers. Now it's time to go in for a slightly deeper dive. So now I request all of you to take a few minutes to explain your answers to my next question, which is that are existing conservation protocols and efforts to conserve rivers, are they effective to retain them or to retain their ecological function? Do you think, in your opinion, in your experience, you're all experienced practitioners, do you think that the existing protocols are sufficient to retain their viability as ecosystems?
In my opinion, yes, regulations are there, but the implementation at ground level is missing. And I think, as Murthy Sir was telling, that there is something missing at the ground level, and that is institutional arrangement.
Right. Let's come to that.
So we don't have a good understanding of what the reference points are for many of our rivers in terms of, especially because now we hear there's a lot of talk about restoration. There's a lot of talk of restoration, and so restoration would require you have some point in history as a reference. So we don't have that, especially with understanding what species were present and what functions were present in these systems. So that is what do you say? We're lacking that sort of information.
So in my view, it's very essential to understand the basic problem with respect to the health of the river. Because when we see in the past, the civilization starts near to the river only. That time, the health of the river was okay. It is to be presumed. But when we see the present scenario, our 70% of the rivers are in a degrading condition. Almost they are in a dying condition. The reason behind this is the continuous development, not taking care of the river, continuous runoff coming from the agriculture, as well as the sewage coming from the cities, the liquid discharges coming from the industries, along with that solid waste coming from the industries also, and the plastic waste. So this is all cumulatively destroy the health of the river. When we understand this problem very meticulously on the ground reality, considering its physicochemical parameter of the water, its quality, then sediment quality, the biodiversity present nearby the river, aquatic biodiversity, then terrestrial biodiversity, then riparian zone biodiversity, and then considering whole of the parameter and taking in account the earlier data, what was the status of river in past 20, 30, 40 years, and what is the present scenario we are seeing right now, and then we can find out a solution. And there are solutions are still there. But the thing is, it needs to be come into the force.
Murthy sir. Yeah. Yes, please.
Because
please
people want to visually see it, I want.
Yes. Do you want to project it, sir?
Yes. Meanwhile, you can continue the discussion. I may need 1 minute.
Yeah, so the question was that are existing protocols enough to protect our rivers, and if not, then what really needs to happen? And I'd like you to reflect back on on the answer to the first question, which is that how do you capture river health? And Tarun, for example, you said that flows, hydrological flows. So would you like to elaborate that a bit? Okay. So have you shared them already? So after Murthy Saab's slide, I'll give you the cue and you close Tarun's slide.
Okay. Take the okay, लग रहा है कि Murthy साहब जो है हम लोगों को कैसे
Sir, you'll excuse me, sir.
इससे very innovative way of
Sir,
the point.
So you'll excuse me because the median age in this audience is actually just 30. So you'll excuse me that I'm forcing answers out of you.
Right, but today I want as a panelist here, by default panelist, I request youngsters to please speak out. I'm really worried about this country because of your silence. हम लोग तो मतलब now we are bygone era, मतलब एक टपकते रहे, मतलब हम लोग टपकने के बाद फिर तो कोई खड़ा है क्या? एक तरुण खड़ा है लगता है, तरुण के पीछे बहुत लोग चाहिए, तो मतलब किसी चौधरी साहब so happy, तरुण has taken over something. और कल साहब कह रहे थे कि आज ये 5वां क्रोकोडाइल का 50th ईयर है, मैन बिहाइंड हिम ओनली 50. जब का मतलब कम से कम टाइगर के लिए 50 तो हो जाना चाहिए 50 years.
So which is the slide?
सर मैं yesterday
Help.
Thank you everybody. I would love to have Mr. Krishnamurthy here. I would like to start with a very small, what should I say, story, which will make you everybody happy. Again, fortunately, unfortunately, it's part of Panna story. कि जहाँ पर भी जाते हैं, मूर्ति के नाम से बहुत confusion होता है. Fortunately, my name is so lengthy, people don't really try to remember it rather. नहीं तो 30-35 साल में कई लोग remember कर सकते थे. Unfortunately, वहाँ पे आप देखेंगे SR वेंकटेश्वर मूर्ति. ये मैंने अभी अमेठी में गया था, वहाँ पे मेरे को एक सेशन लेना था एफएस ऑफिसर्स का. So because of this mistake in their system, I was not allotted the room for more than 15 minutes. मुझे मालूम हो मेरा नाम है, but only I waited there and then finally made them realize कि मेरा नाम सही लिख लो आप लोग. क्योंकि वहाँ का आदमी बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट रहता है. जैसे यहाँ पे वन विहार में एक रामू था, चौकीदार कोई था, वो सीएम को जाने नहीं दिया अंदर. ऐसे ये लोग भी नाम गलत है तो अंदर जाने नहीं देते. सही सिस्टम है. साथ में इसके पन्ना से संबंधित स्टोरी ये है, कल राम रावण का भी कह रहा था मैं. एक एजिटेशन हुआ पन्ना में मेरे खिलाफ, तंबू लगा के 1 महीना एजिटेशन किया, बिकॉज आई हैव सेंट ए फॉरेस्ट गार्ड बिहाइंड द बार्स. ये भी है, विक्रम भी है स्टोरी का हिस्सा. तो आई डिडंट डिटर फॉर सच थिंग्स. मैंने बोला तंबू लगाने के लिए एसडीएम से परमिशन लेना पड़ता है और कुछ नहीं. एसडीएम पुलिस से क्लियरेंस लेता है. ये लोग हानिकारक तो नहीं है, इनको तंबू लगाने दे सकते हैं. वो बोलते हैं लगवा लेना. तो मैं अपना आदमी को बिठा दिया उन्होंने. तो हर मिनट मौके पे क्या हो रहा मुझे मालूम हो रहा था. तो फाइनली उनके पास अब एनर्जीज कितनी है ना, वो किस बात के लिए बैठे हैं. फॉरेस्ट गार्ड को जेल भिजवा दिया. क्यों भिजवा दिया? गलत किया उन्होंने. यदि सही किया, किसी ने जेल भिजवा दिया तो उसका कोई अर्थ निकलता. मतलब हमने मान्य नहीं किया बात को. उनसे यही पूछता रहा, देखो गलत काम के लिए समर्थन करते हो, और सब चुप. तो फाइनली जब तंबू में थे सब लोग कृष्णमूर्ति साहब को मुर्दाबाद कर रहे थे, क्योंकि मेरे से पहले बोला कृष्णमूर्ति साहब भी वहां पे फील्ड डायरेक्टर रहे. तो उनको ये नहीं फर्क अंतर नहीं है मूर्ति क्या होता था, कृष्णमूर्ति. पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में यही हाल है. तो जब फाइनली वो बैठक खत्म हो गया, दे डिडंट गेट एनीथिंग आउट ऑफ द मीटिंग. एक आदमी ने ऐसे ऊपर देखा, नेम प्लेट बाहर निकलते उनको दिखा श्रीनिवास मूर्ति. वो बोले श्रीनिवास मूर्ति जिंदाबाद है. तो बेचारे जो है कृष्णमूर्ति साहब मुर्दाबाद लेते रहे पूरे महीना. आखिर में जब वो बैठक से बाहर गए, श्रीनिवास मूर्ति जिंदाबाद हो गया. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. अच्छा मेरे को इनको दिया था यहाँ पे. जा नहीं रहा भाई. किसको बताऊं मुर्दाबाद. उसको आगे बढ़ाइए प्लीज. मैडम नॉट बैटरी नहीं पता नहीं क्या है. हाँ अच्छा उधर से हो जाता है. ना बैठने की बात नहीं थी, वो आगे चले. वो कृष्णमूर्ति साहब नाराज हो गए होंगे. सो एक्चुअली आज पोपली साहब ने मेरे काम को बहुत हल्का कर दिया. Even without sitting here, I wanted to tell this thing. I will take only 2 to 3 minutes. Everybody says कि बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन होना चाहिए, लेकिन लोगों को समझ नहीं है करना क्या चाहिए. कि इसको इस बात को समझने में मुझे 6 महीने लगे बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड में। यदि मैं फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर होकर रिटायर हो गया होता, ये बात मैं कभी समझ नहीं पाता। अब समझने के बाद तकलीफ ज़्यादा है कि ऐसा बर्बाद क्यों हो रहा है, ये है। तो फाइनली आपको बायोडाइवर्सिटी जो है, टेरेस्ट्रियल बायोडाइवर्सिटी बचाना है। आई एम हिटिंग द पॉइंट स्ट्रेट अवे विदाउट गोइंग इनटू डिटेल्स। आपको एक्वाटिक सिस्टम की बायोडाइवर्सिटी बचाना है और एयर की जो प्यूरिटी है या उसकी बायोडाइवर्सिटी को बचाना है। ये कैसे बचाना है उसके बारे में देखेंगे कि इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग। इतने से कितने लोग बायोलॉजी के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बॉटनी के कितने हैं? हमारा जमाने में लोग कहते थे पेड़ का जो ट्रांसपिरेशन होता है उसको नेसेसरी इविल कहते थे। कैन समबडी से व्हाई इट इज नेसेसरी इविल? 100 लीटर पानी पीता है, 99 लीटर हवा में छोड़ता है। उसका मतलब क्या हुआ? हम लोग यहाँ सूखी ठंडक में बैठे हैं, सारे पेड़ पौधे जहाँ पे आपको पानी दिखाई नहीं देता वो पानी को अपने लिए लेते हैं और दे लीव ओनली 99% फॉर यू टू लिव हियर प्रॉपरली। आपके लिए एक एम्बियंस बनी रहे। एयर कंडीशनर का भी यही प्रिंसिपल है, 50% हवा में पानी होना चाहिए। दिस इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज। ये चीज उस समय जो साइंटिस्ट को पता नहीं था, आज पता है, लेकिन आज मैनेजर्स को, इम्प्लीमेंटर्स को, डिसीजन मेकर को ये पता नहीं है। आज ही मतलब जो है एनजीटी ने लिया 15 लाख पेड़ मध्य प्रदेश में कट गए, इसका सुमोटो कर लेंगे, वो हल्ला भर होगा, उसमें ज्यादा क्या होगा पता नहीं। पानी को हमें बचाना है। पानी को ऐसा बचाना है क्या? यहीं से नर्मदा का पानी पंप होता है इंदौर के लिए, अभी 4th फेज चल रहा है, या आपको ऐसा बचाना है? वो पहला वाला जो है वो पॉइंट का नाम भी है, ये फोटोग्राफ पंकज श्रीवास्तव का है। एवरी टाइम हिज नेम विल ड्रॉप इन बिकॉज ही वॉज वन मैन विथ वाटर मिशन अदर देन मनोज मिश्रा। और ऐसा करना है। ये भेड़ाघाट का है। नर्मदा के अलग अलग स्टेजेस हैं, उसको कैसे बचाना हमको समझना पड़ेगा। तो हाउ टू एवेल्युएट एन इकोसिस्टम, आपको इकोसिस्टम की जो इश्यूज हैं समझना पड़ेगा, वहां पे क्या है क्या नहीं है। कमिंग टू द एक्वेटिक इकोसिस्टम, आपको क्या पानी ऐसा चाहिए चाय कॉफी की तरह या ऐसा चाहिए? यदि टेरेस्ट्रियल इकोसिस्टम अच्छा है तो पानी ऐसा होगा, ऐसा नहीं है तो ऐसा होगा। एवरीथिंग इज इंटर रिलेटेड, एक दूसरे से मतलब सब कनेक्टेड है उसमें। रिमोट कंट्रोल का बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, खत्म ही हो गया। चलिए, इसमें एक स्लाइड है आई थिंक मिसिंग, हो सकता मैंने सेव करते समय उसको छूट गया होगा। तो ये है कि आपकी इकोसिस्टम इंडिकेटर्स में कि घड़ियाल हो सकता है, इट कैन बी ए सूस, गैंजेटिक डॉल्फिन हो सकता है, और इट कैन बी ए स्किमर, और इट कैन बी ए पनकौवा। तो वहां की इकोसिस्टम क्या मांगता है, वहां का एंडेमिक कौन सी? इवन महाशीर, नर्मदा में महाशीर एक इंपॉर्टेंट है, महाशीर का एक सेशन भी होने वाला आज। तो ऑल सेड एंड डन, बायोडाइवर्सिटी इंडिकेटर्स को पहचानिए, इट विल टेल यू कि मतलब ये सिस्टम में दम है कि नहीं है। दिस इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। थैंक यू सर, नमस्ते।
Thank you very much, sir. That was very lucid. I'm now going to request Tarun to elaborate on his, on the idea of flows. Why are flows necessary, and how do we understand the hydrological function of rivers? How do we understand the significance or the importance of hydrological function in the context that most of the flows of the rivers that we see around us, the flows have been, seriously altered. So, Tarun, the brief to you is that explain to us the significance of having, natural flows in river systems.
Yeah, good morning. So I'm just going to elaborate on some of the challenges. Some the fellow panelists have already mentioned some of what these are, but I'll just try and add a few details on these. So this is an illustration of how much fresh water there really is in our river systems. So what you see here, this large blue globule, that's all the fresh water that's available, but that's mostly in the form of groundwater. So what's available in rivers and lakes is this little small blue dot that you see here. So this is an illustration of how little water that's available, fresh water that's available to us. and we'll see what we've done to that over the time. Like ma'am already mentioned, most civilizations came up around river valleys, and our dependence on them has been very high, and unfortunately largely exploitative. And it's because of that, due to pollution, flow, impoundment, and so on, that we see a lot of challenges that we face today. So we have river regulation, sand mining, dams, excessive water extraction, growing irrigated agriculture, river pollution, sand mining. We'll see one specific example of what's happened in the National Chambal Sanctuary. So this is in the state of Madhya Pradesh, just above Rajghat. This is a place called Badwasan. This is mining that happens through the year, and this is a very well-known. Anyone familiar with the Chambal will recognize this as used to be one of the best nesting sites. This is Tigri Rithora, and what you see here is the scale. So that's about 25 hectares of a sand deposit that's been entirely mined out. And even as recently as say 2010 and 11, there used to be up to 60 to 70 females nesting here. You can see the animals still basking here, which has been enlarged. But this is no longer a nesting site. There's no available place to nest. So although the animals continue to live here, at the time of nesting, these animals go break up into smaller groups and try and nest in suboptimal habitat. And what that does is it decreases hatchling survival, because so this is a species that does well when there's colonial nesting, when several females nest at the same spot. So there are multiple eyes watching the site against predators, but that's not possible anymore. And we'll see, and this degradation has happened especially so in the last 10 years. Sand mining used to happen even earlier, but it was mostly manual, few tractors, people manually filling those tractors and so on. But since 2015, there's been a lot of JCBs, backhoes, and mechanization of the whole process. So this used to be the same site. This is a satellite view of the same site. And you can see there are some mining scars here. You can see these are tractor trails, and there's some minor mining happening here. And this used to be the entire nesting beach, all of this. And this used to be intact even in 2015. So between 15 and 20, we'll see how this site is degraded. 17, 18, 19, and 20. So this site is lost. This used to be the best nesting site in the Chambal. Apart from that, there are all kinds of other challenges in terms of fishing, illegal fishing. Large animals, mugger and gharial, still continue to die here. Then there's a threat of invasive species. Tilapia is widespread, African catfish, Chinese carp. And what happens is many of these threats interact with one another. So you see these sort of additive impacts. It's not just that you have, say, mining in one spot, there's flow decline because of dams, but when multiple threats interact with one another, then you have these sorts of synergistic effects. So the threats and the impacts manifold. And so I'd mentioned why flow regimes are important, and this is what a natural hydrograph looks like. And a lot of, to explain this in the Indian context, our hydrological year starts in June. So this starts from June till May, and at the beginning of June, flow is rather low, and by July, flow peaks, July, August, September, and then it declines for the rest of the year. And this is important because all our aquatic species, their breeding biology is dependent on this cycle. So most nesting happens in this period. So from February to end of May, when water levels are low, that's when sandbars, sand deposits are seen. They emerge, and they use this to nest. And all emergence, gharials, freshwater turtles, skimmers, all the hatching happens either here or just prior to the monsoon. So before the monsoon waters rise, they're ready to leave. They fledge and leave those nesting sites. But what is happening now is that, one, because of dams, there's often sudden discharge of water in this period because downstream demands, either for farming or for power generation, happens in the summer, in the peak of the summer. And there are several examples from the Chambal, from the Son, where entire year's nesting efforts get wasted because of unseasonal discharge. And the other issue is we also have climate change threats. So if we have increased warming and there's a lot of moisture buildup, even if rains proceed before the first week of, say, in the last week of May, early June, then that year's nesting gets flooded because these animals are unable. So these, their nesting times are a process of, they've evolved over millions of years, and these animals can't adapt to these sorts of changes. And we'll see some examples of what has happened, and I'll give you examples from outside of here because many of the large projects that we are undertaking or planning to undertake have been tried in other parts of the world, and we'll see some examples of what the lessons hold for us. You're all familiar with the Aral Sea. Used to be one of the largest freshwater lakes, and they were mostly fed by two rivers called Amu Darya and Sir Darya. And but both these rivers were dammed mostly for cotton cultivation, and this is a dry area, so they're mostly fed from the upper Himalayas outside of India. And we'll see what's happened since 1977 till now. So this used to be the size of the Aral Sea, and we'll see what's happened just because those two rivers were dammed and water stopped flowing. And this is a sea, mind you, to give you some idea of how large this is. It used to have a massive fishery, and that's turned into a desert now. And there are several such examples. This is an example from southeastern United States. The Louisiana River was again dammed, levees were built, and because of that, what it meant was that there's not enough sediment traveling down to the coastal areas. And so unlike what's commonly thought, rivers not only carry water, but they also carry a lot of sediment from the foreland, and that's deposited on to your shorelines, and that's what stops erosion. Without that sediment reaching, you can see how much land has been lost to coastal erosion. Yeah, so this is a time series of how those changes have happened across that period of time, from 56 till now. Yeah, so and here we continue to push for several large dams. These are a number of dams just planned in the Indian Himalayas. This is an earthquake-prone zone, and this is slightly dated. This is from about 2013. There are more dots as of today. Examples from the peninsular part of the country, the Godavari Basin and the Krishna Basin. You can see the number of dams on the main channel and the tributaries. And we already seeing coastal erosion along the east coast of India. And yeah, so two large projects that we've taken up. One is the interlinking of rivers that you see here. It had its origin about 50 years ago. Many people proposed it, but we never could carry it out because it was considered too expensive for the country to undertake. But now we've started, Ken-Betwa being the first link we see here. And why this is a flawed idea is simply that the understanding that some rivers have excess water is deeply flawed, because on what basis have you said that there's excess water? And again, the justification to link Ken and Betwa, they're both in the same geographical area. So one is excess water because of rainfall. Ken is also likely to have excess water.
Tarun, can I butt in?
Yes.
I want you to explain, one of the key arguments, one of the key debates has been, and perhaps an understudied part of that debate has been, what is really meant by surplus water in a basin? And this has, this debate has been narrowed, and the idea of surplus has been has taken a very narrow definition in the understanding of and the ways in which that the interlinking process has developed. I want you to tell us a bit about what do we really mean by e-flow in the context of the lay understanding of surplus in a basin. Can we do that later?
Okay, so that's actually part of my next session. So I'll elaborate more on that. That's an entire session. So I'll just, yeah.
Yes, sir. So let him just finish and then.
Yes, in 2-3 minutes. So this is one big project which plans to undertake this sort of linking. And you're also going to see the extensive links where the Himalayan rivers are going to be connected to the peninsular ones. We already know what the ramifications of this link has been, the Indira Gandhi Canal in the Thar Desert, what it's done in terms of invasive species, increased groundwater salinity, and so on. And there's another plan where over 110 rivers have been made part of this inland waterway. The Ganga used to be the only large considerable waterway in India where a lot of movement of cargo especially was being undertaken. But they proposed these 110 rivers to serve the same purpose, and especially for hazardous waste. Now one can only imagine what can go wrong if there are accidents in such a scenario. And if anyone's been to any of the central Indian rivers, there's no water even for a kayak to pass beyond February or March. But the government plans to have large cargo barges running on all of these rivers. And so other countries, again coming back, have done exactly the same. These are examples from what happened in China with their large dam building and the channelization of many of the rivers. Many large freshwater fish species, and by large I mean they got in to 6 or 8 feet long, several hundreds of kilos. 2 of those species are extinct, 2 are critically endangered, on the verge of extinction. Chinese alligator does not have any natural habitat. They live on rice paddies and associated modified wetlands. Right now there are only 2 living known specimens of the Yangtze soft-shell turtle, and both are female. The Yangtze dolphin is extinct. We have similar species with similar ecological requirements, 2 examples being the gharial and the red-crowned roof turtle. And so like I mentioned, sediment is also extremely important, and other countries have started learning, have learned lessons on what large dams have done to their ecosystems, especially aquatic systems. And there's been a lot of push to bring down large dams, aging dams. And there are well-known examples. I'm running short of time, but I can talk to you or share resources on this. Yeah. And there are great examples of how ecosystems and how species have recovered after the pulling out down of these dams. And 2 large drivers of change are the demand for power and irrigated water. And this is also surprising because over the last 10-12 years, India has been energy surplus. Most of you may not be familiar with this, because the demand for large dams has always been that we are a growing country, we need to fight poverty, we need more dams. But since 2014 onwards, we've been generating more power than we can consume. Granted, some of it is because there are distributional challenges and so on. But hydropower is so expensive that many states that are consumers can no longer afford to buy hydropower from states that generate this. Yes.
I think that
I'll run through this. So we've seen what these sorts of large infrastructural driven supply side solutions have been and what the challenges are. And there have been several critiques on why large dams and these sorts of projects may not actually serve the purpose of what we're trying to deal with. And it's again well known that these sorts of projects. So I'll give you 2 examples. So we often told that increasing efficiency, both in both domestic usage or farm usage, will help conserve water. But that's not been the case. Again, examples, several studies from elsewhere. And this is because of something known as the Jevons paradox or rebound effect. So when you increase efficiency, what happens is the unit price of that commodity goes low. So it becomes very cheap, and when it becomes cheap, consumption increases. So in terms of irrigation, what happens is if you save water, people are going to increase farmland, or they're going to change the crop type. So in dry areas, you see rice and sugarcane coming up. And so any savings in terms of water saved from increased efficiency does not go back to rivers. It goes back to some other sort of consumptive use. So that's been the major challenge. And yeah, there are examples of these sorts of large infrastructure coming down and meeting ecological roles. Yeah. Okay, so I'm out of time. We'll take some.
So I think what Tarun has done is that it's an excellent summary of the kinds of trends that are going to drive the next how do we see? So today, the panel is already divided on whether our rivers are healthy or not. But clearly, if these trends continue and persist and intensify, then clearly we are seeing a crisis of enormous proportions. Already there are, with the river linking and with the Aganashini project in Karnataka and others, there are already serious concerns about, the viability of life, of rivers as life-supporting ecosystems. I'm now going to request, I'm going to ask Murthy Saab, if that's okay, or would you like to make a short comment? So, ma'am, like to keep it brief, please.
Sir, it's okay. First of all, I wish to tell you about that. In Chhattisgarh, we have worked on the 8 rivers which are close to the coal mines. The rivers are Ahirand, Lilagar, Hasdev River, then Reha River, Mahan River, and then Kurkut River, Man River. So for these 8 rivers, we have developed the riparian zone management plan. And we submitted it to the SECL, Southeastern Coalfield Limited, and they will going to submit it to the ministry, and then they can go for another expansion. So this in last 5 years we have conducted the studies for these 8 rivers, and along with that we are working on the Godavari basin, complete Godavari basin, as well as already NIRI has worked on the Ganga River basin. So since from long time you are working on the rivers, the main issue is that, which I noticed in the Chhattisgarh, is that continuous coal mining is going on. The runoff is coming from the mines and it is going to get deposited in the river. And over the period, the riparians were not taken into consideration, and those riparians has already degraded. And out of that, continuous sand mining is going on. Then agriculture runoff is coming to the rivers, and in all this scenario, the health of the river is completely vanished. Now the problem is that we talk a lot about the problem, but what about the solution? NIRI is also doing a lot of things in all river basins, but the solution, we give the management plan, we give them how we can save our riparians, how we can improve the water quality, how we can improve our depth of the river, then how we can improve the sediment quality. So the question arises that when continuous science is coming before us, where is the use of the science? As we have seen the presentation given by the sir from my right and on the left also, both the sir has given a very nice presentation showing that these are the problems. Earlier the situation was this and the present situation is this. As per the latest data of CPCB, in 2018, the 351 rivers were identified as the most polluted river. The stretches were identified and the complete studies were conducted by CPCB. In 2025, the data is saying that 256 river stretches are still polluted. Means within 7 to 8 years, what we achieve, we achieve that only 51 river stretches have been cleaned, and rest of the stretches are still in the degrading condition. So to the panel also, I'll say we should more focus on the solution part, not on the problem part. We do understand the problem of the rivers. We understand the health of the river. We understand the ecological systems as well as the influential problems which affects the health of the river. But then we should more focus on the solution part.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. I think Murthy Sahab wants to say something.
Rather, I would like, sorry, 90% disagree with what ma'am said. We don't understanding anything about rivers, anything about water bodies. And second thing, we want solutions. Without knowing something, without actually knowing the problems, how you are going to get a solution? That is the real issue. मैडम ने एक सिंपल प्रश्न पूछा था कि ecological flow क्या होता है रिवर का. इसका कोई मैडम आज की स्थिति में कोई डेफिनेशन नहीं है. People struggled for it while the Ken Betwa was happening, but unfortunately those warriors are no more here. Now coming to the river linking system, I had done a lot of research because भुक्तभोगी हम ही लोग, हम और विक्रम बैठे हैं जिन्होंने को पाला पोसा था कि ये जो सो कॉल्ड ग्रैंड मतलब जो गार्लैंड प्रोग्राम है, इंजीनियर का कॉन्सेप्ट है. उस समय कोई मतलब एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट भी नहीं थे, इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज के बारे में कोई साइंस भी नहीं था कि क्या इसमें कोई इकोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट्स के बारे में कोई इंक्लूड करेगा. वी हैव टू, एंड देन वी आर अ पार्टी टू सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स पेरिस का अग्रीमेंट में. और हाउ कम सच प्रोजेक्ट्स विदाउट गेटिंग असेस्ड इकोलॉजिकली वी कैन से इट्स पार्ट ऑफ द एसडीजी. मैं आपको 2-3 फैक्ट्स बताता हूं केन बेतवा के बारे में स्पेसिफिकली. केन इज ए रिवर ऑफ 242 किलोमीटर्स लेंथ. डन. बेतवा is a river which is 420 kilometers in length. And now people are trying to take the water from smaller river to bigger river, telling that they are taking surplus water. When we ask about the where is the water data, government will say कि साहब international treaty है, इसका हम जानकारी नहीं देंगे. And then उनका पास जो data है, it's only 18 years data. 18 years की data पे कहाँ से surplus कौन ला रहा है? That is the biggest issue. And there are very many issues into it. But all said and done, कि क्या at the end of it, let us sacrifice Panna for once for all. Is there anybody guarantee का कि इसका इतना पानी से उनका खुशहाली मिल जाएगा? ये गारंटी देने वाले भी नहीं रहेंगे जिंदा. ये जो बोल रहे हैं ये भी जिंदा नहीं रहेंगे जब प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. One important issue I would like to just मतलब say it here. The Ken Betwa River Link project clearly says it wants to irrigate the what should I say, commercial crops in the Raisen district, because already there are 7 dams continuously built on Betwa River. क्योंकि बेतवा रिवर में इतना प्रोडक्शन ही नहीं है तो 7 डैम आपने खड़ा कर दिया. अब उसके लिए पानी अपर रीचेस में पानी चाहिए तो केन से ले जा रहा है. केन से किस कास्ट पे ले जा रहा है? दैट इज द बिगेस्ट क्वेश्चन विच द कंट्री, कहीं क्वेश्चंस रेज ही नहीं हुए हैं. आंसर्स तो बात की बात है. वी डोंट हैव एनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग अबाउट एनी रिवर इकोलॉजी. क्योंकि आज का रिवर का एज कहां से शुरू होता है कि आज कोई कहीं पे लिखा ही नहीं है. जब फ्लड्स आता है तो पूरे मतलब नर्मदापुरम घेर लेता है. जब फ्लड्स खत्म हो जाए तो नदी के बीच में चले जाते हैं खोदने या फिर अपना ककड़ी को उगाने. सो वेयर इज द रिवर? दिस इज द बिगेस्ट क्वेश्चन. Stop it with the questions.
Thank you.
People have to find out the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that this reveals an interesting thing, that the issues and the problems are interacting, and this is the necessary thing, that when as engineers, when in the engineering paradigm we conceived of these rivers, we thought of them as pipes carrying water. But I think that the important thing that we are discussing in this panel is that rivers are much more than water. And that water, and they need to be seen for their ecological function, as Murthy Sahab described, rather than for as mechanistic systems, as reductions, where water from one system can merely be taken to another system without any cascading impact. So for this, I think very important point, I'll request Dr. Vipin Vyas to give us some examples and to share with us some of his understanding and experiences about how, sometimes these impacts interact with each other and might in the future amplify some of, and might be a cause for concern?
Thank you, Professor Popli, and thank you, Vikas, for giving me this opportunity to interact, particularly on rivers. And one more thing, Mr. Vikas, to thank you is for letting the rivers flow through this seminar hall. Otherwise, normally rivers are dammed outside. और दुष्यंत कुमार की 2 लाइनें मुझे याद आ रही हैं कि यहाँ तक आते आते सूख जाती हैं सभी नदियाँ, यहाँ तक आते आते सूख जाती हैं सभी नदियाँ, हमें मालूम है पानी कहाँ ठहरा हुआ होगा. So the organizers have permitted this river to flow through this seminar hall at least, so we can discuss something about the rivers. As Murthy Saab was telling कि जो हमारा अभी तक whatever we were studying about the rivers, it's a longitudinal, from its origin to its confluence with the sea, it's a longitudinal entity. But rivers have their lateral connectivity also. And nowadays we are focusing on the lateral connectivity of the rivers. And as I have read in my research papers, actually a river is the mirror of its valley. Whatever is going on in the valley, it is reflected in the river. So it is the mirror of the valley, and that is the most important factor. So in previous years, as we normally discuss that riverine resources, water resources, forest resources. So whenever we call them resources, it is something related to economic benefits. But the ecosystem part of the resources, that has been forgotten. And unless until we understand the whole ecosystem of the river, it is very difficult to understand what river is and how to conserve it, what are the problems. Normally, what happens with the aquatic biodiversity, there is a common phrase, out of sight, out of mind. So normally, because we cannot see so many organisms which are found in the river. So, sir, okay. I think I have 5 more minutes. Okay. So, whenever we discuss the river ecosystem, because most of the biodiversity we cannot see, so it is out of sight, so normally it is out of mind. आप जो पीछे बैठे हैं, particularly the younger generation, आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों ने कभी किसी रिवर की, किसी नदी की तरफ गए हैं? And as a picnic spot, you have identified a river, you have spotted a river. Okay. कभी आप एक नदी में पैर डाल के देखेंगे तो आपको क्या मिलेगा नीचे? कोई स्टोन है, कहीं पे सैंड है, बोल्डर्स हैं. Actually, these factors are, these are the parameters of river health. Whenever you are having fever or something, you just put a thermometer. But in a river, you just put your feet in the river, you will find the whole ecosystem health of the river. You pick a stone from the river, you will find the whole ecosystem on a single stone. You will find algae is there, some protozoans are there, even some smaller fishes and some snails are there. The whole ecosystem is present in a single stone if you pick from the river. And suppose there is a deforestation in the catchment area and lot of silt is coming in the river and it is deposited on the stone, you will not find a single organism on the stone. So a single stone can tell the ecosystem health of that particular river for this subject matter.
Right. I'm going to ask you a specific question, and I'll request you to keep it very brief. And that is that what changes when we channelize rivers? One of the problems that we now see is that there are large-scale projects for channelizing and building on the edge of the river that disregards their floodplain. But I'd like you to sum up very briefly that what are the negative impacts of channelizing rivers?
Okay, river course change in a 2 different type of manner. One is natural, that is very common, and second is man-made or anthropogenic effect. If we see natural channelization or natural alteration in the habitat, the whole biodiversity actually adapts according to the changes in the river. But the man-made changes, like my fellow speaker was telling, that dams are constructed, rivers are channelized, river linking project, as Murthy sir was telling. Actually, all these activities alter the very basic unit of the river, that is habitat. And once the habitat is altered, the whole ecosystem of the river is affected. So that is the main reason. If we channelize a river or if we stop a river, definitely it changes the whole hydrology and affect the habitat. As we were discussing about the basic ecological flow, as Murthy Saab has very rightly pointed out, there is no single parameter of ecological flow. See, there are 93 species reported from river Narmada, and species of fishes. And every species requires a different type of habitat for breeding, for their breeding ground, for their feeding habitats, for their different type of life cycle. So we cannot say, yes, this particular flow or this particular type of habitat is actually required for a living river. We need different types of, we need heterogeneity of habitats, meso and micro habitats in a river. And if we destroy even a single micro habitat from a river, it definitely affects one or the other biological aspect of the river, and then eventually it affects the whole ecosystem.
Thank you. So, I'm going to butt in now. We were out of time. I'm going to ask the last yes or no question, and then we'll conclude this session. Sir.
चैनलाइज करने से रिवर का क्या होगा? नाउ द केन बेतवा रिवर लिंक प्रोजेक्ट इज कमिंग इन डोडन, जहाँ पे लगभग उसका लेंथ जो है कि अराउंड 200 किलोमीटर्स. अनदर 200 किलोमीटर्स इज डाउन बिलो. उनका क्या हाल होगा पानी के बारे में किसी को नहीं पता है. एंड देन पब्लिक हियरिंग टुक प्लेस ओनली इन बुसोर. अब वहाँ से नीचे 200 किलोमीटर की दोनों तरफ से लगे हुए विलेजर्स को ये नहीं पता है आगे डैम आने के बाद उनको पानी पीने के लिए मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा.
Sir, thank you very much. I'm now going to ask the last yes or no question. The answer is only yes or no. Do our existing institutional frameworks that, for the protection of rivers, are they viable or do they need reimagination? A yes or no answer.
As far as regulations are there, yes. But institutions are not there at grassroots level.
Institutions are also there. There's a National River Directorate, but the only there's the National River Policy. The 2012 draft promises ecological flows. Unfortunately, it remains a policy. It's not they're not mandated to follow it.
No, but the RRZ has never been notified.
It's never.
So,
in my view, it is not there. Okay. In my view, it is not there. We have Ministry of Jal Shakti, which is just born in 2019, right? Earlier there was Department of Irrigation, then Commission on Water, Commission on Groundwater, but the whole and sole responsible department was not there for all the rivers present in the India. So now in 2019, we have Ministry of Jal Shakti, which own all the rivers in the country, right? The second part, we do not have the defined boundaries of Indian rivers. Say for example, we have 400 rivers, we have all expert GIS, but we have not defined the boundaries. Because what happened, when the farmer come doing his farming, he encroached into the riparian zone and started farming in the river zone also. So who will protect and who will guard these river areas? Then another thing is, we do not have the policies. In India, we do not have the riparian zone management practices as well as policies. Since we have worked on the 8 major rivers of Chhattisgarh, we were searching the policies which need to be implemented. Then we have taken the policies from the international documents, and we have take the proof of that, and then we have given based on that, we have given the management plan. So the policies are still missing in India. We are doing all kinds of efforts, but strong infrastructure, strong framework for the keeping the natural health of the river is still missing.
मैडम को फिर मुझे करेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है. रिवर्स इज ए स्टेट सब्जेक्ट. जल शक्ति के पास ओवरऑल अथॉरिटी है, बट दे हैव टू गेट द परमिशंस फ्रॉम द स्टेट्स. फर्स्ट थिंग. एंड सेकंड थिंग, now we have to redo everything if you want your rivers aquatic ecosystem need to be properly sustainably utilized as per the SDG goals. That's very important. Because अभी तक जो रिवर्स के बारे में जो भी काम है इंजीनियर्स करते रहे, क्या उसमें ecological aspect आएगा? This is the big question. I have floated a request in my Facebook telling कि I need ecologists to co-write about all these issues. Sir, not ecologist, an economist. चूंकि एकालजिस्ट की बात को आजकल कोई मानता ही नहीं, मक्खी के बराबर भी नहीं हम लोग. हमारा साथ कोई इकोनॉमिस्ट, कोई मतलब अनबयास कोलैबोरेट करेगा, वी कैन रियली ब्रिंग सम गुड चेंजेस एट द डिसीजन मेकिंग लेवल. चूंकि इकोलॉजिकल फाउंडेशन के बगैर सस्टेनेबल गोल्स नहीं चलेंगे. आपका जो सस्टेनेबल गोल 14 एंड 15 है, दे आर मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. सारे डेवलपमेंट, आपका बाकी सारा डेवलपमेंट दोनों के ऊपर आधारित है, लेकिन इनके बारे में कोई बात नहीं करना चाहता है. That is the basic issue. I request everybody to undergo the SDGs and then try to develop an overall concept of what is actually it means when we say sustainable development.
Thank you.
Sustainable development तब है जब ecological foundations रहेगा. Without ecological foundations, you will not have any sustainable development at all. हो सकता है आज खा के छुट्टी कर देंगे, बच्चों के लिए क्या छोड़ेंगे. जय हिंद.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, na?
Yeah.
Can I make one point? Yeah. 1 minute. Okay. So, so we've recognized that we are short on both institutions and a legal framework to protect our rivers. So people have suggested that maybe going with the idea of granting rivers rights or personhood may be the way to go. But then there's also a drawback to that, because usually rights come with responsibilities. So if rivers are given rights, then the government can hold the river responsible for causing floods, for not producing enough electricity, for not irrigating enough fields, and might lead to more damage and control over rivers. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm giving a dialogue from my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather said, "It is the thirsty which used to go to water. Now, water is coming to people, so people do not know where the water is coming and what their responsibility is to that water. That is the problem right now."
I would say the future of Indian rivers is bleak because the government is responsible. I am giving one example to you that thermal power plant created by NTPC in 1991 in Kahalgaon, Bihar. It was purely political. No ecological or considerations were there, because thermal power plants are usually set up at the site of coal available. Here it is not at that site. It is, the coal is coming from Rajmahal Hills, coal fields, and only the proximity is the Ganga water. Thermal power plants uses a lot of water. So it is the proximity of Ganga that is the only thing. And the land in which the thermal power plants was created, it was most of the time remained inundated. So you see the Ganga was, it is on the floodplain of Ganga rivers. And the thing is that stage is the your dolphin, your habitat. And the first dolphin sanctuary, not the first, but the only dolphin sanctuary is there only. That is your Vikramshila Gangetic Dolphin Sanctuary. You see, and that was created in 1991, and thermal power plants came into 1992. The question is why that thing happened there? Because there was no other considerations. It was only political consideration. And I would also say the NEERI has, he is very famous that they are the specialized agency who do environmental impact assessment. Even Supreme Court also takes advice. They failed to take action for this. So I would say the government is the prime culprit for all ecological aspect of the rivers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Mr. Popley, for moderating this session. I will request Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speakers and panelists with a memento. Okay, so we'll now take a tea break for 20 minutes. I would request everyone to please assemble back here, latest by 11:45. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hello, quick announcement. Those of you who will be putting up their presentations after lunch, please submit your presentations at the registration desk. Just wanted to quickly announce that. Okay, I think we can now begin the next session. Our next session is on the fish of MP, Mahaseer, the status and conservation strategy of it. This particular presentation will be done by Dr. Shripana Saxena. Dr. Saxena is a professor and head of aquaculture at Sage University, Bhopal. Is a limnologist with over 32 years of research experience in inland fisheries, wetland ecosystems, and aquatic biodiversity. She has pioneered hatchery development and state fish conservation initiatives in Madhya Pradesh. A nationally recognized expert, she has also received multiple awards for her contributions to science, communication, and biodiversity conservation. I would welcome you, ma'am, on stage. Can I please request everyone to settle down? Yeah. The chair for this event is Mr. Srinivasa Murthy, so I would request you to please come on stage. Before we begin, I just wanted to request you all to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Raja Babu Singh, IPS ADG Training MP Police. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Okay, as we resume, I think first I would like to request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our speakers with the welcome planter. Mr. Murthy, I now hand over the mic to you to start the event.
So, as per the IST, good afternoon to everybody. वैसे मैं पिछले मतलब पैनल में मैं डिफॉल्ट था, इसके लिए मैं यहाँ पे मतलब पहले से अनाउंस किया हुआ चेयरमैन सेशन का. यदि किसी को असुविधा हो मेरा चेहरा देखने में, मैं खेद व्यक्त करता हूँ बार बार. सो कमिंग बैक टू द इशू, अभी राजा बाबू सिंह साहब से परिचय हुआ. वी शुड गिव ए बिग अपलॉज टू एवरीबडी सिटिंग हियर, जिसका लीडर विकास है. तो अब इनकी जो ऑडियंस में मतलब जो है वेरी टाइप मतलब जो है कि अलग अलग सेक्टर से लोग आने लगे, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर से, चूंकि कुल मिला के डिसीजन मेकिंग गवर्नमेंट के पास होता है. यदि एक व्यक्ति गवर्नमेंट में रह के सही सोच समझ के साथ डिसीजन लेता है, काफ़ी बड़ा अपना एक सही रास्ते में चीज़ें चलने लगते हैं. वो दैट इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यू. हम बार बार पीछे वालों से यही रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, कल डाउन द लाइन 5-6 साल में आप लोग किसी न किसी कुर्सी में बैठेंगे. यू कैन बी ए मतलब अपना सेल्फ स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं, क्या स्टार्टअप कुछ कहते हैं ना, वो कर सकते हैं, या फिर आप किसी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं, या फिर गवर्नमेंट में ही। मैं चाहूंगा यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे सबके सब IAS ही बन जाएं, ताकि डिसीजन बहुत सारा वही लोग करते हैं। तो लेकिन जब वहां बैठने के बाद सही समझ के बाद जो डिसीजन लेना है वो दैट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग। पिछले 4 दशकों में हमने देखा है कि ग्रेजुअली वी हैव लॉस्ट आवर कनेक्ट विद द नेचर। अब तो ये आने के बाद तो फिर खुद के साथ भी कनेक्ट नहीं होते लोग, कि दे आर टोटली इमर्स्ड इनटू इट। बहुत ज्यादा हो तो पेट्स को रख लेते अपने साथ, घर में किसी की बात है। यदि इससे भी आपको नशा मुक्ति करना है तो प्रकृति के साथ जुड़ जाइए। प्रकृति से ज्यादा बड़ा नशा कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता किसी का। दिस इज द बिगेस्ट, बट एट द सेम टाइम ये पॉजिटिव कंट्रीब्यूशन आपका। एंड वी ऑल शुड रियलाइज दैट वी आर द पार्ट ऑफ द लाइफ। वन मतलब स्पीशीज है पूरे लाइफ में हम, तो इस बात को हम भूले जा रहे हैं। इट्स वेरी एसेंशियल। और ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस है वो भी एक माध्यम है इन बात को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। व्हेन द लास्ट सेशन व्हेन वी वर डिस्कसिंग कि मतलब एक्वेटिक सिस्टम की हेल्थ के बारे में हमें समझना है तो क्या करना है, तो मैंने कहा कि नर्मदा के लिए और चंबल के लिए का सुसु भी हो सकता है, घड़ियाल भी हो सकता है, या स्किमर भी हो सकता है, कुछ हो हाँ बैठे हैं देगा। सर पीछे बच्चों में से कौन आपको 500 रुपया नहीं कर, जी और किसने कहा नहीं आपको क्यों मिलेगा? आप 500 रुपया लेंगे तो हम आपको छोटा कर देंगे। बच्चों में से चाहिए वो। मेरा कहने का अर्थ यह है कि सौरभ साहब से मैं यही प्रश्न पूछ रहा था कि साहब इसका उत्तर मुझे बच्चों से चाहिए। याद रखिएगा, अब हो गया, उसका उत्तर तो मिल गया आपको। एग्जैक्टली सही उत्तर दोगे तो फिर भी आपको 500 मिलेगा। बेतवा नहीं है, डायरेक्टली हो जाएगा किसी दूसरी नदी में। कौन सा नदी? हाँ माय गॉड हर दिन पेपर में पढ़ते हैं कलियासोत की नदी का नाम। भोपाल तालाब कौन सा नदी पे है वो आखिर में इसका प्रश्न का उत्तर लूंगा। बट कमिंग डाउन टू द इश्यू, भूभाग में कोई भी हिस्सा हो किसी न किसी नदी का खचार है, वाटरशेड है या बेसिन है। पानी कहीं से भी गिरेगा किसी न किसी नदी में जाएगा। यहां से जो पानी गिरेगा कलियासोत में जाएगा, कलियासोत का नदी बेतवा में जाएगा, बेतवा जाएगा यमुना में जाएगा, यमुना जाएगा गंगा में, गंगा जाएगा समुद्र में। कौन सा समुद्र में? बे ऑफ बंगाल में। यदि आपका ये पेनोरामिक व्यू आपकी मतलब नजर में है तो यू आर कनेक्टेड टू सम एक्सटेंट विद द लैंड एंड वाटर। और लैंड एंड वाटर के बगैर लाइफ है ही नहीं है। लैंड एंड वाटर इनऑर्गेनिक है, लाइफ कुछ दूसरा है। तो इसमें से लाइफ कैसे आए ये जानना जरूरी है। लेकिन जब ये टेरेस्ट्रियल इकोसिस्टम्स बने, जो इनलैंड वाटर्स बने, टेरेस्ट्रियल इकोसिस्टम्स बने, उनका अपना हेल्थ अलग था। दे हैव डिसाइडेड व्हाट दे वांटेड। तो सिमिलरली नर्मदा वंस अपॉन अ टाइम इट वाज अ पार्ट ऑफ ए बे ऑफ अरेबियन सी का हिस्सा था। जब टिल्ट हो गया तो वो वहां से खारा पानी चला गया, मीठा पानी आने लगा। सो दैट्स हाउ ओनली नर्मदा एंड ताप्ती गो इन ए रिवर्स डायरेक्शन इन एंटायर इंडिया, जो अरेबियन सी में मिलते हैं। बाकी सारे नदियां टिल्ट उसका बे ऑफ बंगाल की तरफ है। कमिंग बैक टू द नर्मदा, उसका एक हेल्थ इंडिकेटर है महाशीर है। तो मतलब हम जहां से शुरू किए थे लास्ट सेशन का वहीं पे पहुंच रहे हैं। आज की स्थिति में महाशीर लगभग समाप्ति की दिशा में है। इसको पुनर्स्थापना करने के लिए एक पंकज साहब थे, ही इज अगेन नो मोर, तो उन्होंने अपना पीड़ा उठाया इस बात को लेके। विक्रम साहब भी थे, उनके डीएफओ, उन्होंने भी कुछ काम किया। उनके आगे पीछे के डीएफओ लोग भी, हरीश साहब थे, उन्होंने भी काम किया, लेकिन सबके एक सूत्रधार थे साइंटिस्ट के रूप में, वो श्रीपर्णा मैडम है। तो पिछले लगभग 10-12 सालों का इस एक यात्रा के बारे में, महाशीर की कंजर्वेशन के बारे में, एंड महाशीर इज द स्टेट फिश ऑफ द मध्य प्रदेश आल्सो। तो हम नेशनल एनिमल को मतलब इज्जत देते, उसको बचाने की कोशिश करते, वाई नॉट महाशीर। तो उसके अपनी यात्रा के बारे में, उसमें कहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं, उसमें क्या मतलब इश्यूज हैं, उसको कैसे रिजॉल्व करना चाहिए, उस संबंध में मैं आई हैंड ओवर द माइक टू श्रीपर्णा मैडम प्लीज। ये एक सूत्रधार है पहले से अभी तक, बाकी बहुत लोग आए चले गए विभाग में।
थैंक यू सर। मूर्ति, जो हम लोगों ने जब शुरू किया था, जैसे सर ने बोला है, मैं अभी आपको दिखाऊंगी रिपोजिटरी, जब हमने उसको बनाया था तो बड़ी दुविधा थी कि क्योंकि ये फॉरेस्ट के अंदर है और यहाँ फिशरीज हम कैसे करें, ये तो फिशरीज के नाम से हम टैंक बना नहीं सकते। तो ये सर का और पंकज सर का आइडिया था कि हम इसको वाटर होल नाम देंगे, और जहाँ पे तेंदुआ पानी पीने आएगी, और सच में रोज तेंदुआ पानी पीने आती थी जब हम काम करते थे। और जब हमने सब खुदाई कर ली, तालाब बना लिया, नदी नुमा तालाब बनाए, ये मैं स्लाइड्स में आपको बताऊंगी क्योंकि सर ने बहुत अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया इस प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में, तो मैं उसको कंटिन्यू कर रही हूँ। तो लकीली सर ही थे जिसने फर्स्ट उसमें पानी डाला था। विक्रम सर तब डीएफओ बड़वा थे, पंकज सर सीसीएफ खंडवा थे। इस तरह से हम लोगों की ये कहानी शुरू हुई। बेसिकली मैं लिम्नोलॉजिस्ट हूँ, मेरे एक्स वाइस चांसलर मेरे सामने बैठे बरकतुल्ला के राव सर के टेन्योर में भी मैं वहाँ थी, फिर मैंने सेज ज्वाइन किया। हम लोग रिसर्चर हैं, साइंटिस्ट है, टीचर है, जो भी कह ले वो कहें। हम लोग को हमेशा कोई भी स्पीशीज को कंजर्व करना साइंस और लैब के अंदर ही आता था। हमें लगता था कि इसके बाहर कुछ होता है, नहीं पता। पर कई सालों तक जब हम लोगों ने नर्मदा में, मेरे स्लाइड्स में जब आप लोग पीछे, स्पेशली जो यंग जनरेशन है, जैसे सर कह रहे, जिसके हाथ में आज बैटन जाएगा हमारे बाद, हम लोग तो अब रिटायरमेंट के कगार पे आके खड़े हो गए हैं, तो आप लोग मेरे स्लाइड्स में हमेशा इस चीज को नोट करिएगा, इनसाइड फॉरेस्ट एंड आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट दो हैबिटेट महाशीर के बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं जो एक्सटिंक्ट की बात कर रही हूँ, मैं आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट की बात कर रही हूँ। और क्यों मैंने फॉरेस्ट के साथ काम शुरू किया, इसकी भी कहानी मैं यहाँ बताऊंगी। और हम इसको, इस स्टोरी को फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ, स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड के साथ कहाँ तक ले जा पाए थे, और आज अगर 2021 में ये चीज रुक गई है तो क्यों रुकी, उसका क्या कारण है, ये आप लोगों को सोचना पड़ेगा। नाउ आई फॉर्मली बिगिन माई प्रेजेंटेशन, क्योंकि मैं चाहूंगी कि कुछ आप लोग लेसर नोन स्पीशीज के साथ इस फिश के बारे में, जिसको स्टेट फिश डिक्लेयर किया, जिसका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस है, उसके बारे में भी थोड़ा जाने। सो लेट मी, अलाउ मी टू बिगिन। ऑडिबल? फॉर्मली स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा मुझे अपना प्रेजेंटेशन। विकास जी बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, जो आपने एक ऐसा मुझे फोरम दिया जहां जैसे सर हमेशा कहते हैं कि एडवोकेसी बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट होता है किसी भी कंजर्वेशन में। हमारे साथ आज सारे टॉप ऑफिसर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं जो इस बारे में और सोचेंगे मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद। सो लेट मी बिगिन फॉर्मली। महाशीर आप सबको मालूम है एक आइकॉनिक स्पीशीज़ है जो एक क्लीन क्लियर इकोसिस्टम को, जैसे अभी आपने पैनल में सुना था कि रिवर को बहना है, रिवर एक लिविंग एंटिटी है। बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट्स ने रिवर को बड़े अलग अलग नाम से बात करी, पर किसी ने ये नहीं बोला कि रिवर में अब आप नर्मदा जी रही कहाँ। जब हम अनिल माधव दवे जी से बात करते थे, वो कहते थे अब नर्मदा रहा ही नहीं है, नर्मदा तो नदी नहीं रहा है, नर्मदा अब नाला बन गया है, क्योंकि आपने नर्मदा के ऊपर कितने लार्ज स्मॉल डैम्स खड़े कर दिए। तो अब कहाँ नर्मदा, रिवर की एंटिटी बची कहाँ। खैर दैट इज समथिंग डिफरेंट इशू। नाउ इन दिस इज एन इंट्रोडक्टरी स्लाइड एंड वी हैव 47 valid species around globe of mahashir, and this is a very important and interesting game fish also. And like you have tiger in your terrestrial ecosystem, this is again tiger of freshwater ecosystem because of its vigor. जैसे टाइगर को पकड़ना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है, इसको भी पकड़ना उतना ही मुश्किल होता है. एंड इसका जो विगर के कारण, और अगर आप इकोसिस्टम ट्रॉफिक लेवल को देखते हैं इकोलॉजी, तो वो टॉप में है. इसके बाद इसको ऑटर्स ही खा सकता है और कोई खाता नहीं इसको. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. अब ये जो हम लोग जब महाशीर की बात करते हैं, महाशीर इज रिवर स्पेसिफिक स्पीशीज. महाशीर रिवर स्पेसिफिक मैं क्यों बोल रही हूँ, क्योंकि यू कैन सी दैट in the upland we have Tor pituitora, that is in Kashmir and uplands we have golden mahashir. In Narmada and in central India we have deep bodied mahashir or the tortor. In Narmada we have tortor, and in Deccan or in south now this mahashir has been introduced. Let me tell you again, this mahashir has been introduced. This is hatchery bred mahashir, and it has diminished, it has finished the humpback mahashir. Chaudhary sir must be knowing it. And this is again very serious issue to think about. This, so, but now bluefin is very popular. It is a hatchery bred. I will not mention the name of the hatchery who has introduced, but this has caused serious threat to its endemic species, that is humpback. Next. For those who don't know what mahashir is, many of you are fish eaters. You know about rohu, katla, mrigal. You have seen rohu, katla, mrigal. I don't know how many of you have seen mahashir. This is the distinguishable features, very distinguished features. You can see that it has two pairs of barbels. Barbels and the scales. It is very different from rohu and katla. This is the feature which distinguish it from rohu, katla, mrigal. You can see the caudal fin, because जब हम काम करते किसी स्पीशीज को, उसका मॉर्फोलॉजी जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है, नहीं तो आप गलत स्पीशीज पे काम करना शुरू कर देते हैं. सो कभी आपको किसी को भी महाशीर पे काम करने का इंटरेस्ट हो, तो प्लीज़ लुक फॉर दीज फीचर्स एंड देन आइडेंटिफाई मॉर्फोलॉजिकली. नेक्स्ट. This is all about our mahashir, that is Narmada mahashir or tortor. It is known as karcha. It lives in pristine water. So this is an iconic species of clean, clear Narmada. अगर आपने डैम बना दिया, वो ग्रो करेगी, इस साइज तक भी हो जाएगी, बट वो ब्रीड नहीं करेगी, and that is the reason why now this is going down and down, this population. No, now this is for the interest of general public. See, महाशीर, आपने मनु की स्टोरी सुनी होगी, तो हम जब महाशीर को देखते हैं तो हम महाशीर को माइथोलॉजिकली भी हम इसको लिंक करते हैं. और आपको अगर बड़वा के आसपास, इंदौर के आसपास कोई यहाँ पे है, तो दे नो दैट जब किसी की मानता पूरी होती है तो वो महाशीर को नथ पहना के नदी में छोड़ देता है. ये भी एक बिलीव है जो महाशीर को शायद कंजर्व करने के लिए, जैसे आंवले के पेड़ को बचाने के लिए, सब तुलसी को बचाने के लिए हमने माइथोलॉजिकली इम्पोर्टेंट उसको बनाया था, तो शायद महाशीर को बचाने के लिए ये कहानी चल पड़ी थी. एंड खाली ये इकोलॉजिकल इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है, इसका स्पिरिचुअल, कल्चरल, एथिकल इम्पोर्टेंस भी है. यू कैन सी द पिक्चर्स. नेक्स्ट. Those who are from MP, they must have visited this घाट. और देवी अहिल्या ने अपने एक स्टोन में महाशीर को एनग्रेव किया था. नाउ सी द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ महाशीर. उस टाइम से महाशीर को सोचा गया था, समझा गया था, एक आइकॉनिक स्पीशीज बना के इसको प्रोटेक्ट, शायद देवी अहिल्या ने इसलिए प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की थी. साइंस गोज विथ कल्चर. नाउ दिस इज एन अलार्मिंग सिचुएशन ऑफ tortor or Narmada mahashir that is in open areas, that is in open area of Narmada. ये 60 year का span है, and you see when a species goes down, it is not only the loss of only that species, it is the loss of whole of the biodiversity, because all the trophic levels are interlinked with each other. अगर एक species खत्म हुआ, ताश की ढेर की तरह एक ताश को निकाला, सब बह जाता है. उसी तरह से अगर आपने एक स्पीशीज को खत्म किया, जैसे आपके टाइगर अगर चला गया तो आपका पूरा का पूरा इकोसिस्टम जाएगा. टाइगर आया तो पूरा इकोसिस्टम आया, ऐसा हम बोलते हैं. सेम इज द केस विथ महाशीर. मतलब आप सोचिए ये ओपन वाटर में आज की स्थिति में ये कि 6 महीने, मेरी रिसर्च स्कॉलर जिसे PhD किया है महाशिर पे, शी इज़ ऑल्सो विथ मी, हम लोग 6 महीने में 1 या 2 महाशिर हमको जाल में मिलती थी. And so now this is decreased to 2%, not 2%, less than 2% in open water. Again, I am specifically saying open water. Next. You all know this, all the pictures are taken by us. It is not AI generated picture. आप देखिए कि हमने अपने ecosystem को किस तरह से damage किया. And if you see the first picture, indiscriminate fishing, can you see it is in the rainy season. People, they make dam, local dam by using local things, and when the mahashir is a local migratory, it migrates for breeding and feeding. It leaves the river and goes to tributaries. जब ये ब्रीडिंग के समय ये sluggish हो जाती है, upland move करती है, they use spears to kill these brooders. And they make this type of things. Next slide. ये मैं पिल्लोरा घाट विजिट करती थी. सुबह के 4 बजे का पिक्चर है. This is a picture of close season, band season, when these boats are used, operated before 3 o'clock in the morning. They will take the fishes and वो 6-7 बजे तक खत्म कर देते थे. और you can see this picture. These are all brood fishes. All have eggs. इस तरह से इनको मारा जाता है. Next. Now coming to the real story of mahashir conservation, you all know that we cannot conserve a species alone. We should develop some holistic strategy. And in this case also, we during this project formulation, and we have several meetings with forest officers, with Pankaj sir and his team, and we developed this strategy that if we want to conserve a species, we have to make this conservation pyramid. And these 3 C's are interrelated. If you want to conserve it, you have to conserve the habitat, conserve the species, conserve the livelihood. Livelihood is again very important. Next is 3 F's, that is fish, freshwater and forest. And all the 3 C's, 3 F's makes 3 H. Holistic institutions, holistic strategy and holistic action. Next please. This is the story where the forest people came into action in this mahashir conservation. You all know that we the scientists or the officers from fisheries department, they don't have access inside the forest. इसे विक्रम सर भी दिख रहे हैं, पंकज सर हैं. यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने एक एक्सटेंसिव 3 दिन का फील्ड वर्क करा था गोई रिवर तक. मतलब जहाँ पे गुजरात ज्वाइन कर रहा, स्टार्ट हो रहा, वहाँ तक हम लोगों ने एक एक्सटेंसिव इनसाइड द फॉरेस्टेड जोन, not outside forested zone, and there I found that all the life stages of mahashir are present inside the forest. अगर सारा लाइफ स्टेज फॉरेस्ट के अंदर प्रेजेंट है तो हमें महाशिर को अगर कंजर्व करना है तो फॉरेस्ट के अंदर ही काम करना पड़ेगा. फॉरेस्ट के अंदर अगर काम करना है तो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का हेल्प लेना पड़ेगा. यहाँ से हमें ये आइडिया डेवलप हुआ कि हमको फॉरेस्ट के साथ मिलके काम करना है. नेक्स्ट. जो मैंने आपको कंजर्वेशन पिरामिड बताया था उसके 3 F's का जो एक डिटेल्ड स्टडी है, ये 3 सेक्टर्स दे आर वर्किंग बट दे आर ऑल वर्किंग इन आइसोलेशन, जबकि इन सबको मिलके काम करना चाहिए. अगर हम फिशरीज डिपार्टमेंट को देखते, दे आर नॉट बॉदर्ड अबाउट द कंजर्वेशन ऑफ एनी स्पीशीज, एंड वी फ्रेश वाटर साइंटिस्ट और मैनेजर्स, वी आर नॉट we cannot have a say on fragmentation and all things. And forests, they have everything, but they are ignorant and indifferent because they say that fish unka kaam nahi hai. Unka kaam to animals hai na, fish to hai unke paas, but uska aap uske bare mein mat sochiye. So हमने फिर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, ये हमने फिर एक मतलब हमने फिर जैसे अभी सुबह की पैनल में आप लोगों ने सुना था if you have good forest, you will have good water, and if you have good water, you will surely get महाशीर there. You will have महाशीर there. तो अगर हमको महाशीर का कंजर्वेशन करना है तो हमको ये तीनों एफ्स को एक साथ करना पड़ेगा. फॉरेस्ट, फ्रेश वाटर, फिश. हम अकेले काम नहीं कर सकते. नेक्स्ट. Again, why we have involved forest people, you all know, because they are the sole custodian of महाशीर habitat. हमें वहाँ जाने का परमिशन नहीं है. फिशरीज डिपार्टमेंट को वहाँ जाने का परमिशन नहीं है. And they are very good into conservation. They are very good into formulation of BMCs and livelihoods, etc. Next. These are all again connection of 3 Fs with 3 Cs. Conservation of habitat, conservation of species, and conservation of libraries. These 3s are always taken care by forest department. So this is the relationship we have seen there. Next. Now after doing all this exercise, we came into conclusion that we have to develop some other strategy also, which will give a holistic approach to the conservation. So we came into conclusion with this strategy, that is miracle strategy. Now you can see that every letter of miracle has its importance. First is mapping of habitat, involving people. R is research, A is advocacy, conservation measures, C livelihood connection, extension and training. This is a part of conservation program, महाशीर conservation program of MP. Next. When we started mapping of habitat, we came into came across this type of figure. You can see the size of the ball. This is the current availability of महाशीर. In 2 river basins, महाशीर has vanished. In Mahi basin, we don't have महाशीर now. In Kuwari basin, we don't have महाशीर. Tons and sub-basin, we don't have महाशीर now. Next. Now, since my work area is Narmada, so I have located some sites of sampling sites in Narmada. This is again mapping of habitat. Next. This is the breeding ground of Narmada, which is Omkareshwar, Choral and Badwa. Next. This is all under mapping. Now this is the forest watershed of महाशीर, which harbors the महाशीर species. You can see the pristine habitat. मैंने आपको पहले ही बोला था कि महाशीर वहीं रहती है जहाँ पानी बहुत साफ है, झरना है, बहता हुआ पानी है. ये जो थर्ड पिक्चर है, विक्रम जी को याद अगर होगा तो पता होगा, इसको अगर एनलार्ज, आप लोगों को कोई दिख रहा होगा वहाँ पे एक आदमी पानी के अंदर, आपको दिख रहा होगा. बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है क्योंकि मैं फॉरेस्ट के साथ काम कर रही थी, मेरे पास कोई इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स नहीं होता था और मुझे फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स को, फॉरेस्ट स्टाफ को समझाना पड़ता था कि मुझे कैसा हैबिटेट चाहिए महाशीर के लिए, मुझे क्या कंजर्व करना पड़ेगा. तो विक्रम सर ने एक आइडिया बोला था कि मैं एक फॉरेस्ट गार्ड को जो कितना फीट आपको चाहिए. मैंने कहा सर मुझे 6 फीट तक प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए. तो सर ने कहा ठीक है, मेरे पास एक फॉरेस्ट गार्ड है जो 6 फीट हाइट का है, मैं उसको पानी में उतार देता हूँ, वो जहाँ तक चलते चलते डूबेगा वहाँ पे अपन उसको डेलिनेट कर देंगे. तो अब हमने इसका नाम दिया है ह्यूमन डेप्थ फाउंडर, और ये हमारा इतना पॉपुलर हुआ, महाशीर ट्रस्ट जो इंटरनेशनल एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उसने इसको कोट किया है. तो आप समझ सकते कि हम लोगों ने कैसे इस महाशीर कंजर्वेशन कहानी को स्टार्ट किया और कैसे हम लोग सक्सेस हुए. 4th पिक्चर मैंने आपको जैसे कहा कि महाशीर इज लोकल माइग्रेटरी फिश. ये नर्मदा को छोड़ के ये चोरल के ट्रिब्यूटरीज में आती है ब्रीडिंग करने के लिए. ये चोरल की ट्रिब्यूटरी है, अगर आप वहीं पे डैम कर देंगे तो वो कहाँ से मूव करेगी, कहाँ से ब्रीड करने जाएगी, आपको नेक्स्ट जनरेशन मिलेगा ही नहीं. सो दीज आर ऑल वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट हैबिटेट्स ऑफ महाशीर. नेक्स्ट. अगेन द सेम पिक्चर कि आपको कहाँ महाशीर ढूंढना है. नेक्स्ट. These are all scientific data collected क्योंकि हमको ये देखना था कि where we are getting all the stages of महाशीर, हमको वहाँ पे उसको conserve करना है. So these are some of the habitat characterization of the महाशीर stages. Next. Now this is my study area. to 25.67 kilometers. This is again the migratory part of path of Maharshi brooder. ये वहाँ ओमकारेश्वर से चलती है, चलते हुए वहाँ पे जाती, लास्ट में जाती है, जाके वहाँ पे वो ब्रीड करती है, ब्रीड करके वापस वो ओम नदी में ज्वाइन करती है. अगर आपने बीच में डैमिंग कर दिया, ख़त्म, वहाँ पे वो वहीं पे फिनिश हो जाएगी. सो हमने ये पूरा का पूरा स्टडी किया था. 25.67 किलोमीटर्स. नेक्स्ट. अब टाइम बहुत कम है. ओके, नेक्स्ट करते जाइए. नेक्स्ट.
You have 5 more minutes.
Oh my God, sir. No, now the coming to I part, this is involvement of people, where we have done extensive PRA activities with the forest people and with the local communities. Next. We have made, this is outreach activity where we had one conference, national conference at Indore, where all the scientists from different universities, institutions, they came along with forest officers. Next. ये हम लोगों ने एक और हमारा अचीवमेंट था, पोस्टल स्टैम्प रिलीज किया था. नेक्स्ट करते जाइए. Now the main part is 2 projects were sanctioned by State Biodiversity Board and we have worked on it because हमको financial support भी चाहिए. Next. These are the objectives. Now coming to the A part, which is the advocacy part, which is very important part. We have one steering committee at PCC Wildlife Office, and these are the 4 departments who come and meet regularly during the project tenure, and we discuss all about Maharshi. And financial assistance was given by the wildlife wing to support the fishermen during closed season. This is the Rajpatra. Next करते जाइए. Back. अच्छा, आगे कर. This is the repository made at Badwa. This is not like a fish tank. It is made as near river system, and where we have 2,000 pieces of fishes we have collected from Choral River and we have deposited here. We call it Maharshi Repository. Next. These are the water quality parameters which we are doing. Next. This is, in the 40 years, this is the first successful breeding. This is the captive breeding we took from the rivers and we did it. Next. These are our breeding achievement. Next करते जाइए, अब time नहीं. This is in situ breeding which we have done in the river only. Next. This is how we have connected livelihood with this Maharshi conservation project. These are some of the this is what I was saying, that they did patrolling and Chief Wildlife Office gives them money for their sustainability. Next. This is ecotourism part of our project. Next. This is extension part where I have trained more than 1,200 forest people for this conservation. Next. These are in our print media. Next. This is again capacity building part of our project. This is, we have made this type of book course curriculum. I don't know whether it is implemented now or not. This is for the forest guards. Next. This is my book. This is for the forest guards only. Next. These are achievement of the projects. I will not read it because time is short. Next. Okay. इसमें थोड़ा time दीजिए. This is the constraints now we are facing. 21 के बाद the funding has been stopped. Now we are not doing anything there, but thanks to Forest Department, they are using their funds and thus surviving the fishes. So this is a pilot project and it should be started again. And these are some of the constraints. Because of the money constraint, now the activity of the project has stopped totally. Next. This is way forward, what to do now, what we should do now. We have already submitted, we are going to submit a detailed atlas project to PCC Wildlife Office and State Biodiversity Board also. And we are planning to ranch in some selected sites. stabilize the population of Mahashir and increase the number, protecting breeding ground of Mahashir. Ex situ program cannot solve conservation. You have to protect the habitat only. Next. This is again some of the points I have mentioned. This main is we have to protect the habitat. We have to do ex situ, in situ and ex situ breeding activities. We have to ranch it. We have to make an atlas. We have to again start that project. Next. And we should do taxonomic study of this tortoise because it has ambiguity. Some say it's tortoise, some say it's hybrid between tortoise and torpitotura. So it is very important to do some genetic study of this species. And thanks to Madhya Pradesh Forest Department and State Biodiversity Board for the patronage and collaborations. Next. Now the conclusion is river in the forested zone is the last hope for Mahashir. The process adopted in Mahashir can be a role model for the rest of India. And we are looking into SDG 14 and 15, and this can be correlated with Namami Ganga program also, and other integrated river basin management approaches also. Next. This is take-home message for Mahashir conservation. Foresters plus institution is conservation. Alone we cannot do anything. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I tried to finish it in a time. I skipped so many slides. I think मैंने अपना message आप सबको दे दिया है.
Now, from here I open the platform for questions. और आखिर में मैं उसको कंक्लूड कर लूँगा कि अभी इस प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में कि आप लोगों को क्या समझ में आई होगी और इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, अभी तक पिछले 12 साल में क्या अचीवमेंट हुआ, उसके बारे में कोई अपना लाइट देना चाहेंगे तो मैं पहले विक्रम से बोलूँगा कि ही वॉज पार्ट ऑफ दैट एंटायर प्रोसेस, ही कैन थ्रो सम लाइट सो दैट बाकी बच्चे कैच कर लेंगे. एक बार आप खड़े हो जाओ. एक मिनट. ये हम दोनों लगभग 1-2 साल के अंतर की उम्र के हैं. आप ये देख सकते हो इसकी हीरोपंती कैसे चल रहा है. चेहरा उस तरफ दिखाओ. ये काफी रोमांटिक पर्सन भी.
मेरा रोमांस आपको ज्यादा पता है. हेलो. मैं वहाँ पर सितंबर 2015 तक था. वी स्टार्टेड द प्रोजेक्ट्स, इनिशिएटेड इट एंड पॉन्ड्स बना था. उसके बाद आई लेफ्ट द प्लेस. उसके बाद के डेवलपमेंट्स हुए, उसमें ब्रूडिंग की गई और मैसीर के बच्चे उसमें पैदा हुए और ये लगभग 21 तक प्रोजेक्ट चला. 21 के बाद समहाउ प्रोजेक्ट्स में फंडिंग नहीं हुई और 21 के बाद से ये भी फ़िलहाल बंद है. और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सेन साहब से कि अगर थोड़ा जो भी चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन है और वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन हार्ड कोर वाइल्ड लाइफर हैं तो वो अगर थोड़ा इस पे ध्यान देंगे और इको टूरिज्म बोर्ड से या किसी और जगह से पैसा मिलेगा MP बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड से तो इस पे आगे फर्दर डेवलपमेंट हो सकता है. और ये सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि लेस देन 2% टॉटर बचे थे महसीर वहाँ पर और उनको अगर हम बचाएंगे नहीं तो वो ख़त्म हो जाएंगे. और एक 65 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच था जो देवास साइड से आके एक रिवर आके और ये नर्मदा में मिलती थी, उसी पे ही ब्रीडिंग के ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं जो ओमकारेश्वर तरफ से आ रहे हैं. तो हमको इस पे ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है. बट अभी तो सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छी नहीं है, मैं ऐसा कहूँगा. तो इस पे ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है. आप कितना ध्यान दे पाएंगे, चूँकि सेन साहब हैं, मैं सेन साहब से तो मुझे काफ़ी होप है और उम्मीद है कि ये बेहतर कर पाएंगे. थैंक यू.
नहीं, मेरा उम्मीद बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड से भी है क्योंकि लगातार इस कार्यक्रम को आयोजन करने में सब मदद कर रहे हैं. और दूसरे हैं, मैं बच्चों से कोई भी बात करेंगे माइक से बात करिए क्योंकि यूट्यूब लाइव चल रहा है. वहाँ से बार बार कंप्लेंट होता म्यूट हो गया. म्यूट नहीं हुआ होगा संभवतः, माइक से बात नहीं करते होंगे. प्लीज.
First of all, very good presentation and एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आई एम अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ जूलॉजी, रीड में BSc, लेकिन कभी हमें पढ़ाई नहीं किया महासिर के बारे में. दिस इज़ आई थिंक बेसिक थिंग. तो मेरा सवाल जो है वो ये है कि आपने स्लाइड में एक जगह बताया था कि कुछ महासिर रिलीज किए गए थे साउथ इंडिया में, and it became invasive. You haven't used the term invasive, but I think what you wanted to say is that it has become invasive and eating up other species. एक तो उस पे क्या कोई have you tried any effort with the state government to inform them? Have they taken effort? Secondly, because you mentioned dams also, so क्या ये जो बताया जाता है कि ये फिश लैडर बना देंगे और आपको इतना % फ्लो दे देंगे, उससे महासिर हो जाएगा, ब्रीडिंग सेंटर कर देंगे महासिर का, क्या ये सक्सेसफुल है ऑन ग्राउंड इन प्रैक्टिस या फिर ये सिर्फ ऑन पेपर चीज़ चलती है?
मैं आपके फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन को कैटर करूंगी पहले. मैंने जो आपको बोला, एक टाटा, आपने हैचरी का नाम सुना होगा लोनावाला में, वो उसका ऐसा कोई इंटेंशन ज़रूर नहीं होगा कि मैं इसको इंट्रोड्यूस करूंगा तो वो ख़त्म हो जाएगा, बट समहाउ वो इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ ब्लूफिन. और जो हम्बैक महाशीर है, जो उसके एंडेमिक, मैंने आपको स्टार्टिंग में जब मैं स्टार्ट करा था मैंने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन, मैंने कहा था महाशीर जो है रिवर, वो है रिवर बेसिन उसका कैटर करता है. नर्मदा का जो महाशीर है वो नर्मदा का ही है. आप यहाँ पे आप किसी और को लाके डाल देंगे तो वो आप स्पीशीज़ को बायोलॉजिकल पोल्यूशन करेंगे, जेनेटिक पोल्यूशन करेंगे. तो उन्होंने क्या किया था, हम्बैक ब्लूफिन को लाए और ब्लूफिन इतना ज़्यादा ग्रो हुआ, हम्बैक एक्सटिंक्ट हुआ. आपका जो क्वेश्चन है वो कर्नाटका फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, जब हम मध्य प्रदेश फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने इतना बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल सेट किया और ये वर्ल्ड वाइड हमारा फेमस हुआ ये प्रोजेक्ट हमारा, तो वहाँ की टीम हमारे पास आई थी. मेरे पास टाइम कम है तो मैं इतना स्लाइड्स दिखा नहीं पाई. तो वो टीम आई थी कर्नाटका फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट. अब हरे
I was delighted that this session has been kept. Thanks especially to Vikas when we discussed about the structure of this workshop. We were discussing that. So I had requested this session, and I'm really grateful to him. There are two things before Tarun starts. Already, Sir BC sir has already given him lots of commendations. So there is one coming from me also. I had not seen a more dedicated person than him. We are in a very tricky situation, और उसमें we got this wonderful person called Tarun working for us. And 90% of times that I met him, must have met him around 30-40 times, he was in the shorts and casuals and wading through the rivers and all. With the report, sir, this is the new report that I have got, and all the time smiling, no qualms. ये एक it is outcome of an order which is from the Central Empowered Committee, which has which came by the one of the luminaries who are sitting here. Probably he has left the session. In the last session he said, no, it's getting delayed, so I'll not attend the session. So Asad Rahmani sir had written a note about Songadhiya Sanctuary following an order in the JP Sidhi Cement. उनका क्लियरेंस था तो उन्होंने 3-4 पॉइंट्स लगाए थे. उसमें उन्होंने एक स्टडी का मैंडेट किया था. उसमें मैंडेट करना, उसी का मैंडेट का आउटफ्लो जो आउटकम है, दैट्स व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू हियर फ्रॉम तरुण एंड प्लस मोर फ्रॉम इट. उसका आउटकम ये हुआ कि उन्होंने सोन घड़ियाल में घड़ियाल, स्कीमर और चित्रा इंडिका, इन 3 के लिए इकोलॉजिकल फ्लो मेंटेन करने के लिए स्टडी करने के लिए कमिटी बनाई थी. एंड आई वाज ब्लेस्ड टू हैव डॉक्टर M.K. रंजीत सिंह एज इट्स चेयरमैन एंड जगदीश कृष्ण स्वामी, a known hydrologist, world known hydrologist, and Ravi Chellam and Tarun to carry out that study. And best part of this study was that I got a banging along with Mr. Murthy in the same room on the same time. When he was getting banged for the Kane Betwa, I was getting banged for Son Ghadiyal. And somehow we escaped narrowly. तो उसके कारण ये हुआ कि हम ये स्टडी ने एक ऐसा तीर छोड़ दिया कि इकोलॉजिकल फ्लो ऐसा होना चाहिए. तो वी वर क्वेश्चन कि हु आर यू Who are you? How did you raise this ecological flow? कि ऐसा होना चाहिए, and this will be through this what Tarun is going to present. Then I said, sir, this is the order of the Central Report Committee. Then said, it is where is the state government's order? I said, this is the order. So somehow, since order was there in my hand, so I narrowly escaped. Otherwise, I would have been, out of service. So this wonderful recommendations that flew from that flow from this recommendations of Tarun. So we are ready to listen to you with all this information. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll jump straight in on ecological flows. It was discussed in brief in the morning. So what you're seeing is a false color composite of river delta. This is in Siberia. So I just use this as a representative image to show how different land use, land cover types, and different ecosystems are supported when you have free-flowing rivers. So many people ask what ecological flows are, and this is a relatively new term. Earlier, this was known as environmental flows. The slight difference being that environmental flows are mostly to do with reducing pollution or keeping human interests in mind. But ecological flows are simply river water for nature itself. And we'll see why ecological flows are important. And so we know that most river systems, especially in human-dominated landscapes, are extremely fragmented and regulated because of dams, barrages, and the kinds of impacts that we saw in the morning. And this again is what I explained in the morning, what a natural hydrograph does is, and how different species, their life histories are adapted to these changing flowing conditions. And it's not just the quantum of flow that's important, but also the timing of these events that are very important, because their breeding biology is entirely dependent on the seasonality of these sorts of changes in flow. And there's many ways to try and understand how flow impacts and how their association with the general landscape itself and to the banks especially. So my fellow panelists in the morning discussed how lateral connectivity is very important. So these are various ways to try and understand the linkages between upstream, downstream areas in a river, which is longitudinal connectivity, and its association with banks, because this decides what kind of, especially with small organisms, with fish, how they're distributed in terms of the species composition, size classes, and so on. So my work is mostly focused on the Gharial, and it was largely in the Chambal earlier. And in about 2013-14, we decided to relook at some of these rivers that were part of the Gharial's historic range, but hadn't been surveyed for very long, mostly because populations had collapsed, and there were no new reports coming. So again, thanks to a lot of literature, which people like Dr. Rao, Professor Chowdhury, Dr. R.K. Sharma, from their works, we knew what the distribution of the Gharial was. So we went away from the Chambal for a bit and surveyed rivers like the Betwa, Ken, Tons, Son, and the Gandak to see how Gharial populations were faring in these areas. And of all the southern tributaries, only the Son seemed to hold some promise, so which is why we got involved in the Son River, the Son Sanctuary. So this is the Son Basin for you, and it's bounded by the Michael Hills, this is where the river originates near Amarkantak, and on the north it's bounded by the Kaimur range, and you have the Chota Nagpur plateau, and it eventually joins the Ganga just upstream of Patna. This small box that you see here is the study area, which is the Son Gharial Sanctuary. It's about 210 kilometers long, and it abuts the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. And this is the Son Gharial. This is the exact study area, and this is so I'll just keep in mind these different. I'll go back to this. Yeah. So another thing to focus is on the number of dams on the river and plans for many more. So the Son Gharial Sanctuary starts exactly below the Bansagar Dam, and we'll see what impacts that dam has had over time. So this is the impoundment of the Bansagar Dam, and the rivers are alive thanks to two tributaries, the Banas and the Gopad. This section is more or less ecologically dead. It's only thanks to the Banas, after which there's some resemblance of flow through the year. Both these are forest streams originating from the Sanjay Tiger Reserve, and they're perennial. But there are several plans to make projects on these tributaries as well. And there's one Nigri Dam on the Banas, on the Gopad, which is restricted flow to the downstream of the Somgharyal Sanctuary. And it's also led to several cases of sudden discharge in the dry season. So skimmer nests have been lost a few times. And that you see are where we had our own instrumentation. And the reason for doing this is, again, this was alluded to in the morning. So most rivers, no, actually all rivers that are part of the Gangetic Basin, the data from these rivers are considered classified. These are international waters because this water eventually goes into Bangladesh. So the data from these rivers, although collected by various government agencies, either state water resource departments or the Central Water Commission, they're not shared with the general public except during the flood season. But most of our work or the critical period for these species is a dry season. So unless we have the data on how much water is flowing in these systems, we don't understand the system, nor can we make any recommendations on how things have to change. So we had to do our own instrumentation to understand, to characterize flow conditions in these rivers. And so this is the Bansagar Dam that you see here. And this is where the Somgharyal Sanctuary starts. So you can see how little water there is. There are children playing cricket on the riverbed. There's some resemblance of, these are disconnected pools, stagnant pools mostly. And this is another view of the Somgharyal Sanctuary. So this is the dam. This is the impoundment behind it. It goes much larger. And you can see there's barely any water here. So this is a deep pool which has some water, but there's no flow. And this is all part of the Gharyal Sanctuary. One would imagine a Gharyal Sanctuary has water and habitat for a Gharyal, but that's not the case. And so the specific challenge that we were trying to address was what happens in terms of sudden discharge. So one situation is that there's not enough flow in the dry season. But we also observed cases where nesting sites. So this is a artificial Gharyal and turtle nesting site at one important site on the in the sanctuary called Jogda. And these are natural skimmer breeding emergent sandbars. And you can see during sudden discharge events from the dam that these nest sites get completely inundated, and you can't see the nest site here at all. This is the exact same site. So this happens sometimes once or twice a year. So skimmers try and nest early in the season, sometimes by late Feb, early March. And if nests are destroyed, then they'll try to, they'll double clutch the same year. And if possible, it's only by chance that the fledglings are ready to fly before the monsoonal waters rise. But this particular year, both instances of nesting failed. So this was the challenge we were trying to address in some situation. Yeah, so I'll try and explain what happens here. So in a natural system, when you have a free-flowing river, their breeding adaptations are such, so Gharyals will choose these large sand deposits where females can access the nest site through the year, at least through the incubation period, so that they can guard it against predators and so on. And skimmers choose what we would, in layman's terms, call the island. But these are not islands really. These are what are known as emergent sandbar habitats. So when water levels start going down in summer, sand deposits become visible, and as they dry, they get chosen by lots of birds that nest in these sorts of situations. Examples being the skimmer, black-bellied tern, and so on. But what happens when there's a dam, when there are dams, is that in the dry season, flows go really low. But these animals have already nested because that's what their breeding biology makes them do. And in such situations, they become extremely vulnerable to predation from land-based predators because attendant females the mothers can't guard these nests because there's not enough water for them to approach. And unlike other crocodilians, gharials can't really traverse on land very much. They've got very weak hind legs. So they have to be, they're the most aquatic of all crocodilians. So they have to be in deep waters, and they'll stay close to the shore, but they also need to be able to escape quickly if need be. And the other situation is where you have sudden releases of water from dams in the dry season, during the middle of the breeding season. So you have nests getting inundated in those situations. And then you have the entire year's effort, nesting effort, breeding effort, go to waste, even if there's one day of sudden water release. Yeah, so these are what satellite images will look like. So this is a typical nesting island, and in the dry season it gets connected to one bank. So then you have, and because these are human-dominated landscapes, there are villages everywhere. So stray dogs and cattle are big, not predators, but causes for mortality. Stray dogs will eat and consume bird eggs and fledglings, but cattle trampling is also a big cause of mortality. And then we have cases where what happens with sudden dam discharge. So the island gets inundated, even if it's for a matter of a few hours or a few days, that nesting season is gone. And this is what the data would look like. So because this was a project with the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, we were able to access historic data from the dam. So we got, and the Bansagar Dam is relatively new. It was, the gates were constructed in 2005. So we had some data prior to when the dam was constructed to get some sense of what natural flow regimes would be. And post-construction, we were able to get data till the time of the study. And then during the study, we had our own data. And these are the two challenges that we try and deal with. One is predation risk and one is inundation risk. So with less water, you're dealing with more predation risk. And if there's sudden increase, then your inundation risk increases. And here's a comparison of what the natural flow should look like. This is what still flows into the dam. And these are box and whiskers plots. So you can see the range of values. So this is the median range between the first and third quartile. And this is the range this is the maximum that it can reach. And these are in extremely dry years. But what is released from the dam is a few orders of magnitude lower than what's available. So you can see this is what is available in the sanctuary. And what I also need to mention is that there are 3 states managing this dam. Although this is situated in Madhya Pradesh, the states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar are also beneficiaries of the dam water. Uttar Pradesh gets all its water through a canal network, but Bihar, being a downstream state, gets its water through what is released in the sanctuary. So if Bihar demands water in the middle of the dry season, then they have to release water into the sanctuary, which is actually in contravention of the Wildlife Protection Act, because it clearly states that any change, either increase or decrease in water into a protected area, needs the approval of the Chief Wildlife Warden, but that's never practiced. And here we see what the cumulative inflow and release looks like. So this again, if you remember the hydrograph, this follows that hydrograph, peaks in the monsoon, and then it tapers through the rest of the year, the hydrological year being June to May. But in this Son Gharial Sanctuary, because of the dam, what we see is what we call a series of damped oscillations. So the water doesn't reach its full potential, which means that the river can't really flush itself. It's not bringing enough sediment to create new nesting habitats. And you don't have this gradual lowering of water level. So suddenly during the dry season, you have an increase, water goes down, then there's another increase and so on. So it's very difficult. It becomes difficult for species to decide when to nest, where to nest and so on. So those decisions are often a hit and miss, because these fluctuations are something that they can't adapt to, they can't learn. And yeah, so these are the results of some of the discharge estimates that we made in these areas. And this is a rating curve, because you need to translate your measurements of water level into discharge. And what's to note here is that because there was an ongoing case in the National Green Tribunal, so when the issue of ecological flows was highlighted, the dam authorities provided a document saying that they maintain 50 cumex of water through the year. 50 cumex is 50 meter cubes. And but that didn't seem right, because when we were unable to use even small inflatable kayaks. So when we did our own measurements, the actual release when they claimed was 50 was about 1.5. So there was only 1.5 cumex in the dry season, but the official, their declaration was 50 cumex is being maintained through the year. And again, this is to illustrate how, so in a natural situation, you have flow increasing. So this, in November, it's about around 70 cumex, and this keeps decreasing through the dry season. Okay, and then after this, you see this little gap here. This is when the monsoon starts beginning. So you have flows coming in slowly from the tributaries, from rainfall in the catchment, and so on. But what we see in the Son sanctuary, and this is the case with most rivers where you have dams upstream, and this is the case with almost all habitats, all remaining habitats for species like gharial, skimmer. They're all regulated rivers, all of them have dams upstream. So what we see with data here is for most of the year, through the dry season, it's zero, the discharge, except that whenever Bihar demands water, there's sudden release. And this is what causes the damage. So when this was presented to the court and to the Water Resources Department, they said that the fluctuations that you see are not because of what we are doing. Rather, this is because of unseasonal rainfall in the catchment. But we'd expected this sort of response, so we had our own rain gauges, if you remember the map, in the entire catchment, including in the Sanjay Tiger Reserve and the streams feeding the Son Gharial Sanctuary. So we were able to plot. So what you see here are these lines are rainfall data, and these red boxes that you see here are the sudden dam discharge events. So with a casual look, you might think that there's a correlation between these sudden these events of damage versus rainfall. But what you must notice is that this event starts before the rainfall event happened. And you see that again here too. And the quantum of expected stage increase downstream is does not match with the rainfall data for that particular year. So here you have rainfall, and this is reservoir level. Reservoir level, thankfully, is available in the open. So we have something called the Water Resources Information System, where reservoir level from across dams are made available. So we use that to back calculate how much water is available, working with some colleagues who understand machine learning and AI very well.
Tarun,
yes.
This is wonderful piece, but I think you need to explain the
I will
ordinal
explain.
day.
Yes,
ordinal
yes.
day you explain to the audience.
Sorry?
You explain the ordinal day is there.
Yes, okay. So the ordinal day here is, so we are starting with 1st Jan to 1st of June, 30th of June, because this is the dry season that we're interested in. And what you have here is Bansagar discharge, these black bars that you see here. And we had, so there's one important nesting site in the Son Gharial Sanctuary called Jogda. So we had a reference stage there where we would monitor water levels every 15 minutes. And so what the blue line that you see here is how water levels are changing at Jogda. And so we were able to, based on rainfall data, based on rainfall data and based on our Jogda stage, we could differentiate between rainfall related increases and dam discharge related increases. And here we've done, this is the analysis looking at, so we used a 15-day moving window of skewness and kurtosis. And this is basically to look at how the data is distributed. Is it normally distributed? And why do you see sudden fluctuations? And so the take home one was why these sorts of events happen, and it's at least in this case, we knew it was entirely because of how the dams are managing these systems or mismanaging these systems, and that other agencies, although that's a protected area, other agencies are not kept in the loop at all. Although after the first order, they started informing us before they would release any water. So for 2 seasons, we could manage based on how species were nesting. We knew the height of nests, and we could suggest how much water could be released while meeting Bihar's demands without causing ecological damage. But what is important is it might have worked for a couple of seasons while we are on the ground, but that's not possible all the time. So we need to try and make predictive models based on data that's available out in the open. So using dam reservoir level data, what we did was, so we knew, you've all probably heard of the ISI marks. Okay, so there's an institution that maintains that prescribed standards across the board for all kinds of things, from your pressure cookers, from your helmets, to how reservoirs and dams are managed and so on. So they recommend that all reservoirs and dams maintain something called a rule curve. And rule curves are important because one, it can decide how much water is to be released, how water that's caught in the monsoon has to be rationed for the rest of the year for all the beneficiaries, and keeping a cushion for a bad monsoon the following year. And typically there's a cushion that's allowed where dams are not kept right up to the brim through the year, especially close to the monsoon. So dams are supposed to keep some dead space, because if there's sudden rainfall in the catchment, if there's a cloudburst event in the catchment, then that can be buffered in the dam. But most dams, what they do is they keep their waters up to the brim close to the monsoon, and if there's sudden rainfall, then they're forced to release a lot of water, open all the gates to save the dam itself. And this happened in Bansagar in 2017 when there was a very large flood. They had to release water, and the result was Patna was underwater for maybe at least more than a week, and Patna is several hundred kilometers from the Bansagar dam. And these sorts of events are well known. If you follow this sort of news, you'll even see it in newspapers and so on. So yeah, so looking at rule curves and those guidelines, we were able to come up with these what recommended rule curves should be, wherein downstream demands are met. So we knew what the proportion of water is available to both UP and Bihar, and based on those considerations and what downstream demands are for the sanctuary, keeping in mind the Gharyal specifically. And that comes back to a question that was raised. I think Savita raised it in the morning. How do you decide on ecological flows? And yes, there's no one standard methodology. It all depends on what you're trying to address, what your particular objective is. So in our case, it was the Gharyal and skimmer breeding ecology as the objective. And so we used what is known as a life history hydrologic method, where we use the information on species, breeding, biology, both the seasonality of that and the exact breeding sites, because they breed or they lay eggs at a certain level above available water at that particular time of the year. So using that, we were able to decide how much water would not inundate nests and so on. And that was what was used to recommend how much water should be released at different times of the year, and how that would relate to how water is maintained in the dam itself. And what we've also made, we've made provisions for what is known as flushing flows. Like I mentioned earlier, dams don't just stop water, they also hold back a lot of sediment. And it's well known in hydrology that, so there's a phenomenon called hungry water. Because rivers have a certain amount of energy when they're flowing, and there's always suspended sediment that's being carried downstream. And there are different zones in a river. Some areas of where sediment is deposited, and some areas are where there's erosion, and that balances out in the long term. So, and even sand that you see in any particular beach on the river is not permanent. that sand travels downstream in the next subsequent monsoon. So sand is constantly being transported downstream. So we try and made provisions for that by these flushing flows during the rising limb of the reservoir water level. And these flushing flows are to try and remove sediment that gets accumulated behind the dam itself. And we consider that important because another phenomenon that we observe here locally is that the Banas, the first tributary that you see, brings in a lot of sediment from the foreland that it comes from. And because there's not enough flow in the zone, a lot of old pools, they've all gotten, filled in. So a lot of habitat, Gharial habitat is lost because there's just the sand that's piled up, and the river doesn't have enough energy to carry that downstream. So these flows where you see these little dips, although these look tiny, you have to remember that this is in relation to a large dam. So this is, so when you see this dip, it means, all these values are in million cubic meters. Yeah, so this is in some sense a brief of what was done. And so at least with the Son Gharial Sanctuary, we were able to provide recommendations on data that's available. And this is to highlight both the necessity for having data from government departments and to be able to collaborate. So, and this was simply impossible if we didn't have the collaboration of the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department. And Mr. Raman in particular was extremely supportive in the field, both helping us, communicating with the irrigation departments, and so on. And yeah, so we're trying to do the same thing in the Chambal now, but Chambal is a little more tricky because there are 4 large dams to deal with. There are a couple of very large tributaries like the Kali Sindh and Parvati, on which new dams are being constructed. And we have 3 state forest departments there, because the Chambal Sanctuary, like we spoke yesterday, has has Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. So coordinating between multiple agencies in multiple states is a challenge in itself. So, but yeah, this is an effort we'd like to continue. And these are the people who've been involved in the study. And Ramanji already acknowledged Dr. Ranjit Singh and the NBWL committee that directed this, that the study take place. And these were people in the field who supported our work, and these are some of our funders. Yeah, happy to take any questions. I'll also end with a slide on, this is the work we are currently doing, looking at some of the challenges for riverine wildlife. And the gharial and the river dolphin are the focal species, but these are the other organisms that also live in these habitats and will benefit from these sorts of interventions.
Thanks a lot, Arun. Wonderful. Yeah, just take a chair. We will we'll have कितना 5 minutes होगा question के लिए? Okay. So we will. I'll go by 2 questions, and the corollary to. I'll just take half a minute to elaborate on what Tarun said. I was in deep dire straits because NGT will keep on asking how much minimum you want. I said there is nothing like minimum. So shall I ask them to release whenever they want something? You tell me in the QMAX. मैंने कहा वो भी नहीं होता है. Then we sat down together, and Dr. Krishna Swami and Ravi and Ranjit Singh and Tarun, and we all decided how to put it to the NGT. Then we said we found out certain figures, some figures we mentioned, and they agreed. This is the seasonality, and this is based on the seasonality. These are the values we want. NGT wrote to the Central Water Commission to review the tripartite agreement between UP, Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh for the water sharing agreement. We knew that was a very difficult task, but it was reviewed. Down the line, the message was there that please for all the agencies, कि भाई follow whatever they are saying about the ecological flow. So for some time, or even now, I talk to the field director, they say the Mansagar authorities, they ask us before releasing more water into, whenever they're discharging the water. So hats off to you and thanks to you and your efforts that we have some figures to give to the stakeholders. So questions, please. Two questions. Sir, आप ही लेंगे sir question.
रिलेटेड है इसलिए बताना था, तरुण से रिलेटेड है. पहली चीज तो ये है, आई हैड डन ए वेरी क्विक सर्वे डन बाय तरुण in Kane about the presence of otter. It is not there. I request somebody to take it as a recommendation to reintroduce otters in Kane. And second thing, section 29 of Wildlife Protection Act is not followed in the country. So it's a big legal riddle. This need to be addressed very immediately, because anybody obstructing a river, they take it for granted कि मतलब सेक्शन 29 कहीं है ही नहीं बीच में, और इसके बारे में कहीं पर भी कोई व्याख्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं, साइलेंटली फॉर एवरीबॉडीज कन्वीनियंस. सो ये दो इश्यूज इस वर्कशॉप कॉन्फ्रेंस के रिकमेंडेशंस पे ले लिया जाए. थैंक यू.
I hope Tarun will be able to rise up to the occasion. BC sir is raising a question. So, mic. You have the mic.
Tarun, I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things often it is the state and the decision makers response back to you. They say species and ecosystem adapt to acute stochastic events, okay, and any stochastic event related changes, and therefore what we do anthropogenically chronic events will also adapt. Species will adapt, but very often they don't realize the time frame required in a stochastic event for the ecosystem to adapt. And often, I think, many of the government forums, multi-ministerial meetings, the planners and administrators and defenders always say, stochastic events, the systems get adapted to. So why are you worried? These anthropogenic changes will also provide the opportunity for species and system to adapt. What response do you have based on your work to counter such arguments?
So yes, certainly some species that are considered gentlest, they can do well with these sorts of sudden changes, because there's certain level of behavioral and adaptive plasticity. But often with species that are more sensitive to these sort of changes, you see immediate responses. So even in this case, every time there was a sudden dam discharge, we would see gharials moving longitudinally much greater distances than rest of the year. But what we also notice that it creates what are known as ecological traps. So species are responding to what is immediately available, sensing them as opportunities. But when water levels go down as soon as dam gates are shut, those animals are stranded in habitats that don't have enough water. So we see that with fish also. Even fish start moving upstream, imagining that there's an early monsoon. And so people set up traps because of that. And they've moved upstream, but they can't return because those traps are in place. So so it's what you call an ecological trap worsened by people using that to their benefit, which is also why the previous speaker mentioned fish ladders. And in almost all barrages and dams we see people standing exactly where the fish ladders are to try and pick up these animals when they try and use these structures.
They are traps, not
yes.
necessarily. Yeah, yet another argument, I think, in terms of gharial is, gharials can possibly be released back into inundated water bodies, and often examples are given of Ramganga. The Ramganga reservoir is supporting gharial. So why are you worried? Why do you want a flowing river? So that's also a counter. Something needs to be countered. This is not necessarily an ideal habitat. It's a suboptimal habitat where you are taking the gharial. And gharial has not successfully bred in Ramganga reservoir for many, many years. There are successful breeding taking place, but not really many successful hatching. So I think, there are examples, critical examples, which you need to be taking to counter these arguments for our so-called planners and administrators.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
This is a classic case seen with long-lived reptiles especially, because the number of adults keep adding up through the years, and because they're long-lived, you don't see collapses in population. It's just that when there's senescence of that cohort, but you've not had any recruitment in the preceding years. So when that cohort dies, then there's nothing replacing those. So those changes, those results are seen, say, 30 years later, 40 years later.
Just one term I would like to share with everyone. मूर्ति सर आप पीछे बैठ गए, कोई पीछे से पूछ नहीं रहा है, तो आप ही चले गए पीछे से कि पीछे से पूछ लेंगे. एक टर्म जो ऐसा he wants to become young. Yeah, he is getting envious of Vikram also. Okay, एक टर्म है बड़ा अच्छा जो कि रंजीत सिंह सर ने हम लोग को बताया था when he was arguing this cause. He said अविरल धारा नहीं रह गई है. अविरल धारा is one thing. सुबह में भी वो चल रहा था session about the river ecosystem. अविरल धारा, that is the beauty. I mean, and that said, this अविरल धारा makes the river a living creature. ये आया था, this living creature thing came in the morning panel. But Aviral Dhara, I think for the young generation, they can, you can Google also if you don't understand what Aviral Dhara. That is what we have to look for, a living river. I think that they have shut down the...
No, it's there.
Bolo bhai Vikas, ek question.
Tarun, I have a question. So in the morning you mentioned that whenever we talk about river restoration, you need some reference of what it used to be. So in the context of climate change, when things are altering quickly, does it make sense to look for a reference in the past? If not, then how does one go about it?
So yeah, this is a challenge that's been acknowledged, and so there are two ways to look at it. So some practitioners, some people undertake what's known as restoration, where you're trying to go back to a historic reference point. But in other cases, they refer to this as rewilding, where you have some sense of what species are there in that landscape given their general distribution, and you try and take back species and assemblages based on those understandings. So you might not have specific information on species X being at a particular point, but if it falls within their broad geographic range, you have to restart ecological processes. So you're just not looking at species assemblages, but you're looking at processes, and you're using species as actors to serve that purpose. So you might, for an example being that you see a system and you know that it requires grazing as an important process. And then you would select herbivores from that general landscape and then add them to that spot. But with ecological flows, you go by general first principles. And if you know what the general conditions are, how species are expected to respond to certain situations, you can use that to inform how you recommend flow regimes and so on.
Okay, thank you so much, Tarun and Ramanji. I would request Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate our guests. We're going to move on to the next session. We're shuffling the schedule a little bit. So our next session is going to be on IUCN National Red Listing, Access, Plan and Act for Species Conservation. This particular presentation will be given by Dr. Yash Veer Bhatnagar. With more than 30 years of experience in the conservation science and practice, Dr. Bhatnagar serves as the country representative of IUCN India. He has led major national and international initiatives, working closely with governments, research institutions and communities to advance participatory and science-backed conservation. It's lovely to have you here, sir. Would request you to please join us on stage. I would just request you, sir, to keep it to 25 minutes.
Yes, I also have to catch a train. Yeah.
Sorry, sir. So please, before we start this, I would just like to call upon Mr. Vikas to felicitate Mr. Bhatnagar with the welcome planter. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Vikas ji, Mr. Murthy. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I really am sad that I was not able to be here yesterday, and I'll have to leave immediately after my talk. It's an amazing collection of speakers and the young people who are here. So, but I think next year I'll try my best that I and IUCN India are better involved in this. Now, since there are the theme of this larger workshop, conference, and the fact that we have so many young people here, this is something that I normally start with. It's a quiz, something that engages. And so, I mean, how does it work? Okay, so I just want just a few seconds to say what these are. Quickly, loudly. Okay. Which one? Yeah. Yeah. So again, see, here is what I want to say. Lesser known species. Yeah. Dramatic, extremely important, perhaps ignored. The only wild relatives of our livestock. The one on the left is ibex, a wild goat species, capra, and on the right is urial, Ladakh urial, wild relative of sheep. So just want to, we keep talking about wild relatives of crops, but these are wild relatives of livestock, and an ibex male stands about 110 kilos. Yeah, compare it with maybe about 50 kilos for a large livestock, large goat that we may have. The largest wild sheep is more than 120 kilo, the Marco Polo sheep or the Tibetan Argali. This one? Very good. Yeah. And so in central India, again, Barasingha is probably well known, but how about Chausinga, the owlet, the leaf, I think the leaf bat, and the mashir that we saw in the morning. So these are species which are lesser known. And the thing about lesser known species also is that these are species which are, in terms of the large spread of a million species, it's basically a handful that we keep hearing, we keep talking about. But there are the lesser known species, the mycorrhizal networks, for example. Yeah, there are so many of these mushrooms and species which have ecological importance, economic importance, cultural importance, things that we have been hearing since morning. But for species, it's important to know where they occur. For any species, sometimes we don't even know. Tell me if you have seen a good distribution map of cheetal, which is among the most common deer species in India. Yeah, maybe after the tiger project started in WI, we are beginning to see. But till recently, even for such common species, it was not available. Abundance estimation, again, for how many, there are people who might say 322 animals or something like that. But the estimates for anything, any species, are authentic estimates are not there. So we don't know where they occur very often. We don't know how many are there. We don't know whether the populations are increasing or decreasing. And if they are decreasing, why? What are the drivers of these threats? What are the threats which are causing the species declines? And then what can be done about it? What can we do about conservation of these species? Now, So this is where IUCN comes in. I am quite sure that most of you are aware about the International Union for Conservation of Nature, but just a minute about it. So it was established in 1948 by the UN General Assembly. In those days, post-war, environment was not something that was in the forefront, but countries believed, the UN believed that it is an important thing to speak about it, and it was established as a union of countries. Yeah, so that was the way IUCN was established to begin with, and it is perhaps the largest international organization, and it has many features, a layered structure, but it is best known for its knowledge. And it's not about knowledge of IUCN staff, it is about the commissions. So there are 7 commissions, the largest of which is the Species Survival Commission, which has about 11,000 members. But in terms of the 7 commissions spanning species, climate, protected areas, science and policy, and so on, there are more than 17,000 experts and indigenous group people member who are contributing to different measures. But the red listing of species is perhaps the flagship that IUCN has. Red listing is essentially when we say that tiger is endangered or Chosinga was vulnerable. It's based on a certain process. But one thing that we should just note here is that we are talking about being in the 6th mass extinction. And there are these challenges, and but this knowledge gap is something which is coming up when we are looking at species. So I just mentioned that to conserve a species effectively, you need to understand its ecology well. We need to understand it well and have an understanding of its threats and what can be done. And there are multiple things, multiple regions. So there are geographic nuances, there are seasonal issues, there are ways in which there are threats which are common or more important in a certain valley and not in the other, and so on and so forth. So there are so many nuances which need to be understood. So what we see here is that of a few million species, it's barely about 2% which has been assessed by IUCN in terms of its risk of extinction, which is what red listing is. And if you can see the different taxa, the amount of species which are threatened is very large. Now, see, the Red List website is something that I would encourage especially the students to see, because they are perhaps the most authoritative compilation of information on any given species. Yeah, and there are close to 48,000 species which have been assessed globally. So here, if you see, you have a snapshot of, there is a dashboard, and then of course there is a detailed PDF and downloadable shape files for the distribution that you can get from these areas. But you can see that you get an information on its conservation status, its taxonomy. Very often this is the best source for clarifying the taxonomy, and the issues related to its threats, habitat occurrences, and the kind of conservation actions which can be taken. And it also includes a lot about the stakeholders who are involved in this. There are 9 categories which, again, all the way from data deficient and not evaluated. But the key threatened categories are vulnerable, endangered, and critically endangered. Like Ghadial is critically endangered. Yeah. So these are essentially based on a very rigorous process, which is a combination of most of the available expertise. So typically, experts on that particular taxa, on that species, usually get together to understand the occurrences, the abundance of the species, the changes that have taken, the trends, the declines or stabilization or increase, the trends basically, and document all the known information about its habitat, threats, and other things to really get to this whole process of, if you can see the, using these criteria, you can get into the classification of these categories. Of course, after that, it is reviewed very carefully, and then it is published on the IUCN website. So this is a kind of a very serious kind of process which is followed globally for this. Now, there are issues about it. And I would, as I will say in the next slide, for a country like India, it's like a subcontinent, yeah? And with so many ecosystems, so many species, mega diversity country and so on. But here, the problem is that we have only 8,000 species that occur in India which have been assessed out of the 48,000. Most of these 8,000 species assessed in India actually are global species which also happen to occur in India. So, a species like the Tibetan gazelle, for which only about 200 individuals are occurring in Ladakh and Sikkim, is still near threatened. It was vulnerable till recently, least consultant till recently. But in the Indian context, it is not, just with few hundred individuals left. And there are some other examples that occur in, that are there for the 1.5 lakh species which ZSI, BSI have documented in India. Sorry, and here, so 2 years ago, my office in IUCN India, we collaborated with the ministry, the ZSI, BSI, and the Center for Species Survival in the Wildlife Trust of India to actually begin this process of national red listing. It is a consultative process which involves, of course, these experts from these institutions, but all the other specialist groups also in India. So we basically want to get this collective knowledge to assess species in India, which can then in turn advise our Wildlife Protection Act schedule slightly better. For example, the GIB is also, the Great Indian Bustard is also a Schedule 1 species, and so is peacock, peafowl, yeah? But see the difference in the status. They are both Schedule 1 species. They're not guided by its conservation status. There can be cultural issues and other things, but there are ways in which the national red listing can actually guide the process of species prioritization, protection, and even legislation. Now, like I was saying, there are about 1.5 lakh flora, plants and animals that occur in India, and so far only less than 5% are assessed, like I was saying, and this is the kind of array of species which are there. Now, see, assessment is just one part. So first and foremost is that we need to assess this, the status, for which we need the experts and who need to understand the nuances of the whole red listing process, the rigorous criteria which are used to actually come up with categorization. But the purpose is not ending at the assessment. So to say a species is endangered or vulnerable or least concern is not the end of the story. It's just the beginning of the story which advises the conservationists and the managers to then plan and act better. So we call it the conservation cycle. And with that, we also add now communicate and network as two important things given the stakeholders who are there. Now, if you look at assessment, it's one of the most rigorous processes where we really need to imagine a species. We are technically trying to get all the known records of its occurrences, trends in the since the last assessment or any baseline year, and then use the shrinkage in habitat or abundance as the basis to really come up with the categories that we have here. So it requires a very rigorous process. Now, what we have in this, what we are trying to achieve here is to come up with about 11,000 species assessed by 2030 in India, in the Indian context. So that is the key goal that we have now set, but this is 11,000 at a minimum. So this will include all the way from plants, invertebrates, all the way to reptiles, amphibians, fishes, birds and mammals and so on. So all taxa are going to be assessed. But for this assessment, many of you are expert on species, but basically what we are trying to do is to get scientists and other experts trained in the whole process of assessment, for which there have been close to 100 trainees have been already trained in ZSI, BSI and some other institutions. But we are also trying to get master trainers to be trained in the IUCN Cambridge unit, so that there can be a very large number of experts who can be trained in this process. We also are looking at a national specialist group, India species specialist group that can be established to strengthen this process. And of course, by 2030, we'll have several outputs in terms of authentic publications and red data books, which can be nice compilations of species. And we are prioritizing endemics and species which are in the in the Wildlife Protection Act as a priority. Now, the last two steps, the next two steps are, of course, planning. Now, planning is something like we saw in the case of Mahashir also this morning, that you can understand the issues, but you then need to not do things sporadically, but you need to have a cohesive plan. And there are guidances that IUCN has provided, but we can see that there are planning and action plans which IUCN used to have in the past, like for dragonflies, and there are species-specific ones like the Project Snow Leopard document. So these are strategies which are generic plans for the conservation of species. And this can lead to the recovery. And the other thing that the Ministry of Environment has, is the integrated development of wildlife habitats, under which 22 species, including maybe several turtles and vultures also, so about 29 species are prioritized for conservation. So there are these ways in which species can be prioritized for conservation, but it is crucial that there is a strategy, a plan made. But once a plan is made, then to act, you need more specific management plans and resources to be set aside, and for which, like the PA management plans and other species action plans which have the allocation of resources is important. And what we also are hoping is that in India now, philanthropic organizations like the Habitat Trust and SBI Foundation are getting interested in species and biodiversity conservation. But with the national red listing in place, we are hoping that that can also help guide their sourcing of resources for the conservation of species. And finally, this is something that we are keen to, or anybody actually, even if you see in the Mahashir case in the morning, awareness generation typically becomes a part of any comprehensive conservation program. So if you have any conservation plan, you implement, you mitigate the threats, but it is important that it is communicated to the stakeholders, whether they are lay people, policy makers, tourists in some cases, effectively. In most cases, we are hoping for behavior change. Yeah. So if there is, garbage is strewn anywhere near a water body in the mountains or any sensitive area, it's not that people are not aware. It's just that they are not ready to change the behavior. And so, again, I was actually pleasantly surprised that IUCN has a working group on behavior change in the Commission on Environment and Environmental Education. So this is a kind of a culmination of any conservation program, I would say, where effective communication and behavior change is enabled. So thank you. This is a very quick overview that I just wanted to give up. Any questions? Very clear? Okay, thank you so much. Oh, okay.
The question is not on the presentation, but about the availability of some of the literature which is part of IUCN library.
Sorry? Availability of?
Some of the published material which is part of IUCN library system. Because I was looking for some report on Project Tiger areas. And through search in the net, I found that it was not locally available.
Okay.
But one link showed that it is available in IUCN library.
Okay, yeah.
But I understand WII is not the member of IUCN Library Network. Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore is not the member of IUCN Library Network. So I had to request one of my friend who got that report from some other source, but 2 pages were missing. So I wonder whether any institution in India is a member of IUCN Library Network. If so, which is that, and what is the possibility of getting that kind of material to the young colleagues, young scientists?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the people.
So, I mean, this particular thing I'm not aware of. Maybe Dr. B.S. Chaudhary might be able to also explain about this. But my understanding is that IUCN, all the IUCN publications, are already, but it is available in the, yeah. Okay, okay, okay.
From the sources here.
Yes, yes.
So I thought that maybe it is somewhere in the net.
So, I mean,
so my search led to that it is in
IUCN.
IUCN library.
Okay.
So it is not IUCN publication.
Okay, so but the library doesn't really have that kind of network. IUCN library, if I understand correctly, is not a very big library that we have in the headquarters. It is all spread over through this digital media, but several organizations in India are members of IUCN, including WII, ZSI, BSI, and WWF and others. So that is the membership that they have for IUCN. Perhaps this is something that I can take offline with you, sir. Yeah.
This is largely archival material. That's one of the reasons you couldn't get it. Most publications you can get it even as an individual member of the commission.
There's an IUCN publication, no doubt.
Yeah. Archival material, it is a bit difficult to get that. But there are individual organizations who are actually specializing on archival material supply. And you probably have to look into what are those organizations who give you the archival material. That's one of the limitations of the library of the IUCN.
Thanks, sir, for the presentation. I want to know more about, like you mentioned about Schedule 1 in the Wildlife Protection Act, but if we move around things little bit within like Wildlife Protection Act, do you see any potential risk of doing that? For example, like peacocks, you mentioned, they are like Schedule 1 species, but their status is least concern. But if we change Schedule 1, because that's like legal.
That's a good question. If that is the thing, see, what ZSI, BSI, and what we have been discussing here is not really to change the schedules for every species, but see, if you notice, when you see a IUCN category, it is not just CR for critically endangered, or it is not just EN. There are some alphabets and numbers along with it, which is the criteria which have been used to get to that. So there are some species which have got its categorization based on just information on the change in the distribution range, whereas for some we have done this based on the change in the abundance of the species. So what we are suggesting here is that all these species can remain in Schedule 1, but with a subscript which can be LC. So Great Indian Bustard can be Schedule 1 CR, and peafowl can be Schedule 1 LC. Yeah. So there is an idea of its risk of extinction, which is embedded in the species. So what we are hoping is that by 2030, all the species which are there in the Wildlife Protection Act will be assessed. So the scale that is expected is rather ambitious, but hopefully it should be done. Yeah. Yes.
Listing in the IUCN
Totally.
Wildlife Protection Act.
Totally.
That's probably the biggest achievement that will happen.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
सर जब से वाइल्ड लाइफ में आए हैं तब से एक बात अभी तक समझ में नहीं आया, ये IUCN स्पीशीज स्पेशलिस्ट ग्रुप होता क्या है, ये लोग करते क्या हैं, मुझे नहीं मालूम, बिकॉज फील्ड में इनको हमने कभी नहीं देखा है. राव साहब इधर उधर मुड़ के देख रहे हैं, चूंकि वो भी एक ग्रुप का मेंबर है. तो आई वुड लाइक टू नो, एंड मेनी ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंसेस ये बहुत सारे टाई वाले मिलते हैं, फील्ड के काम वाले कब मिलेंगे वहाँ पे?
सर इस पे देखिए क्या है कि लाइक BC sir is a member of several specialist groups. Yeah, there are, I think, I'm sure many of the people who you see working in the field are specialist group members. I'm sure Tarun also is a specialist group member also. So sir, I think the key thing about the specialist groups that is there, like I was explaining, there are 17,000 experts and others who are specialist group members of IUCN. And in the WCPA, World Commission on Protected Areas, several forest officers are members of that commission. There is a very simple process. So, in fact, the new quadrennium is now just begun, because the meeting happened in October, the World Conservation Congress, and the new quadrennium begins this month for the next 4 years. And the new members are going to be taken in each of the commissions. Yeah, so that is a process which has begun. And if for anybody who is interested, for species or any conservation issue, there are several, like I said, 200 odd specialist groups itself are there. So you can go and enroll. The chair of the group will consider, and membership will be given. In fact, the species specialist group, Mr. Vivek Menon is the new chair of the commission, and one of his key policies is to really expand in the third world, in the global south. He really wants to, because there's so much expertise. But please remember that anybody who has committed interest in a taxa can become a member. And many of the people who are working on the ground are members. They may not come out as IUCN members always, but they are usually commission members.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatnagar. It was lovely to have you here, even though for a very short time. I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speaker. Now, continuing with our spontaneous shuffling of the schedule, our next session is going to be a pending session from yesterday, a session on an integrated approach to systematics, ecology and conservation of Indian ornamental tarantulas by Mr. Gautam. Gautam is a PhD scholar at Sacred Hearts College, Kerala. His research focuses on arachnid taxonomy covering spiders. Till date, he has described 16 new spider species from across India and is now studying the ecology, taxonomy and illegal trade of tarantulas in India. The chair for the session today is Dr. V.P. Unyal. He is a professor at Graphic Era University and is also a former scientist at WII. He's a leading ecologist with over 3 decades of work in Himalayan biodiversity, ecosystem services, and long-term ecological monitoring. A pioneering entomologist, he has advanced anthropod-based bioindication, authored 135 plus papers, 4 books, mentored over 25 PhD students, and has contributed to major ecological expeditions across the Himalayas. It's lovely to have both of you here. Would request you both to please join us on stage. To welcome our speaker and our chair for today, I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and felicitate them with the welcome planters. Thank you, Mr. Vikas. I will hand over the mic to Mr. Unyal. Professor, you can start. You can begin.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, next session is very interesting because of that. It is we are talking about the animal with 8 legs and 8 eyes. And the arachnids, spiders, and little bit information on the spiders, but the diversity is rich. If you know that, having roughly 53,000 species of spider worldwide. And our country is having 2,300 species. And one of the best indicator of biodiversity monitoring, biological control agent, but the information is very limited. If a spider is anywhere in your house, you are ready to kill it. But the diversity is rich. In Europe, large number of small industries on spider breedings. They are using this spider's venom as well as the spider's silk for the sardines, as well as the bulletproof jackets and homeopathic medicines. But our country, this type of information knowledge is very limited. And the father of Indian spider is Professor Tikadhar, former director of ZSI, as well as in Indian Central India. The spiders work has been done in different PAs of the Madhya Pradesh, Kanha, Panna, by Professor Gazwe. He works on spiders, but still some of the areas the spider has not been documented. In our country is having more than 1,000 protected areas, but we're having the information of butterflies and birds and reptiles and mammals and amphibians, but the spiders information is very, very limited. In some of the organization is Western Ghats, South India, and even in Sacred Heart College of Cochin, some of the working the scientists work. I'm fortunate that I work in spiders on Valley of Flowers and on River Vaisva reserves, even in some of the Satrai landscape of Dudhwa Tiger reserves, and some part of Maharashtra also, and I supervise 8 PhD theses on spiders and few papers and books on the spider study. It's very interesting for the spiders. We are having jumping spiders, wolf spiders, garden spiders, but it is careful attention is required to study the spiders. So that is a presentation very interesting by Kadam. He's a PhD student, already discussed, and definitely then you will get the interest how the spiders is important for our biodiversity. Over to Kadam.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be talking about lesser known taxa and lesser known wildlife trade. So nobody knowing like that, spiders are being traded from India to outside countries. So people are keeping as a pet in abroad, and that is my subject for study. Yeah. So lesser known spiders and lesser known animal trade. So I will talk about basic taxonomy. You'll be knowing about there are so many arachnids like scorpions, and there are many in case of spider, they have spinneret, spinning organ. So that's why they are different than scorpion and other arachnids. So they are completely different in arachnid. So in order Areni, there are 3 groups in spiders. So one group is called Mesotheli. Where is pointer? Pointer. Okay. So this is Mesotheli. So you can see this spider. It is having segmented body here at the abdomen. So it is called Mesotheli. They are not found in India. They are found in Japan and China. Okay. So we can they are actually very primitive spider. We can consider as a truly living fossil. They're not actually fossil, living fossil, but we can call them. And we'll be talking about that red box. They are actually found in India. They are megalomorph, and in spider there are 2 groups, arenomorphs and megalomorphs. And that's why, because of that fang structure, they are differentiated. If you see this fang, it is inward directed, like a JCB. If you see JCB, it is like an inward. So that is primitive character. So we can separate spiders, like normal spiders and old spider, because of this chelicerae, that fangs, because it is inward. And if you see this spider, it is it is not having segmented body, and so it is belong to Tarantula, and this is arenomorph. So whatever we are getting here, all if you go outside and if you see any spider, it is belong to this category. So they are having it is like not inward like this, like JCB. It is like this. The fangs are like this. So if you see this red box, arenomorph and megalomorph, so this red box we are continuing. The arenomorph is having like inward pointing fangs, and in megalomorphs having downward pointing fangs. So downward pointing fangs means it is primitive nature. And if you see this thing, they have 4 pair of book lungs. Book lungs is a respiratory organ of spider, and they are like breathing from that organ. So it is 2 pairs are there here. But if it is in this case arenomorph, there is only 1 pair. Okay, that's why they are actually recently evolved spider. So primitive spider, when they evolved, they are here from Triassic period. Triassic period means when first dinosaur came on Earth, that time. So this is the one biggest spider of the world. It is almost 10 centimeter, and along with legs, it is 28 centimeter legs. Legs are up to like 20 centimeter. It is not found in India. So importance of primitive spiders or tarantulas. So tarantulas are endemic to particular location. So they are not found anywhere. So we can do study like biogeographic study and venom for medical research. It is very easy to extract venom from tarantulas. They have big fangs, so it is easy. But normally, whatever we are seeing, those are small spiders. It is very difficult to extract the venom from there. So they are actually natural pest controller that everybody knows. So ecosystem health indicator. So if tarantulas are there, that means that area is ecologically more suitable, and we can say indicator species. Health is good. So they have distinct behavioral pattern in primitive spider. So this is not actually tarantula. It is some trapdoor spider. It is not hairy. That's why it is not belongs to tarantula. So can you play this video? So they have the prey capturing techniques are very different than normal spider. They are not making webs to capturing prey. Just for sensing that prey size and everything, they are making webs.
क्षेत्र के बीच रहना पसंद करती हैं। ढक्कन की बाहरी सतह ट्रैपडोर मकड़ियां ज्यादातर पेड़ के तने के नीचे या पेड़ की जड़ों और छायादार क्षेत्र के बीच रहना पसंद करती हैं। ढक्कन की बाहरी सतह सूखी पत्तियों, मिट्टी और चट्टान के कणों से बनी होती है ताकि यह आसपास के वातावरण से ढकी रहे। बाहरी खतरों से खुद को बचाने के लिए वे अपने दरवाजे बंद रखते हैं। ट्रैपडोर मकड़ियां ज्यादातर रात में सक्रिय होती हैं और दिन के दौरान अपने बिल के अंदर रहती हैं और उनके घोंसले के प्रवेश द्वार के चारों ओर आमतौर पर रेशम होता है। जब कोई शिकार जाल के ढक्कन के पास से गुजरता है और यदि शिकार रेशम के जाल को छू लेता है तो मकड़ी बाहर निकलती है और शिकार को फंसाकर
हाँ चेक किया था।
ट्रैपडोर मकड़ियां ज्यादातर पेड़ के तने के नीचे या पेड़ की जड़ों और छायादार क्षेत्र के बीच रहना पसंद करती हैं। ढक्कन की बाहरी सतह सूखी पत्तियों, मिट्टी और चट्टान के कणों से बनी होती है ताकि यह आसपास के वातावरण से ढकी रहे। बाहरी खतरों से खुद को बचाने के लिए वे अपने दरवाजे बंद रखते हैं। ट्रैपडोर मकड़ियां ज्यादातर रात में सक्रिय होती हैं और दिन के दौरान अपने बिल के अंदर रहती हैं और उनके घोंसले के प्रवेश द्वार के चारों ओर आमतौर पर रेशम होता है। जब कोई शिकार जाल के ढक्कन के पास से गुजरता है और यदि शिकार रेशम के जाल को छू लेता है तो मकड़ी बाहर निकलती है और शिकार को फंसाकर अंदर खींच लेती है। ट्रैपडोर मकड़ियां ज्यादातर पेड़ के तने के नीचे
Okay, so this is actually feeding style of these spiders, and like they are actually ambush predator, and like that's why they are primitive and they are actually lesser known. So we total 125 species of old world spiders in India. So it is almost 98% are from that almost 98% are endemic. Other species are found in Sri Lanka and almost Bangladesh, and in Northeast we have common species with China also. And if you see the megalomorph spiders, megalomorph means primitive spiders. So there is one family called Theroposidae. It is called true tarantulas. So how to identify tarantula? If you see that this species, it is not having hairs on its body. If you see, this is actually hairy spider. So hairy means tarantula. So we have around 65 species of tarantula in India. So all are endemic to a specific area. Okay, so there are true it is called true tarantula because they are having hairs on their body. So there are almost 13 genera in India. So I am working on one genus. It is called Poecilotheria. It is called Indian a tiger spider. So you can see that first picture how they are actually staying. It is they are actually arboreal, this Poecilotheria genus, and found on trees. They are actually preferring a particular tree species. And if you see other tarantulas, they are actually found on roadside slopes and forested area. See this one, this is from Amboli, and it is actually found on roadside bunds. This is Selam ornamental tarantula. They are actually found in cavities, tree cavities. So these are some tarantulas found in India, and it is they are into wildlife trade, illegal pet trade, and they are beautiful. That's why they are into wildlife. Their people are actually selling. So this is terrarium. How people are keeping tarantulas in abroad, and in India also some people are keeping, and they are why the people are selling this. and why they are actually keeping as pet, because they are actually attractive. If you see this spider, this is found in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. It is called peacock tarantula, and they have longer lifespan, body size, and low maintenance. So there are like the trade is going on, and continuously there are news coming from like some like man smuggled 95 exotic tarantulas or something, and it is like every like in India in every airport they are like getting seized, and it is because of they are easy to transport. They are not coming into like scanning machine or anything, so people are easily get tarantula from India, and they are selling outside outside the country. And in custom, like there is a weak enforcement, lack of awareness within government body, because like they are not zoologists. They can't understand like what is going abroad, like what is going through their passenger luggage or anything. So so it is completely unregulated. Nobody knows about it. So this species traded from India. So this is actually whip scorpion, tailless whip scorpion. This is scorpion, and this is Scolopendra, and some albino animals. So people are, if we are selling albino animal, like nobody will be knowing the species, because it is they are into a different color. Okay, so they people can easily sell that. So like custom will be not knowing whether it is from India or somewhere. So Sri Lankan government and US government, they actually initiated, because that time the trade was like in USA, most of the tarantulas coming from Sri Lanka, and they initiate this thing, and they request proposal to inclusion of the genus Poecilotheria under appendices, and there are now 22 species of Indian tarantulas are into illegal patented, and they are into Schedule 2. Now the entire Poecilotheria genus into Schedule 2. So the genus, how to identify? They have a distinct abdominal pattern, like this chevron pattern, and they have bands. Male and females are distinct, and they are almost similar in size. So this is Poecilotheria striata, Mysuru ornamental tarantula. It was described from Mysore, Karnataka, and it is found till Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and it is widely distributed species, also found in nearby Mumbai. It is vulnerable and found in dry deciduous forest. This is a red slate ornamental tarantula, only found in Trivandrum, Kerala, and high altitude species, and this is only species found in moist and evergreen forest, preferring. This is Rameshwaram ornamental tarantula, only found in Rameshwaram Island of Tamil Nadu, and it is critically endangered. This is peacock spider. There are only 2 records from Andhra and Tamil Nadu, and endemic to southern eastern Ghat. Currently, I am working on it as my PhD topic, and it is like it is critically endangered. So if you see the habitat, they for the only species preferring rock crevices in this genus. This is Poecilotheria metallica, and they are preferring some ficus tree for breeding purpose. So and high demand in illegal pet because of attractive size and color. So if you see this thing, some people are selling online. It is 15,001 juvenile actually. It is more than that. So this is adult female, this is subadult, and this is juvenile. So this picture from Tamil Nadu. So Poecilotheria formosa, Salem ornamental tarantula. It is described from Salem, Tamil Nadu, and it was described in 1899 by Pocock. And there are only 2 locations. There is one in Salem. There is one hill station. It's called Erkard. From that location, it got described. But if you go there, there is nothing left. Like almost coffee plantation and everything. The species is wiped out from that location. So I surveyed those locations from, this is Madurai, one published record from Madurai. So I went there and checked whether it is Salem ornamental or not. So it was Striata, Mysore ornamental tarantula. So almost 1 year I surveyed this area. Erkard Hills also I surveyed because it was mentioned in by Pocock in his book. So like how I am checking cavities, like to presence and absence of species. So this is a endoscope camera, and we can attach to mobile and we can check like cavities. So after 1 year of survey in Namakkal, Dindigul district, then I started in Salem. I got this tarantula, only one individual. Later I got 48 individual of breeding females, and now I am monitoring 48 individual. And this is another first record for Karnataka from nearby Hogenakkal side I got. So if you see, this is earlier record from Erkard, and this species is wiped out from this location. And I got this species nearby Karnataka Tamil Nadu border. So there are some threat. If you see, mining is going on, coffee plantation, tamarind plantation. Tamarind, like now it is naturalized, but this species is not preferring this tree. Afforestation, like people are planting any type of tree. So that is also. So this is albizia tree. It is actually natural plantation, there, and this spider is preferring only albizia tree. If you see the canopy, it is like lace canopy. There is no leaf litter, and this is the actual habitat of this species. Like. So I checked this thing, relative abundance of tree species. So albizia is dominant in that area, and then I checked whether the species, like species-wise probability of cavities, like only albizia is having more cavities within, and other trees are there. They are also having cavities, but this species is not preferring other trees. So other two trees I found, that Cordia dictoma and Ringtia tictoria. So both are trees. See, if they are not getting cavity, they are just making some web on this and they are staying inside. So they require 1 to 3 centimeter diameter of cavity, and if it is in downwards direction, then it is more. You will get like it should not be upward in direction, that cavity. So there are some particular things are there for this tarantula, like the bark should be 45 centimeter to 182. Canopy cover should be 0 to 60%. Like these are the statistical analysis, but still the survey should be done in many areas. This is first picture of a male. Male was not described from 18th century, so this is the first photograph of this species. And this male, like they are potentially feeding on juveniles of same species. So feeding behavior, they are coming on ground also and arboreal also. Feeding on top canopies of the Albizia ambra tree. They are eating this Colopendra centipede. So this is kleptoparasitism. This that black colored jumping spider, it is staying along with the Salem ornamental tarantula and feeding on like whatever it is like that tarantula getting, this spider is feeding. So this is unique colonial behavior. Within tarantula there is no, they are actually solitary, and this is actually first record of colonial behavior of this tarantula. If lack of cavity, if it is like cavities are not there, then they are just making such a web and they are staying. So in January to March they start closing their cavities, now they started closing their cavities for breeding purpose, and in mid-April, juvenile start appearing, and then they will open the cavities, that web, like, see, like this. It is closed and it is open now. So this open means juveniles will come out. So these are juveniles. This is mother. So there is a specific caterpillar emerging on same time. So there will be something association between them, like the emerging time of juveniles of Salem ornamental tarantula and this caterpillar, it is almost same. And some guessed, like in that cavities I saw one Faustian cat snake, one balloon frog. They are staying together. This balloon frog still there. It is staying along with one Salem ornament, like one tarantula. And I'm studying their thermal ecology, whether they are like preferring some temperature, like temperature pattern is there or not, like the tree temperature and their body temperature. So now we'll come to lesser known spiders of central India, like from Madhya Pradesh. So at present we have total 336 species belonging to 136 genera. It is actually 40% of total spider diversity in India. And there is no single publication on primitive spider species from Madhya Pradesh. But there are like species, like if you see on iNaturalist, you will get information. And there are notable research. Gravely started in 1921, was probably the first arachnologist from like Madhya Pradesh. He started, and Tikadar, Dr. Tikadar, Dr. Gajbe, Unial sir is here. Sir also worked. So potential area and species in Madhya Pradesh. So this is from Pachmari, nearby Satpura. So this is Indian ornamental tarantula, but there is no published recorded. This is I got in 2017. And this is found in Western Ghat, Deccan Plateau, and southern parts of Eastern Ghats. Like it is actually widespread species, and it is highly traded. So this is potentially undescribed species of tarantula from Madhya Pradesh. In Chhattisgarh, total 179 species are there. Like it is like little studied. There like undulating landscape is there. Still, like it is like will get more diversity. It is called Poecilotheria tigrina veseli. It is found in Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. It is famous in trade. And there is another tarantula, Chilobrachus hardwicki. It is found in Chhattisgarh. Only 2 species are there. And this is Bengal spotted ornamental tarantula. It is described from Chota Nagpur Plateau. And Chota Nagpur Plateau means Jharkhand, Orissa, those parts. And it is still exists in Orissa. And I'm looking for collaboration on this, for ecological study. And there is no confirmed record of this species till now. And the type locality, Chota Nagpur Plateau, and nobody knows about it till. So I'm working on identifying and address illegal trade. So these tarantulas are like 40,800. This is Salem ornamental tarantula. This peacock tarantula, 15,000. It is like they are selling juveniles actually. This from Crawford Market, Mumbai. And as per my study, the tarantulas not going outside from India. They are actually coming from abroad. Like people are selling from Southeast country like Indonesia, Myanmar, and they are coming to India like that. So I started awareness program in Tamil Nadu Forest Department, and I'm giving little training. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, 2 minutes. Yeah, young friends, you can develop your interest on working on the spiders. It's not require very big forest and deep area. Your kitchen garden is full of spiders. You can develop your interest from those flowers your campus of the university and document how many spiders in your university campus, how many spiders in your place rounds, how many spiders in your kitchen garden. And you get interest. Fantastic works, but very little information is available. Like Chhattisgarh is available, what spiders of Chhattisgarh is available. mountains, but so it's still deficit because of that. We are having 53,000 species of spider worldwide, and our country is documented 2,300 so far. Limited people are working, but you will get this lot of information from the groups and people who are interested to work on you. You have to develop your interest, and it was a very fantastic, and it is surprised to know that spider has been traded, not tiger, rhino, elephant, but spiders. I've seen spiders in some of the platform outside the country. People are selling it, and cost is up to the 40,000, 10,000 rupees. So you can develop your interest, and I think so it will be very useful for your research and interest on biodiversity conservation. Thank you very much.
Question?
Any questions? Yeah, please.
Just 2 questions, please.
Yeah,
We are
yeah.
running short of time.
Yeah.
I want to seek one information. You talked about measuring the temperature of the habitat. So did you use the frame camera, and what is the kind of sensitivity you had?
So actually I'm using thermal camera.
Okay, what kind of sensitivity it has?
What kind of?
In terms of which range of the sensitivity it has?
It is around like 45 degree.
Mhm.
Yeah, up to 0 degree.
Okay, and least count?
Up to 0.
Oh, the least count. What
Oh,
change of the temperature?
Yeah, so it is like 1 degree.
1 degree
1
Celsius.
degree.
What is the cost of the system?
32,000.
32,000?
Yes, it is a mobile camera, very
Okay,
small one.
Okay, can you share information?
Yes.
I'll give you my system.
Yes.
So you can develop your interest on the cave spiders. Still there are no data on cave spiders. Yeah, please.
सो हेलो सर सो आपने मेंशन किया था कि इंडिया में 65 स्पीशीज ऑफ टेरेंटुला होते हैं एंड मोस्ट ऑफ देम आर एंडेमिक सो मुझे क्वेश्चन था कि इफ सपोज दे आर एंडेमिक तो उनका पेट ट्रेड कैसे होता है सर्वाइवल रेट में कुछ है नहीं होगा क्या
Actually, during 18th century and like 19th century, in British time, they collected those species and they took it to abroad. Okay, and they are breeding there. Okay, so the trade is not currently going on as per my knowledge. Okay, so they are actually breeding them and they are selling throughout world. Yeah.
Yeah, friends, Kadam is here. You can interact with him because of shortage of time, and you're having the series of presentations awaited, and you can interact with him as lunchtimes. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know this is a very interesting topic. You can ask Gautam all your questions after this session. He is going to be available. I also just wanted to say that this was such an apt a session to have Dr. Onyal with us because Dr. Onyal has been honored with a sac spider species name, Clubonia onyali, discovered from Nanda Devi Bioreserve. And I think that's a testament to your work, sir, your work on lesser known species in the Himalayas. Okay, we will break for lunch now, so we'll have a 25-minute break. I would... We're running short of time, 30 minutes. 30 minutes break, so 3:15, I would request everyone to please assemble back here.
This field
everyone. Hello, good afternoon everyone. Welcome back again. Can I please request everyone to settle down? Before we get on to our next session, we have a short presentation by Professor Onyal. We have a short presentation by Professor Onyal on tiger beetles as indicators for biodiversity monitoring and ecosystem health. I'll just request Professor Onyal to kindly come on stage and we can begin our the presentation.
Yeah, afternoon friends. It is very difficult to speak on tiger beetles in the tiger state because the main focus of wildlife is the tiger. If you're seeing that I'm working in Wildlife Institute of India, the first impression in the mind is the rhino, elephant and other species. But little known species like tiger beetle is very less studied, but importance is very high. Simple question is, if anybody will ask you, how's your health? So you can say that my health is fine. But how? On the basis of the recommendation by your physician. Your physician will test few things, your blood pressure, ECG and kind of things, and say that your health is fine. But as a park manager, as a student of biology, as a conservationist, environmentalist, how you will monitor health of an ecosystem? So it's a very difficult task. What are the parameters? The parameters is like spiders, tiger beetle, and lesser known fauna is the basic indicators to monitor of ecosystem health. Since last more than 3 decades, I am working on those bioindicators in different protected areas and landscape of the Himalayas and some part of Gangetic plains. So here I am talking about this tiger beetle. And what is tiger beetle? How the importance of tiger beetle? I will quickly just do this presentation here. So the tiger beetle is worldwide having 2,900 species documented so far. Our recent book on tiger beetle, and our country is having 247 species for tiger beetle. And this is a tiger beetle. But what is the importance of tiger beetle? Tiger beetle has been traded like tiger. And the cost of this beetle is more than 5,000 rupees. Trade from India also. Since I'm an entomologist and I'm working on insect, I'm getting a lot of information whether you are having this species or not, and trade is on butterflies and species also. I will touch on this trade also, why the beetles and insects and lesser known fauna for trading purpose for here. So this is the white tiger beetle. I already informed that is the indicators of monitoring of ecosystem health, like the parameters of your physician. Your physician parameter is first your blood pressure and ECG and body temperatures. The parameters of ecosystem is the like tiger beetles. Large number of scientists work on it. That required abundance, species richness, occurrence, and what is the importance of this particular species as indicators. I'm not saying that only tiger beetles are indicators. Any orchid species can become the good indicators. Any spiders can become the good indicators. Even ants. Nobody knows about the ants. They're playing very, very important role in the forest ecosystem. You might have seen the ants is making the long line and going deep inside of the soil and making long tunnels inside here, about 30, 40 meters long tunnels, and percolation of the water is very perfect. But what we have done, we close the forest floor. We close our surroundings, pitching the stones and tiles and stop it. Large number of bees, 70% of bees is making the nest inside of the soil, but we close it. So those are the indicators of monitoring the ecosystem of health. Subsequently, large number of scientists work on, scientists say that deterrence is a good indicator, and hymenopterans is a good indicator. And butterflies, definitely, early in the morning, you are going to your office, your campus, full of butterflies, bright sunlight. Daytime, you are coming back, heavy snow, your rain, storm, they all disappear. they are the litmus test of environmental change, quick change. And dragonflies also. Even then I work and study on dragonflies from Gangotri to Gangasagar for 3 years under the National Mission of Clean Ganga project. We hired a boat, students, they started from this boat from Biznor up to the Gangasagar, took 3 years to monitor the dragonflies, because dragonfly is a good indicator of water bodies. If any species of dragonfly you are observing anywhere, definitely you can test the water, you will get the quality of the waters, and the species are very indicators. And they are best indicators of water bodies. You go deep inside of the forest and you are able to see this dragonflies, you will get water certainly is the indicator of water, because they lay the eggs in the water and nymph develop and fly. So these are the indicators of our change in health. So that is some of the objectives I've done this study here. I've done the primary study on tiger beetles from the study area Pong Dam of Himachal Pradesh up to the Rajaji National Park, this whole stretch. So this is the area of study. This is a different habitat which we have done the study here. So definitely in the case of wildlife, lion planets require vegetation sampling, and the butterflies and birds is required. Dr. David Pearson is the father of tiger beetles of the world. He's expert, 84 years old professor in Arizona State University. He still is very active. He's the chairman of this IC Tiger Beetle Expert Committee, and I'm the co-chair of Asian region on ICN. So what he has done it, he and Dr. Pearson and Casola is an Italian professor. They both surveyed the tiger beetle of the world. Can you imagine it? Tiger beetle of the world, they spent about more than 1 decade. And after completing of their survey, what they have done? They divide this world in different continents in 2 kilometers grid. One grid 2 kilometers, and identified what is the number of species of tiger beetle in one grid. They correlated with birds and butterflies. If any grid number of enhancing the tiger beetles, they are completely clear-cut correlation with birds and butterflies. This is the whole indicators, and they, after their observation, they declare that tiger beetle is a good indicator to monitoring the health of an ecosystem. When I joined Wildlife Institute of India, since I'm an entomologist, I work my study on beetles also. I consulted tiger beetles in Dr. David Pearson. I established the study, and this study focused on Dr. David Pearson, visited my study area, established the monitoring plot, and we have done this exercise more than 2 decades. So this is the easiest method. Dr. David Pearson, when I was working study in this Shivalik landscapes for students, how the tiger beetles. But why the name of this beetle is tiger beetle? Can anyone answer? Pardon? Young student? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. I will tell the answer later. Why the beetle is a tiger beetle. So this is the area. Some of the studies of done is India, Western Himalayan study of birds and butterflies. So this is the tiger beetle. Yeah, this is they are the indicators. We have done a study on different forest types. Sal forest, you can see only this species of tiger beetle. They are specific vegetations as well as soil structures. They are the indicator of the sal forest. The beetle, sorry. This is the different how you will identify those species, the characters. I will not go in detail. This is Acacia catechu forest area, one particular species of indicators. You can see this species, so only the tree covers, and the forest of that area is the fine and eucalyptus. See, this is the riverine forest area. This is the details about the teak forest, the descriptions, agricultural lands, and Syzygium cumini is very important plants for congregation of tiger beetles. You know, Syzygium cumini. I have observed in Simbalwara, now it's the national park, the Shikarga National Park in Himachal Pradesh, very close to the Haryana and Uttarakhand borders. First time I observed that congregations of thousands of tiger beetles in this plant. And when these things, observations came, and I published this paper and contact large number of scientists all over the world, they was interested to collaborate with me for this species studies. So this is the Soria robusta species descriptions. This is the bamboo plantation of the tiger beetle. So this is the pine forest of this area, and this vertical stratifications. The trees and vegetation of ground beetles, mid structures and top. Different species having different roles, and they are the indicator of those strata also. So subsequently, species of this is the riverine area, high canopy covers, pine forest tiger beetles. This was the congregations of the tiger beetles. So my first book on this tiger beetle of Sivalik, with these congregations of tiger beetles, you just quickly enjoy this video, then you will understand why the name of this beetle is tiger beetle and why the tiger beetle is important for this biodiversity monitoring.
This field guide provides vital information on ecology and systematics of tiger beetles. They are common predatory ground beetles belonging to the family Cicindelidae of order Coleoptera. They hunt for small insects, spiders, and other arthropods in open areas and are very difficult to collect because of fast running and fleeing mechanisms. First time in India, this strange phenomenon of communal roosting was observed during monsoon in Simbalbada Wildlife Sanctuary of Himachal Pradesh. This involved multiple species in dense aggregations on two host plants, Syzygium and Carissa. These roosts showed high fertility and returned to the same site every year and helped primarily in thermoregulation and protection to the group. Even though they differ greatly in habitat preference, they have high habitat specificity and resource partitioning. They are also excellent bioindicators for long-term monitoring of forest ecosystem in variety of landscapes.
This video is not observed in any part of the world so far. So it is a unique area of the Sivalik of this Simbalbada because it's having touching the Sivaliks, lower Himalaya as well as central Himalayas of this area. So I observe regularly, but still there are minings and a lot of pressures of this area, but unique features of congregation of tiger beetles. And tiger beetles are voracious predators, fast flies, and is carnivore basically. Majority of the insect is phytophagous. They eat the green part of the plant, chlorophyll, but this beetle eats the insect. They're making the long tunnel, laying the eggs in sand beaches basically, and once this this caterpillars, larvae come up from the top of this hole, they grabs on the group of insects. So it's a carnivore. But as adult, they're never harming any plant. That's why the name of this beetle is a tiger beetle as an indicator of monitoring of biodiversity. So, but insect has been traded. This is a tiger beetle. This is the longhorn beetle. We are having just wildlife. You're saying that we are having the one-hand rhino, but in entomology and biodiversity, we are also having two-horned rhino. So it's equally important that way. We are having this is the longhorn beetle, stag beetles, Scarabidae family. These are all original colors. I took these photographs. Our country is full of those resources, but the understanding is very limited, and you need keen observation to study this particular group of the way. This purpose, the insect has been treated. Otherwise, you can just ask why the butterfly has been treated, why the insect has been treated. These are the reasons for this way. They are making this decoration purpose. This is also the textile purpose and decoration. This is the mementos. And insect has been treated for the textile industries. You just go see in the market, ladies market, and purchase this ladies garments, sarees and suit, difficult task. Because the color combination is so complicated. I will give you one drawing, you just draw some pictures and color combination, you will get frustrated. Which color you use it? Green, multiple shades. Blue, multiple shades. How will you do it? But the textile designers, they are getting the idea from the natures, basically from the insect. Anyway, we are having 1,500 species of butterflies. The beautiful butterfly of our country is Kesare Hind, the state butterfly of Arunachal Pradesh. Big butterfly, beautiful butterflies. So large number of butterfly, 1,500 species of butterfly in different colors. Those butterflies are used, the beetles, tiger beetles has been used for this textile designer and fashion technology. But they're getting it. Since I'm doing this entomology since a couple of years, so I'm getting a lot of information and collections as to how they are doing it. Quickly I will do, and you will enjoy those videos. See it. This is Scarabidae family. Natural colors. But textile designers got the idea from this beetle. First industry. Second one, who designed this dress for the lady, he got a lot of money. When the lady started on catwalks, she got a lot of money. The poor beetle is getting nothing, no conservation. The beetle is from our country. There are a lot of hidden websites. Since I did a lot of lectures on this custom course in Wildlife Institute of India, hidden websites, from those websites you can purchase, nobody will touch it. You can pay, you can sell beetles, butterflies on those insects. So this is the say, how money is involved in this particular small beetle of family, Scarabidae. See it. These are tortoiseshell beetle, Chrysomelidae family. Chrysomelidae family is a leaf-eating beetle. You go in the forest area, you will see some of the leaf has been eaten like net kind of things. This is the beetle's way. This is a tortoiseshell beetle. Nothing has done it. Only they use these colors and this color combinations and this dress material. Last crores of rupees involved in this particular fashion designing by the insect group. Nobody knows it. So material is going from the country. Any person is doing this illegal, they are focusing on still tiger, rhino, elephant, other species. Nobody is understanding what is this beautiful creatures is important for our biodiversity and how many money is required here. This is a lot of things here. You can see this Chrysomelidae family, Chrysomela indica. Nothing yet. Only this beetles, this outer part is called elytra. And this elytra is so bright metallic shining, you can see this beetle after 200 years, the shining is as it is. The oldest museum of our country is JSI, Pusra Institute of Entomology, Forest Research Institute. Britishers work over there. They are having the collection of 300 years old collection of beetles. There are no shine, no any dilution of the luster of the beetle's colors, as it is. The large number of artificial jewelry is involved with it. The outer part they are using it and making artificial jewelry because if you are having silver or gold, you need polishing after certain years. In this case, no polishing is required. So this is the trade is going on in textile designing. This is the jewel beetle, Buprestidae family. This is color combination. It is the longhorn beetle, Symbiacetes family. What he has done it, only take this color combination and make the designing of it. We don't know about it. This is the wildlife particular going on, and you can not forget it. It's not from our country. Majority of the things is going from our country. In northeast regions, every material is going to Nepal. From Nepal, it's going to Southeast Asia. So this is the trade is going on beetles, and we are only talking about rhino, tiger, elephant. This is a real lesser known fauna, which is very important for the conservation. So you can see this banded blue Apollo. This is the bees, Apis species. Quickly I will do it. Dipterans. This is the nymphalid families. This is the mantis, and this is the plant hoppers. This is the common butterfly over central India, map butterfly. You can see it is there in Bhopal and surrounding area. It is an owl moth. You can see how they have done use this color combination from the catwalk, from the designers and fashion designing, and crores of rupees is involved in this particular business. So this is the pictures. I took this picture in Athens, in Greece, in some mall. Even the spiders are inside here. The sale is gone away. The ladies' hair clips. Some of the clips is artificial, some is original. But no expert can identify is the original and it is artificial. This is the jewelry. You can see this butterfly jewelry. That's wing for the wings of the butterflies inside of the split it. So this is the given then. You know the cicada. Can you click this point? Click. Yeah, रहने दीजिए, वो गड़बड़ कर देगा। Cicada is taking 17 years lifespan. Largest insect is taking 17 years from egg to the adult. Limited students is working on cicadas. You go in the forest in daytime and you will enjoy the cicada buzzing, or it's in the Himalayas as well in central India. But still, there's a lot of articles from the cicada. The original cicada, only 1 and 2 students is working on cicada. Fantastic, large number of lifespan cicadas. You can see the atlas moth. And conclusion is the association with tiger beetle is significant with the habitat environmental variables, useful for the policy evaluation, conservation planning, and monitoring is required as a biodiversity health. So before that, my book and my book and Dr. David Pearson and others, we have conducted a survey of tiger beetles of India, book published in 2020. After publishing of this book, so this recognized by IUCN. IUCN conducted this assessment of the books in Coimbatore. Dr. David Pearson was there, and the representative from IUCN was with us. And then I suggested, so tiger beetle and Dr. David Pearson, they works a lot in tiger beetles of the world. Why not we will celebrate Tiger Beetle Day? We are celebrating Firefly Day. We are celebrating Pollinator Day, Bee Day, different days. But why not tiger beetle? I suggested Then 11th of November, we celebrated from 2025 the first Tiger Beetle Day on the birthday of Dr. David Pearson. Now this is the David Pearson, Molas, myself, and the representative Neil Cox from IUCN.
Board.
This is a message
Welcome
from
to
David
Tiger
Pearson.
Beetle Day, World Tiger Beetle Day. This is a wonderful time to study this insect and understand why it's so important to all of us for not just photography and hobby, but also for understanding biology, for understanding ecology, behavior, and agriculture. Anyway, I hope that you all have fun learning more about tiger beetles today. Welcome.
Last year was the first Tiger Beetle Day, David Pearson, and we celebrated this year also the Tiger Beetle on 11th August, Wildlife Institute of India. And I think so, at lecture by Dr. David Pearson, 125 participants all over the world, they attended the course, and large number of exercise we have done, and is continue on the working on the tiger beetle. So you can connect with me through my email and my web page. So definitely I will help you and understand how the things is going on. And I'm regular contact with Dr. David Pearson. He's now 84 years old, but early morning I am getting daily one email from Dr. David Pearson. Today I also received. So since I am working on the IUCN, so large number of activities he is assigning me, and I'm replying midnight and contacting with him also. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. This was really fascinating. Just a quick announcement. All those scholars and researchers who are working on the poster presentations, I would request you to please assemble outside. The jury is waiting. I would also encourage all the other panelists, speakers, researchers here in this room to please take the time out to go see these posters. I think all of us really wanted to hear a lot from young researchers, and this is an opportunity to actually go see their work. With that, I will now resume the next session that we have, which is on Meet the Mermaids of the Ocean, Dugong Conservation. Briefly about the speaker for this session is Dr. Prachi Hatkar. So Dr. Hatkar is a marine conservationist and senior research officer at the Deccan Ecological Society, Pune University, with a PhD in zoology specializing in seagrass ecosystems, a pioneering recipient of an international diving grant from the Women's Divers Hall of Fame. She focuses on dugong habitat assessment, community-based marine conservation, and biodiversity protection. With 19 publications, extensive technical work, and roles on global committees, she actively supports policy, research, and innovation in marine science and conservation. Welcome, Dr. Hatkar. I would also like to call upon the chair for this session, Professor B.C. Chaudhary, who is a former senior professor at WII Dehradun. Professor Chaudhary is a pioneering wildlife conservationist, has completed 5 decades of service since beginning his career with the FAO UNDP Crocodile Conservation Project in 1975. A leader in reptile, wetland, and marine conservation, he has initiated major state and state and national projects, introduced satellite telemetry in India, trained hundreds of wildlife professionals, and advised global bodies including IUCN, WTI, and WWF India. He continues to guide over 20 wildlife initiatives, teach across premier institutions, and support ex situ conservation and zoo management, marking an extraordinary legacy in Indian and international conservation. Welcome again, Professor Chaudhary. I would request Professor Hatkar to kindly come on stage. And over to you, Professor Chaudhary, to begin this session. Sorry again. Before we begin, I would like to call upon Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our speakers with the welcome planters. And now I hand over the session to you, Professor Chaudhary.
Okay, we have been thrown into the sea now. And she's going to talk on a subject called sea mermaid, and a mermaid is also presenting this one. Okay. On a lighter note, in India, the dugong work was projected to the government of India almost 35, 40 years ago. In fact, at that point of time, the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute in Mandapam, in an artificial tank, they used to keep a dugong. And as you probably all know, dugong is also known as the sea cow. Okay. And it feeds sea grasses, and it's vegetarian, and it has a major role on the health of the seagrass beds. Probably she is going to talk about that. When I joined the Wildlife Institute of India in 1984, sometime in 1990, the government of India decided to send me to Australia to interact with the grand old lady of dugong research, Helen Marsh. And I spent about 3 weeks in Helen Marsh lab, and then I went into the Gulf of Mexico to do an aerial survey of marine animals. When I came back, I put up a proposal to the government of India. Let's do this aerial survey method, which you use a twin otter aircraft, and through the wings of the otter aircraft, you fly over about 780 feet from the water body, and whatever you see, it is documented. At that point of time, the total budget for a 1-year survey was less than 50 lakh rupees. But then government of India said, no, this is not our priority. Anyway, but much later when the recovery program for threatened species came into being, dugong was one of the primary species. Wildlife Institute of India, we have recommended 6 different species. Dugong is one amongst the sea animals. The other species is the world's largest fish, the whale shark. Currently, I'm working on a whale shark project for the last 22 years, and it would be very informative for you to know the same fishermen who used to kill the whale shark for getting about 3 to 4 lakh rupees per each have so far released 1,001 whale shark back to the sea, sacrificing that money, and all that they get for cutting the net is 25,000 rupees till last year, and now the government of Gujarat has increased it to 50,000 rupees. So I think there's a whole lot of community involvement which is required when you work with a common property resource regime like the marine environment, and probably her work is going to tell you about how the Dugong project not only embarked on science, but a whole lot of community participation, which have started showing the results. And much of her work in the Gulf of Kutch. But one of the major hotspots in India is the Gulf of Mannar, a small population in Andaman Nicobar Islands. And it's very interesting. My whale shark project is also in the Gulf of Kutch, and she was very close to that area. And I also have a coral restoration project on which she keeps coming to that site. And she has been constantly in touch with me. Sometimes, to an extent, it says, okay, stop talking to me. But I will allow you to talk now. Go ahead.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. So I only had a brief introduction as per the organizers. So I would like to just have a one-to-one conversation. Can you identify this animal? It's very well known. Dolphin, yeah. This one? Narwhal, somebody said. Yes, correct. This one? Yup. And this one? Yes, it is dugong. This is nothing but a sea cow. The video, I think video is not going on. It's okay. So this is a state animal of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So as we see, I'm hearing a lot about riverine ecosystem, but this is something new. I feel odd man out being a marine biologist here. So marine environment, largely, as we know that 70% of the earth is occupied by marine, the ocean. And why this biodiversity is important to conserve, because our economic importance of various things medicines that we got are also derived from the ocean resources as well. So just giving you a brief introduction about how the oceanic zones are there. So we have about intertidal zone, which is the zone which is between the low tide and high tide, which is found in the beaches. Apart from that, there is Neritic zone, which is next to the intertidal zone, which goes up to 500 meters, and the last comes is ocean, the deep ocean, which is nothing but oceanic zone, and various organisms are found in intertidal zone. So you'll see the rocky shores if you walk along the marine coastline. You'll see the Neritic zone, you see megafauna such as sea turtles, many fishes, which are corals, coral-associated faunas as well, and benthic floor, which is nothing but the ocean floor. And this organisms which are seen on this benthic floor are basically scavengers. So the sea ecosystem is largely, you must have heard about coral reef, mangrove ecosystem, sea kelp or the seaweed ecosystem. So everything is known to us except for one major ecosystem, which is seagrass ecosystem. So we have about 120 odd species of marine mammals all over the world. About them, India has about 30 to 33 species of marine mammals which are present, and this particular marine mammals have been exploited for their skin, blubbers, etc. And this particular major megafauna is playing a major role as a predators in the marine ecosystems. They help in maintaining the nutrient cycle. They help in maintaining the ocean reconstruction of the benthic communities as well. So ever wonder why this particular, if you say the whale or whale or any, apart from any marine mammals, why they are so big in size? Ever wonder? Anybody can answer if you know. Let it be wrong, it's fine. Ever wonder why this particular marine mammals are big? Anything related to the body size? Anything? Any clue? So larger the surface area, the heat dissipant outside into the sea will be much more. If there is small sizes there, then the heat will be dissipated like quickly, and then there is no energy conserves as such. So if you look at the marine mammals, they have skin layer as blubber. So whatever energy they have to store is in that blubber. So we have about 3 orders of marine mammals. One is Pinnipedia, that includes seals, sea lions, and walruses. Another is order Sirenia, that includes dugongs and manatees. Manatees are not found in India. They are found in South Africa and America. Order Cetacea includes toothed whales and baleen whales. The order Sirenia, as I mentioned, they have around Amazonian manatees, West African manatee, and West Indian manatees. And we have about 2 species of dugong. One was stellar sea cow, and another is dugong. And this stellar sea cow was found from a German explorer in 1741. And because of the hunting pressure, it got extinct within 20 years of its discovery. So you can imagine it was like 30 feet long, and it weighed about 10 metric tons. So you can imagine the animal size. So when it comes to dugong, the word dugong came from a Tagalog term which is known as Lady of the Sea. So many people who used to sell out in the sea, they saw the dugongs and they thought it is a mermaid. So that's how the myth of mermaid came into the existence, that okay, this is a mermaid, not a this is a mermaid. So if you look at the global distribution of this particular species, so this particular species is only found in particularly in temperate zone. So where the seagrass is, as sir mentioned, that it is a only herbivorous marine mammal which is existing all over the world, and only we have dugongs. As an Indian, I feel proud that we have this species right now with us. So it is only found in Atlantic and Indian Ocean. And in India, we have dugongs found in 3 coastal state. One is Gujarat in Gulf of Kutch, which is in local language it is called as Pranjada. In Tamil Nadu, in Tamil it is called as Kadalpasu. In Andaman Nicobar Islands, the local community called as Thothi. And if you say about the population, which was done by a Gir Foundation through a questionnaire survey, which was about 10 to 15 individuals in Gulf of Kutch, 15 to 25 to 30 individuals in Andaman Nicobar Islands, and about 150 to 200 individuals in Tamil Nadu, which was the largest population that we had considered in 2010. And apart from that, the IIT Roorkee also found a fossil species of 4 dugongs in Gulf of Kutch. That was around 40 million species, 40 million years away. And in Gulf of Kutch, there is also a cultural importance that Lord Krishna loved his cows, and he also wanted the cows to stay with him forever. So we have all known about Sunken Dwarka, right? So Dwarka temple is there in the for the Lord Krishna. So it is still there, and the cows which were there, he converted his favorite cows into the sea cows, and that's how they are still there. So if you look at the biology of the dugongs are specifically marine mammals that are only feeding on seagrasses and nothing else. They live up to 70 years lifespan they have. They have a strong parental care. So in their lifespan, they only can give birth to a 14 individual only. So one mother gives only birth to a single calf, and she stays with the calf for around 2 years of his or her lifespan. And it weighs about 500 to 500 kg maximum, and it weighs about it lengths about 4 meters. So dugong as a flagship species, if you talk about tigers, so we are known about that, okay, if you conserve the tiger, you will be conserving the whole forest. So that's how we are trying to promote dugong as a flagship species to conserve the seagrass habitats. So economically, if you say that dugong also contributes to help in the tourism because of the local community that are indirectly involved with the conservation, and they help in maintaining the seagrass ecosystem. So it is a good indicator of seagrass ecosystem health that, okay, the dugongs are present and foraging. That's how the ecosystem is getting balanced. Coming to the threats, so the major threats in India are pollution. They are hit by the propellers. They also get entangled into the fishing net, and they are also hunted for their skin. So this particular hunting is still on in Tamil Nadu and some regions of Andaman Nicobar Islands as well. And the relatives of this particular dugongs, if you see, are only elephants, not manatees. And so we started, the Wildlife Institute of India started with a conservation action plan for this particular dugong species, which includes the field surveys, data outreach and capacity building programs, and long-term monitoring as well. So this particular project started in 2017, and we started with networking with citizen science program as well as the field surveys. So we included the community participation from various stakeholders like fishermen, police, marine police, boat crew, Indian Coast Guard, Indian Navy, and scuba divers as well. So we started with the aerial monitoring with the drone surveys, because the dugongs, unlike the dolphin, it doesn't comes up and jumps like the dolphin does. So it stays underwater. It only comes on the surface for taking a breath, and then it goes back. So it is very much shy, so it doesn't come often. So we can't actually rely on just boat-based surveys. So we had to try a new technique, which is the drone surveys that we started for population estimation. But we also had some limitations with it, because the drone only works for the near-shore surveys, not for the ocean. Not for the long-term surveys as well. And the chances of multiple individuals getting sight into the drone surveys are very much specific. Apart from that, we started with the interview surveys in the local community. We started interviewing the local fishermen in the Gulf of Kutch. After that, we started delimiting the habitat through the satellite mapping or the observation or the sighting reports that we already had. So we delimited the habitat used for this particular dugong. We started monitoring the sites for the particular threats, as I mentioned. So particularly in Gulf of Kutch, we actually had in Marine National Park, we also observed some fishing nets that were already there during the tidal regime that was kept. So dugongs, being the herbivorous marine mammal, so how did we know that, okay, particularly for Gulf of Kutch, the water is very murky, unlike the Tamil Nadu region or the Andaman Nicobar Islands. The water is very murky, so we didn't rely only on the drone surveys as well. We started working on the seagrass intertidal surveys. So when the tide receded completely, we started walking on the islands for finding out where the seagrass meadows are. where this particular seagrass meadows cover is actually, and how much the dugongs are eating, and how did we know that dugong has been eating and feeding on this particular meadows. So the dugongs prefer actually only two species majorly. One is Halophila and one is Halodule species. So this is how a feeding trail of the dugong looks like. So we actually spotted about 8 and 35 foraging trails in Gulf of Kutch. So you can see the animal has 8 and it looks like a furrows. And depending on the size of this furrows, you can we can actually check out if the feeding trail was old or it was new, how the diameter was. So you can actually check out that it was made by a newborn or adult individual as well. So as I mentioned that we started assessing the threat through citizen science network. Also we started with the boat-based surveys as well, and we found out in Gulf of Kutch, so there was about 28 standings that was reported only from Gulf of Kutch. So previously it was thought that 10 to 15 individuals ही है, ज़्यादा नहीं है. So might be this population is locally extinct from the Gulf of Kutch, but it was not the case. We also found some 2-3 standings that from dugong Gulf of Kutch actually. So this particularly tusk, you can say it is rudimentary. So that's why they are related more to elephant and not manatees. So this tusk actually are actually helping the individual to fight, or just for fighting rituals or meeting rituals, this tusk are being used. And you can see that, you can see the scars on this particular individual that actually shows that there are reproductive population is still breeding in Gulf of Kutch. And we also found some microplastic from the dugong standing from the Gulf of Kutch itself. So that was the net filament that have been degraded. And when we started looking at the genetic component, we actually found out that the South Asian population that we saw was actually a unique dugong genetic makeup rather than the Australian one or the South Asian population. And we also sighted our first dugong in Gulf of Kutch, which was in 2021. So with the help of drone surveys, we could actually locate. And as a part of my PhD, I was working on the habitat monitoring for Gulf of Kutch. So as a part of that, I was looking for the seagrass associated faunas, and I found about 445 taxa, including 7 phylum, which are mollusks, which are the lower taxas. And we also started looking for seagrass associated fish faunas, and as a part of that, this was done particularly in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat and Andaman also. And we started with the capacity building training program for the forest guards as well as the coast guards. So after that also we started giving them a drone training. So as a part of that, we have been trained about 240 individuals of the forest department. And apart from that, we also started working on the field guides, which are this particularly comic books and field guides are available on WIA website. You can go through that. And we for the outreach and awareness program, we also started making up the community as a part of our conservation program. So we started giving a dugong scholarship program was initiated. So as a part of this, 2 years of scholarship was given to the fishermen community students who are already studying. So about this, we were able to give about 1,000 students scholarship for 2 years. I think this video won't work. So this is a particular video from dugong rescue in Tamil Nadu. I don't think so it's working. It's not working. Okay, fine. So in Tamil Nadu particularly, more than 29 net dugongs have been rescued from the Tamil Nadu region only. And we have initiated giving them honors of rescuers, which was also adapted by the state government as well. So now this initiative has been taken up by the Tamil Nadu government. And as a recommendation of this particular project, one of the recommendation which was implemented, we have successfully established a Dugong Conservation Reserve in Tamil Nadu. So it is first India's Dugong Conservation Reserve, which is located in Pagway in Tamil Nadu. And because six dugongs were actually rescued initially from this particular region, and this particular region is being monitored for the dugong conservation further. And last year, one of my colleague published this paper. So she found out heavy metals detected in mother in dugong. So this was the first study that was actually implemented from from the global perspective, that we found out that the toxic metals are being transferred from mother to the calf. And we found about 6 metals in the heart, liver, and blubber also, indicating that this heavy metals are being transferred from the mother to calf. This video won't work, I guess. No. So if you want to follow for more information, you can go through the website or the social media. And on 28th May, we also celebrate World Dugong Day every year, so you can be a part of it. And in the last, I would like to say that dugong is only one of the priority species in conservation, and winning battles takes time. So we are still working on that. It's been 10 years and we are looking for some conservation years for actually successfully making dugongs lesser threatened by IUCN Red List, I may say. So if you have any questions, I am open for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for right dot onto sticking to the time. There is opportunity for a couple of questions. We are sitting in the state of Madhya Pradesh, which is completely landlocked, but we are hearing a presentation on the marine scenario. It's interesting to see that some work on this marine environment has also been included, not in the central Indian landscape, but at least on the Indian landscape, Indian coastal landscape. So any questions anybody has? The floor is open. Maybe a couple of questions.
Ma'am, you are telling it's a sea cow.
Yes.
And you are telling it's have a tusk more similar to elephant.
Yes.
Why we are finding it out more similar to elephant and calling it cow? First question.
Okay.
And I have a very serious question to answer, मतलब for the audience here rather, कि हम लोग तो लैंडलॉक्ड स्टेट है यहाँ पे. अब तो विकास जी तो काफी लंबा घेर लिया देश को, तो जो टेरिटोरियल इकोसिस्टम से सी का क्या लेना देना है? क्वेश्चन फॉर एवरीबॉडी, प्लीज थिंकिंग अबाउट इट. जब आखिर में जब मौका होता है तो ये मैडम बता सकते हैं. आई थिंक शी विल एबल टू टेल.
Yes, sir. So, first question के लिए, why it is called a sea cow when it is related to elephants? So the digestion system it has, it is similar to the herbivorous marine animals basically. So that's why it is called a sea cow, not the elephant के related है तो भी हम sea cow normally बोलते हैं. नहीं, herbivorous से ज़्यादा है. That is why it is similar. Yeah. Yes. Second question, why everything is related to sea? So the oxygen that we get. Yes, so how the terrestrial ecosystem is related, because as you mentioned that all the rivers actually goes into the sea, and sea gives us sea actually produces more oxygen than the terrestrial ecosystem. So that's why we are actually related to the sea, rather than only just looking at terrestrial ecosystems as well.
I would like to add upon what she said, because everybody should read Pranav Lal का एक book है Indica के नाम से, very excellent book. रिसेंट टाइम्स में इंडिया के बारे में बहुत अच्छा आया है उसमें कि देखिए व्हेन लाइफ वाज देयर इट वाज बोर्न इन सी, बाकी टेरेस्ट्रियल में कहीं पानी नहीं था, बट लाइफ हैज टुक इट्स ऑरिजिन्स फ्रॉम वाटर, तो सी से हुआ है। तो लेकिन जब वहां पे इतना प्रोडक्शन नहीं था, सम मतलब बिलियंस ऑफ ईयर्स एगो, देन कि ए मानसून सिस्टम बना, मानसून सिस्टम से जो लाइफ है वहां से सब क्रीप होके यहाँ आए, तो वहां का प्लांट्स टेरेस्ट्रियल पे आए, तो यहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन ज्यादा सी से, तो वो सारे फिर जब बारिश में वापस जाते हैं सी में तो वो अपने साथ न्यूट्रिएंट्स लेके जाते हैं। सो इट हैज रियली ट्रिगर्ड एन एवोल्यूशन ऑफ लाइफ इन द सी। सो सी से टेरेस्ट्रियल की तरफ लाइफ का जो प्रोग्रेशन है इट हैज बीन वेरी क्वाइटली डॉक्यूमेंटेड देयर। तो ये इश्यू सबको समझ में आना चाहिए। मैं लैंड में हूं, मैं सी को क्यों समझूं? हम इसलिए समझें कि हम नदी को ना रोकें। नदी से पानी नहीं जाएगा वापस समुद्र में, वहां भोजन नहीं मिलेगा मछली को, दूसरे लाइफ को भोजन नहीं मिलेगा। हम सारे नदियों को रोक देंगे, हो सकता है कि आपका सी विल बिकम डेड डे। So it will have a very long term ramifications. That's my understanding, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There are no more questions. I have one question to you. Okay. Any competition or partitioning with Chelonia midas, the green sea turtle, but it is also a herbivore.
Yes. So
and it's also associated with the seagrass beds.
Yes. So we have seen the competition between the dugongs and the Chelonia midas, the green sea turtles, both in Andaman as well as in Gulf of Kutch. So we have seen the furrows and we have seen the pits which were made by the green sea turtles when it actually grazes on the seagrasses. So it actually grazes the seagrass more than what is available. So less is food resources are limited to the dugongs because it has already been grazed up by the green sea turtles.
But there was one publication by Gir Foundation which claimed that the sea cow is present also in Lakshadweep. But having worked in Lakshadweep for over 25 years, I have never heard of sea cows in Lakshadweep.
No.
Okay. The other interesting part which we talked about the genetics, conservation genetics, you said the sea cows are probably, the Indian sea cows are probably a unique population of its own. It's very interesting. The largest fish on earth, the whales are, based on our conservation genetics and satellite telemetry work, we also found they are restricted only to the Arabian Sea. So I think it's very interesting. The largest fish on earth and also the largest sea cow is also restricted only to a particular geographic region. One tend to believe large-bodied mega herbivores in the marine environment tend to migrate a lot, including the leatherback sea turtle, 12,000 kilometers it migrates. But interestingly, these huge animals like the whales are and your sea cows don't tend to be moving large scale. So it is interesting why and how they are restricted into regional sea. And probably if in the conservation scenario, you probably need to start a dialogue with the countries in the region, a sub-regional research, rather than restricting yourself to just the west coast or to the Bay of Bengal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you very much for a good presentation.
Thank you so much, Prachi. It was really fascinating. Can I request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and present our speakers with a memento? Moving on to our next session, technical session number 5, which is on river rejuvenation approaches, WWF India's experience. And a speaker for this session is Mr. Nitin Kaushal, who's the Director of Rivers, Wetland and Water Policy in WWF India. Nitin is a water resource management and environment conservation expert with over 24 years of experience across international NGOs, multinational consultancies and government, and has worked with the Government of India and other supported organizations. His work spans integrated and river basin management, environmental flow, water policy, and hydropower related environment assessment, with deep engagement in participatory irrigation management and water users associations. Having extensively worked in the Ganga Basin and with major multilateral programs, including World Bank assisted projects, he has authored over 22 technical publications, including 10 peer-reviewed papers. Welcome, Nitin. The chair for our session today is Mr. Saurabh Popley, Associate Professor of Department of Landscape, SPA Bhopal. I would request the speaker and the chair to please join us on stage. I would also request Mr. Vikas to kindly come and felicitate them with the welcome planter. Mr. Popley, I'll hand over the mic to you to take over the session.
Thank you very much. How are we doing for time? Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Nitin Kaushal to you. Okay, all right. So I think as Dr. Nitin Kaushal has already been introduced, I don't need to say very much about him. What I do need to point out is that the panel in the morning brought out very clearly, as well as the subsequent technical sessions brought out very clearly, that there are huge conservation challenges facing India, and they're not merely technical, and they're not merely related to the absence or the decline in species and populations and communities, but that they're also social, and they have a deep social dimension. And I think that all of us will recognize that the problems that are likely to emerge in this new scenario of AI and large data centers and other forms of technology are likely to be of the type that we've never seen or experienced before. And in this context, it might be quite relevant to underline that, to underscore that, perhaps it's a good moment to reflect on whether our institutions are, in fact, as effective as we might hope that they might be. I think that this point regarding the effectiveness of institutions was also brought out in the, pre-lunch panel, in the pre-lunch sessions, where we looked at the fact that, like in Tarun's presentation, where despite the fact that there are protocols and there are guidelines and frameworks and policy frameworks for the protection of species and the protection of landscapes, still there are events that have implications on wildlife populations that lie well outside the reach of the departments that are tasked with the conservation of wildlife. So I'll request Dr. Nitin Kaushal to please take the floor, but we're all hoping that he will shed light not only on the technical dimensions of conservation, but also on the social and cultural dimensions of what that conservation scenario is going to be like and is going to unfold in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Popley. And at the outset, I wanted to thank Vikas and team for having us here to talk about some of the work that we are doing around river rejuvenation activities. So there's a lot of work or body of work around species conservation that WWF does. Today's talk or today's discussion is slightly different from that, for the purpose that it's the river rejuvenation space of work that we wanted to discuss today. Maybe in the next time we talk more about the species conservation in terms of reintroduction or trying our efforts on establishing the breeding population of gharials and other species. With that, I'll start. So if you see this photo, I mean, no one would say that this is Yamuna River, because the kind of image we have in our mind of Yamuna River is the river which passes through the NCR region. So this is Yamuna in Uttarakhand, upstream of Byasi River. Next. Yeah, so just a brief around the freshwater work that WWF is doing in different river basins. We have identified certain priority river basins, including Ganga, and part of Ganga, including sub-basins like Ramganga. Then Byas and Satluj river systems. Then if you go to southern part of the country, then Arkavati, Noel Bhavani river systems are the ones where we are working. Towards West Bengal and northeastern states, we are working in the lower part of Ganga as well as in Brahmaputra. If we talk about Madhya Pradesh, then obviously Chambal is one river system where we are starting work. In fact, Chambal as a priority river basin we have identified a couple of years back, and we thought that now, having worked in Ganga for last 17-18 years, this is the river system which we should be getting into. The photograph that you are seeing is of Ramganga river. On the banks of the river is Moradabad city. You can see the entire city is on one side, which has pushed the river actually on the other side. River restoration or revival of flows or improving the health of the river is obviously that we will talk about. But first I'll just give a snapshot of the environmental flows journey of not only WWF but as a country how we are moving. On one side you will see various initiatives by the government, by research institutions, technical institutions or NGOs towards doing environmental flows assessment across different river systems or notifying certain values as environmental flows for rivers. But the most important part is the other one, which is in the black box, which is from where the water will come. If at all you come up with certain environmental flow recommendation, from where the water will come. We are in over-allocated river basins where every drop of water is allocated for different uses. And these uses are decided like many decades ago. Now suddenly environment is coming as a new user or demand person or demand entity. In such a case, how will the authorities will provide water to you? So that's the question we as an organization also grappled, and we thought that no matter whatever number of body of research we do around doing the environmental flows assessment, we will come up with certain recommendations. Okay, XX QMEC is required at so-and-so location, downstream of a river, in so-and-so season. But how will you maintain that? Until unless you work with the user, until unless you work with those people who are managing these river systems, which is our water resources departments, our Ministry of Jal Shakti, our irrigation departments, because they are the ones who regulate and manage the river systems. Their involvement, participation is very critical if at all we are talking about environmental flows, because otherwise we are only doing studies. As an organization, the environmental flows work of WWF began in 2007-8 with the Upper Ganga study. Now we have pretty much done environmental flows assessment for more than a dozen rivers. The red ones are the ones where the work is in advanced stage, but rest are pretty much done. Oh, sorry. There was a discussion around ecological flows and environmental flows. That's also a dilemma for us some time back. But we then consciously decided that we will basically talk about one term, which is environmental flow. And when we talk about environmental flows, we will be studying all these aspects. We will be studying the hydrology, we will be studying the hydraulics part of it, we will be studying the aquatic biodiversity, the river health, which also includes the water quality part of it. We'll be talking about the fluvial geomorphology, very important in terms of sandbank creation, sediment transport, sediment movement and stuff like that. We'll talk about socio-cultural aspects as well as the livelihood aspects or the socio-economical aspects. You study all of them, whatever you come up with as part of your recommendation, that's what environmental flow is. The point is that when we go to the stakeholder, the water resources people, if you talk in two terms, I need environmental flow, I also need ecological flow. He'll say, "Pehle ye decide kar lo, tumhe chahiye kya?" So therefore, we very consciously decided that whenever we, in our communication, in our deliberations with the authorities, will be talking only in terms of environmental flows. But having said that, it doesn't mean that we discount any of these aspects, which are critical from the ecology. So, but we term it as environmental flow. Now coming to the revival of flows. So, of course, there are n number of approaches, ways and means through which you can revive rivers. As an organization, we have so far tried, tested and demonstrated and now in process of upscaling at least 3 of the approaches that we have worked on. One is releases from the dams and barrages to ensure that you are having environmental flows in the river. Second, working with the biggest user of fresh water, which is our farmer, whether he or she is using surface water or groundwater. How agriculture water management can help in revival of rivers. Now this is contrary to the notion that irrigation water use efficiency will lead to more area under irrigation or lead to those crops which will be more thirsty, which means that you are using water as consumptive use, and you will not let the water go to the river or to the wetland or to the pond to increase the local water security. So we basically worked against that notion. The third very important aspect, again pretty much left over in local discourses also, around the wetland conservation. We all know about the floodplain wetlands, very critical ecosystems, very important for the rivers, especially those rivers which are fed by groundwater or aquifer fed rivers, because it is the water in these floodplain wetlands which maintain the revival of the rivers during the lean season, because these wetlands provide the base flows to these rivers. Therefore, you have water in these rivers during the lean season. Coming to the first approach, our work on Ramganga environmental flows. So Ramganga environmental flows work started in 2012-2013. You can see we are in 2025 or 26 now. It's a 13-14 year journey. The usual e-flows assessment approach was the same that I discussed earlier. The river was divided into different zones. In each of the zone, we identified one location, which is a representative of that location. We did year-round seasonal surveys of various aspects, including aquatic biodiversity, sociocultural, and others. Plus, we also took advantage of one of the policy of Government of India, which was, I think, 2013 policy of data dissemination. Now, Ramganga, being part of Ganga system, is a classified river system. Its data is not available. All of us know that. But in 2013, Government of India came with a data dissemination policy saying that researchers, NGOs, civil society organizations can request with an application, if at all they want, flow data, the gauge and discharge data of those river systems which are falling in classified river system category. However, they need to convince the authorities that this data is required for research purpose. Under that category, we approached the Department. Central Water Commission obviously is the agency to approach, and they have an office in Lucknow, Upper Ganga Basin Organization, UGBO. We approached them, we explained them this is what we are doing, and we got the data from them within 3 to 4 months. For the entire Ramganga river system, they have got 4 gauging locations, 4 gauging location data. We asked for 30 years data, they gave at least 15 years data, which was good enough for us to kind of validate our hydrological models. I'll not get into the details of that, but I'll talk about the final recommendation that we come out with. We had 8 locations on Ramganga where we recommended environmental flows. This is one location called Harewali Barrage, downstream of Harewali Barrage. We all know that we have a Ramganga Dam on Ramganga River, Kalagarh Dam, which is the second biggest after Tehri in Uttarakhand, which stores over 2,400 million cubic meter of water. And of course, this project was constructed, conceived, and was operational at the time when this was all Uttar Pradesh. Now, after 2000, the water rights on that Kalagarh Dam lies with Uttar Pradesh. The power generation benefit goes to Uttarakhand, because Uttarakhand Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited operates that project. However, the operation or the power generation is 100% dependent on irrigation demand. Whenever you have irrigation demand, water will be flown through the turbines and power will be generated. That's the process. But in this process, what happens downstream from where the irrigation canal takes off, the usual regulation order to the barrage was not to release a single drop of water downstream in the river. Okay? Which means from the month of November, December till the month of June, which is the most critical time for this aquifer fed river, was not having water, because barrage operator was given the direction that you don't release anything. Every drop of water will have to go to the canal, because we are feeding the irrigation demands. On the other hand, we did this study which says that from January to December, this is the e-flow requirement. I'll just bring your attention to various lines. If you look at the green line, that's the natural or virgin flows, which nobody has seen in the river. It's a calculated flow, which we calculate based on the model, based on the land use and all that. If you look at the blue dotted line, that's the recommended environmental flows that we came out with our study. The yellow one is the present day flow in the river, which you see is at 0 in the lean season, because nothing is released. As part of e-flows assessment, we give two scenarios. One is for maintenance year, which is a normal year. The other one is drought year. When you have a drought situation, even then also you don't want your ecosystem to collapse. You still want some basic functions of the ecosystem to carry on so that by next year, the species or the systems will bounce back. So therefore, you recommend drought year flows also. So we have environmental flows requirement to the tune of 13 cubic for the month of January, let's say, but the regulated flow or the available flow was 1.6 cubic. So you can see the disparity that is there. Oh, yeah. Of course, this report was released with by the minister, and then what we did actually with the department, we said that let's try to come to the point that we start doing the releases downstream of your barrage, because you are not releasing anything, and that is actually not at all good for the river. So they said, how can we do that? We said, you give us your last 30 years water reservoir level data, and we will tell you whether you have surplus water or not. So this was a very, very collaborative exercise. Department shared all the data with us. We did an analysis, and we realized that at any given point of time, they have got 317 million cubic meter of water left in their reservoir above the dead storage level, which can be technically used. So we said that if we start releasing from November and we go up to June, we take care of the entire lean season. We are not too worried about the wet season at the moment, because you will be storing water in the dam at that time. And there will be rainfall in the catchment, there will be some intermittent contribution. So therefore, let's at the moment work on the lean season. This was discussed, this was kind of agreed to a great extent, and finally they came up with a notification that okay, for the entire lean season, downstream of Harewali, 4 cubic of water will be released. That was for the first time in the history of the UP Irrigation and Water Resources Department that they came up with any such notification. Now we as an organization, along with the department, we are monitoring that flows. It's not that order आ गया तो काम हो गया. हम उसको पिछले 4 साल से monitor भी कर रहे हैं कि whether it is actually benefiting the river or not, or whether they are actually maintaining whatever they have said or not. We basically conducted the cross-section surveys. We installed the gauges over there, and then of course you can see the change in 2013 and post 2022. That's the situation during the entire lean season nowadays. Now this is the graph which shows that if red dotted line is the 144 cubic value that they gave in the notice. The rest of the values are the ones which are actually observed values, which means the releases are actually above whatever they have notified in their notification. This site is also sitting on the UNESCO IHP global map of e-flow site now, because e-flow releases are happening here. This is a UNESCO's intergovernmental hydrology program under which they identify and map various e-flows implementation sites on the globe. Second approach, enhancing flows in the river through ag water management or saved water from the irrigation canal. Very simple approach. Wherever the canal and wherever the tail end of the canal is, you connect the tail end with the nearby river or nearby drain. It was historically there, but these connections were lost because canals were not fed up to the tail. At times there were difficulties, people have encroached this land, therefore these connections were lost. So we basically rehabilitated or reconstructed or constructed these passages which were running between say 200 to 2 kilometers of the length. Sometimes underground pipelines were laid, sometimes over the ground channels were created. We worked on 3 aspects. Demand side management, which is reducing the irrigation water demand of the farmer. Now this we have not done by employing any pressure irrigation techniques. And we have not also talked about change in any cropping pattern. We said whatever you are growing, you grow that only. If you are growing sugarcane, grow sugarcane. We have no problem. Only thing you have to do is to improvise your irrigation practices. Only thing you have to do is to improvise your input practices, which is to ensure that your soil moisture remain for a longer duration, therefore your irrigation demand reduces. So some of the practices that we promoted were adopted by the farmer. The second part is supply side management, ensuring that the system is foolproof and system is efficient enough to take the head design discharge and take it swiftly towards the tail end after distribution to the farmer, so that there are lesser losses. The third one is institutional strengthening, which is working with the farmers to mobilize them as a water user association, so that beyond the project, it is the water user association who can take care of such initiatives. Again, that 3-pronged approach that I talked about, then of course some photographs from the field. In terms of supply side works, rehabilitating the entire canal system, then working on the passage, constructing the passage. Then this was a big system that we took up in Kasganj district in UP. In demand side, working with the farmers to improve their irrigation water demand. In case of sugarcane, we propose line sowing with the optimum width between 2 rows. So those are the things which were promoted. And then of course organic fertilizer, organic pesticides, that's the same thing. And then of course we also introduced soil moisture sensors so that they know that when to irrigate and they unnecessarily don't really put water into the field. In terms of institutional strengthening, taking the farmers to those places where active water user associations are working so that they get exposure and they work accordingly. End product, what is the result? As of now, of course, this is, I would say, this is work in progress, but still we are working with over 2 lakh farmers, over 600 villages in 5 districts of UP and Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, we are working in Gwalior district. In one block in Dabra, there is a Harsi irrigation system. We are working with Madhya Pradesh Water Resources Department, and the idea is that the water that we are able to save in the command, we should be able to release that water into Noon, Parvati and Sindh rivers, eventually benefiting the Yamuna. As of now, we have connected 30 plus canals, connected or reconnected, constituted 1 water user association and supporting another 20. The third approach is river wetland co-management. Again, very important approach from the perspective that no single organization can actually deliver on this one until unless everybody works together. That's where the district authorities, the line department including revenue department, Panchayati Raj department, irrigation department, groundwater department, all are important. Approach was simple. We did the mapping and scoping. We prioritized which wetland we should work on. We developed an integrated management plan. We established wetland River Mitra network, the local farmers or community members network. Implementation of wetland rejuvenation activities. Water smart agricultural practices were promoted. And finally, monitoring the impact. These were the stakeholders who were part of this journey, and it was because of their active contributions we were able to do that. This is just to show that first the situational analysis, then catchment mapping was done, then obviously development of plan, and then implementation of that plan. When it comes to implementation, all the people from different walks of the life contributed to this initiative. Then the changes. September 2021, August 2022, 2023, and then that's the situation continues. In terms of flows, whereas in irrigation systems we were able to push 6 billion litre of saved water from different irrigation systems into 5 rivers. Here we were able to push through 2.6 billion litre of water towards Aral River and also towards enhancing the water capacity of these wetlands that we worked upon. The another dimension to this work is the involvement or engagement of local stakeholders, local community members, which we call, when we are working on river, we call it Nadi Mitra. When we work on wetland, we call them Wetland Mitra or Ardhra Bhumi Mitra. For us, not just the villagers or citizens are the member of that, but all the people are welcome to that, which is universities, academia, state government departments, industries also. We work a lot with industries, which is not presented today, but the idea is that they should also be contributing towards that. The way we approach it as community-based river health assessment, we work on 4 aspects. The whole idea is to empower and sensitize our stakeholders, including communities, about the state of water resources which are there in their vicinity, how they are functioning, how they are deteriorating or improving, and then work as a pressure group when it comes to their own districts. They talk to the district authorities, they talk to the right department. If they are from the department, then within the department what they can do, they should do that. If we talk about Ganga and Ramganga river systems, there are quite a few groups we have created. We call them Mitras. And then the idea is that seasonally we do river health assessment and we come up with sort of a report card with using simple traffic lights to showcase how the river is. The entire work that we are doing is, of course, not just WWF's work. That's the work that we have done with all these partners. Most of the state water resources departments, irrigation departments are part of it, including, of course, forest department. But at the same time, I just wanted to also encourage Vikas around one thing, the organizers. We basically, all of us comes with pretty much same set of thoughts, values, and passion. It is very important to also bring in those who actually manage these river systems. There should be people from water resources department. If nothing else, then they will at least get sensitized towards what we are talking about. because otherwise we are just talking to ourselves. So that narrative needs to change, I think, and that's where it's very important that we bring in those stakeholders whom we were not talking to so far. If they are not talking, let's try to bring them at least in this thing. Our lessons or our learning throughout our journey of last 17, 18 years is that it really works. At times you lose your battles, but most of the time you wins also. And that was quite clear from our journey. Thank you.
I'm going to open the floor to questions, but not before I make a couple of remarks. So all too often we're used to seeing rivers in a certain way, and that by that I really mean that we're used to seeing rivers as being there for us to exploit. The fact is that the landscapes upon which the flows of the Ramganga depend are changing very rapidly. And the brown oak forests in the upper Himalaya or the middle Himalaya are no longer, are not going to be there for very long, it seems. There's a steep decline in oak forests, and also particularly in the brown oak. And as that changes, the hydrology of the upper Himalaya is also going to change. The watersheds of the Himalaya are also going to change. They're going to bring down with them a huge amount of sediment. At this moment, across the Himalayan arc, there are at least 800 GLOF events that are building up, and we don't know what will happen with them. The amount of sediment that is now coming down into the rivers, will impact the viability of our irrigation projects. And with that, also the dead storage levels of these projects. At the same time, there's an intensification of agriculture. The demands upon land for food and for industry are only growing, and also urbanization, and so the use and also the abuse of water is increasing. In that sense, I'm going to ask the first question, and then I'll open it up to everybody. That how, considering that you've had a long experience in this, and river rejuvenation is really a highly complex topic, particularly because rejuvenation needs to be also seen in light of the fact that the free-ranging herbivory on which the health of these landscapes was dependent is no longer there, because the landscape is all entirely partitioned off, and the free-ranging herds are no longer able to perform their ecological function. So I'm going to request Nitin to kindly dwell on that a bit for all of us.
Thank you very much. And in fact, that's a very good question. We also thought that even if we do that, what benefit we are bringing to the species or to the aquatic life. So that's where the monitoring that we are doing on Ramganga downstream of Aravalli Barrage from last 4 years, the data of that clearly shows that in terms of improvement in habitat conditions, we are able to push the water level by 1.5 feet more deeper than the one it was before the releases. What benefit in terms of species we have seen, the catch per unit effort has increased. Secondly, so far whatever research people have done in that stretch of the river, about 63, 64 species were identified. Our last 3-4 years data has basically touched the number of about 99 species. Of course, our effort has also increased because we are doing every fortnight the surveys. But some of the species which we never thought that will appear here, they are also kind of bouncing back. Yeah, faunal. But of course, we are not really talking about those species right now, because we wanted to establish this for another 3-4 years, so that we are very confident in terms of, okay. But there are positive signs that we are seeing. Yeah.
Hello. You have said that agriculture is the most utilizing water. It is true. In India, 75% water is being used by the agriculture. It is also true that 50% of the land is rain-fed. So the question, your presentation is on irrigation system, river through barrage, etc. What I have two questions. First, what is the contribution of the groundwater which is being used for irrigation to the base flow of the rivers? Second question, that what is the potential of increasing flow or rejuvenate rivers through rejuvenating small rivers, continuous basis in rainfed regions.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So these are the rivers that we are trying to rejuvenate through egg water management are all very small river systems, 100 to 100 kilometer length, 90 kilometer also at times. That's one thing. Secondly, you talked about rain-fed aspect, very important. Even if you look at the canal irrigated areas, sir, farmer actually supplement. He also uses surface water as well as groundwater, because at times he is not relying on canal water, because at times availability nahi hai wahan pe, ya time se nahi mil raha hai, so he rely on groundwater also. Both sources are used, and therefore working on both sources are equally important, especially in these kind of rivers which have very strong surface water groundwater interaction. Even if you are able to reduce your groundwater withdrawal, that also benefits the river. Yeah. Yeah. If you are not withdrawing, then water is remaining in the aquifer. It will have enhanced water levels. It will surely benefit the base flows. People have done studies on that. We have not done specifically on this aspect, and in fact this we took as a challenge also. So far we have worked with the farmers who are drawing water from the canals. We have very recently picked up a large group of 50,000 farmers in non-command areas, where they are only dependent on groundwater for irrigation. So maybe in 5 to 7 years down the line, we'll come up with fresh results or fresh findings around that. But so far the results that we are talking about are largely on canal irrigated areas.
Thank you. I actually wanted to understand from the layman's point of view that you've done a lot of studies on river renovation and protecting them. My question is on the design part of it, because you said there are other stakeholders, let's say other institutes who are on design. How's the architectural changes, or for example, a dam be a part of your studies? How is that initiated on ground with your deep studies on and feedbacks given to these different stakeholders?
Yeah, very important, and I would say one of the pain points also, because we did the e-flows assessment between 2013 to 2015. From 2015 to 2021, which is 6 years time, that's the time we spent with Kalaghat Dam authorities, their bosses sitting in Lucknow, the engineering chief and head of department and rest of the chief engineers. They set up a committee, the committee reviewed our recommendations. That's when they agreed that, okay, you go to Kalaghat authorities, you talk to them and come up with some formula through which we can do the releases. Eventually the chief engineer asked us that, okay, what is the inflow to my dam? How much I am getting in my dam? That much I can give you as a e-flows. I don't want to touch my reservoir storage, but I can give you whatever I am getting as inflow. In a dam, it's a over the year storage. It's not 1 year storage, isn't it? So we came up with that formula, which they instantly agreed. And accordingly, they of course, it's a long drawn process. One has to be very, very patient, and even in one river we took about 6 years. But it's again, over-allocated river systems. We also need to understand and appreciate the compulsions and pulls and pressures the Water Resources Department works in. So if both of us sit together, talk to each other, we will be able to understand each other's perspective.
Hello. So my question is not on the river, but on the smaller scale. There are streams, small streams. So in our place, in Akola, there's a problem of water lettuce. We can say water cabbage. So how can we eradicate? Because we tried to eradicate it, remove it from that place, but we are unable to eradicate it properly. Actually remove it properly.
Is it a weed?
Yes, actually it is a weed. Yes, it is a weed. So and it is covering all the over the proper area.
Yeah. No, so we face these issues especially in wetlands actually. So periodic removal is the only solution that we also do. Of course, we then convert it into compost and farmers use that as fertilizers. But at the end of the day, it has to be periodically removed. That's how we do it.
But again and again it is happening.
That's what I'm saying. Periodically, you have to keep on removing because sometimes the system is so nutritive or so productive that it will recreate the stuff. But that फिर उसको बार-बार करना पड़ता है.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that we, in India, we add 440 million tons of nitrogen to our rivers every year. So how is it possible? What is going to happen? Obviously, there is going to be a massive eutrophication of our rivers, right? Can I have the mic and the front for Dr. K. Raman, please? And then after that, Ms. Murthy. So the only answer to that is actually to reduce the amount of nutrient load on the rivers. And that will happen through massive agricultural reforms, particularly in the subsidies.
Nice that you have been addressing all the stakeholders. So the basic stakeholder is Central Water Commission. And I'm going through a report from the Central Water Commission, and their catch slogan is "Har khet ko pani," or "Har ghar ko nal se jal." These two things are there, which is drawing the maximum water from the rivers or the groundwater. They are saying that only 15% of the river flow has been stored till now. And there is tremendous scope in Himalayan rivers. You are addressing that only, they say only 11% of Ganges and only 0.48% of Brahmaputra. They are under storage. Southern Godavari and other systems are doing wonderfully well. They are above 50%. So we see a spate of other storage or water linking, river linking projects coming up, the mega projects coming up. I think we need to set a narrative. Any thought on that?
Yeah, sir, it's a very important point. And in fact, when we talk to our colleagues in CWC or like-minded, I would say, scientists or officers in CWC, see, they also try to, deliver on certain either commitments or certain narratives that are set. So until unless those narratives are changed from, creation to management, agar management ka narrative bana, to CWC will have to fall in line, or any agency will have to fall in line. So problem wahan par hai. Inko agar convince karna hai, so we'll have to see that the bosses are convinced, which is the decision makers, because everything will fall from there. They will eventually, they are said that, okay, you identify number of projects on certain number of rivers that needs to come up or that can come up. So they'll do a technical assessment, they'll come up with, okay, agar itna water availability hai in a year, then obviously there is a possibility that we can do the storage. So it's basically flowing from there. So whatever we see in reports, it is all actually, pushed from there. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, that we need to have a dialogue, discussion with them. Lot of sensitive, valuable information was discussed since yesterday, today. They are not able to appreciate because they are not hearing, listening, and in their day-to-day work, they are not at all bothered, or they don't have time to read what we are writing. So until unless we engage with them in dialogue or in such kind of forums, if that happens, then obviously they start listening. I mean, our experience is that they will come on board, if not now, then maybe 5 or 7 years down the line. Another change, what I just wanted to pick on this point, sir. 20 years back, sir, nobody was able to listen about environmental flows in water resources circles. Okay, they used to say that 1992 CWC said that 10% of minimum flows, हमारा बस वही Bible है, हम उसी पे चलेंगे. But now people are also kind of changing, they are opening up, and it is only dependent on us. If we are able to establish a dialogue with them, if we are able to constantly interact with them, and that's where things will get pushed. We will find champions there also. There will always be difficult people, but there will be champions also.
Good evening, sir. first thing I faced a problem when I was a member secretary biodiversity board, when I included water as an aquatic ecosystem. The first question raised by the topmost authority of my board was, "Ye to water hai?" I said, "No sir, it's not water. It's an aquatic ecosystem." He got convinced. But at the same time, the same type of repeated perception is being perceived and perpetuated in the entire country, thinking that rivers are water channels. That's one thing. This perception need to be changed. Rivers are an living ecosystems. Suddenly कोई दूसरा कंट्री का साहब ने दिखाया था, तो हम मध्य प्रदेश में भी हमने उसको रिवर नर्मदा को तुरंत मतलब बनाना चाहा. Please go through the notification, how it finally ended up. That's one thing. And second thing, जैसा कि रिवर का डेफिनेशन है, कहाँ से शुरू होता है, कहाँ खत्म होता है, विड्थ वाइज, लेंथ वाइज, इसका कोई डेफिनेशन नहीं है. तो मैं WWF से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, एटलीस्ट ब्रिंग आउट सम टेक्निकल डॉक्यूमेंट्स बेस्ड ऑन दैट, कि हम रिवर को किसको मानते हैं फाइनली. दैट्स वन थिंग. भोपाल में क्या होता है कि जब बड़ा तालाब भर जाता है, कलेक्टर्स बिल्कुल आजकल मॉनिटर करना बिल्कुल सख्ती तरीके से करते हैं. निगरानी माने निगरानी. वो कहीं से मतलब चूंकि वो कमला पार्क के ऊपर जो राजा भोज ने बांध बनाया वो कभी टूट ना जाए, वहां से निकाल के कलियासोत में डालते हैं. अब कलियासोत में मतलब भर गया तो तुरंत उसको 13 गेट से निकाल देते हैं. इस चक्कर में 2 साल पहले अभी जो कंक्रीट रोड बना था यहाँ से सब फ्लाईओवर्स वाला अब्दुल्लागंज वाला, उसकी खिसक गया नीचे का रैम्प, चूंकि इतना ज्यादा फ्लो था. सो कमिंग बैक टू द माई इश्यू कि रिवर हैज टू बी डिफाइंड फर्स्ट बाय द टेक्निकल बॉडीज एंड साइंटिस्ट लाइक यू. चूंकि आपका तो बहुत बड़ा बॉडी है सर, इट्स इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रेप्यूट, मतलब इंटरनेशनल लेवल का रेप्यूट का है WWF. एंड सेकंड थिंग, 1 मिनट, आई हैव नॉट कंप्लीटेड, कि डू यू हैव एनी मतलब technical document about the river linking project as a technical body, as a scientist? Because this is the need of the hour. Otherwise, आजकल river linking has become a fashion. Every politician wants to मेरा river link कर दो, मेरे river link कर दो. क्या होता है river link करके? हम कहाँ का पानी कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? One should seriously think about it. मेरा आपकी अगस्त मतलब जो एक international repute की body है, उससे request है, at least bring out technical documents on these issues so that at least a debate should happen and involve an economist into it, ecologist into it. क्योंकि I am very clear about it. It's purely an engineer's dream. इंजीनियर को क्या करना, मिट्टी इधर से खोदना, सीमेंट उधर से लाना, लोहा उधर से लाना, सब नेचर से ही आ रहा, अपनी घर से कोई नहीं ला रहा. इंजीनियर का काम, मनोज मिश्रा साहब क्लियरली कहते, काम खोदना है, कंजर्वेशनिस्ट का काम उसको बचाना है. दोनों का जो एंड्स कब मीट होगा, दिस इज द रियल बिग क्वेश्चन. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Sir, with respect to river linking, yeah, sure. In 2003, WWF, along with other organizations, conducted a workshop, and there was a document prepared that time also on the cons of various river linking initiatives that government, because at that time वो काफी hot debate में था. फिर केन बेतवा के साथ ये अब कंटिन्यू करता चला जा रहा है. And you also know, sir, this is the first link. There are multiple links that they have been identified. And depending upon how it fares, they will plan for others ones also. Yeah. And second point, sir, जो आप बोल रहे हैं, defining the river floodplains or zones of river or the length of the river. Yeah. No. So in terms of identifying various zones, there are certain exercises which are underway. We are not directly contributing to that, but from time to time we are invited for review of their reports and stuff like that. Yeah. Ji. Sure. Yeah, sure.
So I'm going to have to close the session now. We've run out of time. I want to thank Dr. Nitin Kaushal for his, for sharing his vast experience. There is a dearth of literature on the subject of scientific literature on the surface. There's a lot of pseudoscience going around in the name of river rejuvenation, and I think that sessions like these really help in at least debunking the pseudoscience. And part of that is then the question of definitions and then translating them into legal language and to policy. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaushal, and thank you, Mr. Popley, for moderating this session. Okay, moving on to the next session. I think one of the running themes that has existed in most of the sessions that we have had up until now is on the importance of community awareness, not just community awareness, but community mobilization as well. And the next session focuses on exactly that. The session is titled The Communities, Their Role in Conservation and Maintaining Healthy Ecosystems. The moderator for this session is Dr. Oshimaya Sen, who is the managing editor of World Atlas Canada. She's a wildlife conservation storyteller and science communicator with nearly a decade of experience, transitioning into conservation after completing a PhD in Parkinson's disease research. As senior editor at World Atlas, she works across India documenting community-led conservation with a focus on human-wildlife relationships and indigenous knowledge, while supporting multiple wildlife organizations. Her articles, podcasts, and talks have been featured internationally, including at the 12th World Wilderness Congress in the US. I would welcome Dr. Sen to kindly come on stage. Before I hand over the mic to Dr. Sen, I just have a couple of requests. We have 2 more sessions which will go on for 50 minutes each. None of us want to be here for dinner because high tea will then become dinner. So I would really urge and request all of you to please ask 2 questions per panel, and please keep your questions brief. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to invite the speakers of this session one by one. So, Kashif Farooq Bhatt and Zarina ma'am, they have come all the way from Jammu and Kashmir. Please take a seat here. Then we have Utso Pradhan. He has come from the Darjeeling Hills of West Bengal. Welcome Utso, welcome Kashif, welcome ma'am. And then I would like to invite Akshita. Akshita Jain is Bhopal's girl, own girl. Please come and take your seat. And then we have Pankaj Bishnoi and Nirma Bishnoi. They have come all the way from Khetolai, Jaisalmer district.
I would request Mr. Vikas to kindly come on stage and give all the speakers a welcome planter.
So it's my great pleasure to introduce this session, the communities, their role in conservation and maintaining a healthy ecosystem. So basically right now, across the world, there is talk about community-led conservation, empowering communities. I was there in the 2024 World Wilderness Congress, and over 84 countries were participating in the conference. And everyone was talking just about the same thing, how to empower communities, because community-led conservation is a way to go in the future. And in this regard, I would say that in India, we are very lucky that we have our communities who have been taking part in conservation for millennia, and that is through their lifestyle, culture, customs, traditions. And even today, Dr. Saxena, she spoke about how Mahaseed, it was featured in the mythology of India. And that way, we are therefore very fortunate, and that's why, because of despite having such a massive population, we still have some wildlife, right? So, in this regard, let me tell you a short story. Let's go back to the late 19th century when William Temple Hornaday, he was an American taxidermist and hunter. So he came to India on a year-long expedition to hunt Indian wildlife. And he wanted to take them back to the American museums for display. So he came and he started hunting with his hunting party. He went across India and started hunting our wildlife. And we spoke about rivers and gharials. So he was there in the Yamuna River, and he started hunting gharials in the Yamuna River. At that time, gharials were still existing in the river. Today, they are critically endangered species. So once he started hunting, and he would hang the bodies, the skin of the gharials on the mast of his boat. And one day they saw 3 gharials in the bank of the Yamuna River, and they started approaching in shooting distance to shoot them down. Just then something very interesting happened, and I'll read out what he wrote in his letter. He wrote, "We began to lay our plans for making a kill, but suddenly 2 of the natives caught sight of us, and guessing our purpose from the emblem at the masthead, which was a dead gharial skin, they ran towards the gharials and drove them into the water. We shouted angrily at them, and by way of reply, they threw stones at the gharials until their heads entirely disappeared underwater and were thus beyond our reach." So that is how the people, our people, saved the gharials from being hunted. And this is not a lone case. Temple Hornaday, he goes on writing about facing such resistance to hunting by the foreign hunters across his travels. And again, it's not just him. There are several Indian media reports of the colonial period that show how our people, they rose up against hunting. Hornaday later on, he went on to the US and he became a famous conservationist. He had a change of heart, and he then started talking against hunting, and even he started protecting the bison in America. So that is what India is, and we belong to this beautiful country with a beautiful heart. But things are changing in India. As you see, we are growing more and more resistant to coexistence. In our cities, in our villages, we now no longer want to live with wild animals, other animals, and that is quite sad. But again, I have hope because we have these communities. They are doing amazing work in conservation, and today we are going to listen to what the work they are doing. They are the community leaders of their communities that they have come here. So one by one, they'll be presenting their talks. I hope we learn a lot from them, and also we, as a larger community, start supporting their work as well. So I would like first to introduce Usso Pradhan. Usso, he is from the Darjeeling Hills. He is a founder of TD, which is Take It Easy, Easy Does It. It's an environmental conservation organization doing amazing work. I visited last year. I was there in Darjeeling Hills. And, if Darjeeling is getting polluted, it's getting deforested. But if you visit his organization, the space he has created, it's like a paradise, in all that chaos. And so also would request you to please present your talk. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you, Dr. Ushmaya, for this invitation, and thank you, Vikasji. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you, Dr. Oshimaya, for inviting us, and Vikasji for creating this platform, and also fellow speakers, thank you for sharing your journey with us. I go back very, very inspired. I am here to share my journey of the last 9 years, a journey that is of permaculture, and the topic that I'm going to present is called Co-Creating with Communities, the Permaculture Way. Okay, can we have the presentation? So I start off with showcasing this Himalayan paradox that I call it. So I come from the Eastern Himalayas, and even though we are there right on the roof of India. I call it a paradox because the way that we, in fact, remember or listen to the Himalayas is through Bollywood mostly, where it says the mountains are calling, okay, and we go, and as the climate crisis increases, the global, not really warming now, global boiling kind of makes us all move from the plains to the mountains. We remember mountains to give us peace. We remember mountains sometimes to find our calling. But the mountains that we grew up in, and this is Kanchenjunga, this is a picture that I've clicked about 15 years ago. I can't get this picture anymore because, like you might have been witnessing, the snow is melting. We are going through a phenomenon where there is a snow drought that's happening. And Kanchenjunga, our goddess Kanchenjunga, is also melting. So, are the mountains calling, or is it actually crying? Okay. So, this is a picture. It's actually a video. I'd request the video to be played of our hometown, and the status of the hometown is a mountain, but not the mountain that you associate with anymore, but a mountain of waste. So this is an aerial shot that we had taken. And this is not just a problem of waste. We see it linked to a human-wildlife conflict. We see it linked to people getting de-linked from their land, because this is something that is now started to polluting our air. In fact, there was, I think, a recent study done where they found our clouds having heavy metals. So heavy metals raining down from the Himalayas. And where does it go? Himalayas are at the roof of India. So whatever happens to us actually happens to the rest of the country. Okay, so this is, yes, it will ultimately reach the sea also. And also a phenomenon that has happened, but I don't see that being called out more often. We hear about floods happening, we hear about cloudbursts, okay, but how many of you have heard this term called GLOF? It's a glacial lake outburst flood. Okay, and whenever the media also reports the floods that's coming in the Himalayas, they just call it a cloudburst. But now this phenomenon is becoming a very, very recurring thing, okay, where the glacial lakes that's probably there for millions of years now is slowly not able to hold the meltdown of the mountains. And when that happens, let's see what happens downstream. Can we have the video, please? So this is the Teesta river. The dam broke. Can you play it again, please? And that's the fury of the river that we witnessed downstream. And the entire, there is a study done where the entire Himalayan belt, all the glaciers that we have, are slowly melting. And that is a severe threat to all the downstream communities that's there. Okay, so now what do we do in the mountains, right? So what does it mean co-creating with communities, and what is the permaculture way? So if you look at permaculture, it originated as a design-based, a community work, a design-based, let's say, a way of life. I think that's the best way that I could describe it. And it's based on the ethical system that you see on the screen. It's earth care, people care, and fair share. And those are the 12 principles that kind of bind the whole philosophy together. So, but the more I got into it, the more I've been practicing permaculture, I realized that, even though it expands into, of course, permanent culture now, it started off as permanent agriculture. How do you create more resilient communities? But the funny thing was, the more I thought I was going ahead, I realized that I was retracing my step, and it was like going back into time and looking at what our ancestors were doing. So permaculture is actually nothing but Purkhoka culture, what our ancestors used to practice and how they used to live their lives. So there is a lot of wisdom that we hold in how our people used to live earlier. And in terms of a development model and that we have explored, we call it the tripod model of transformational development. And this has worked for us in a way where the development right now that we see towards ecological restoration, unfortunately, cannot be incremental. We don't have time, and I think there's a very famous line that's attributed to, I think, Buddha and also Einstein. I don't know who said it, but I think it goes as, the problem is we think we have time. We don't. So how do we get those changes to be not incremental, but rather transformational and also actually disruptive at times, really, really quickly? So this is one model that has worked for us, which is to do a bottom-up, community-led grassroots movement that meets a top-down policy support, where we change policies, and we get the side-earned support through CSR and partnerships with other NGOs. So I'll give you an example. So this is a photo of Naya Basti. This was a second zero-waste village that we launched. And DCB Bank has been like a great support for us over the years. So this village has 20 households, and this was a picture that was taken 4 years ago. And this was a grassroots community-led work. And today, we are actually looking at 20,000 households. We are working with the government of West Bengal. We're building capacities for them. And the impact right now from 20 households has gone up to about 20,000 households in a matter of 3 years. That's 1,000 times increase. So that's the kind of transformational change that we are aiming for through the tripod model, like we said, of development. Now, let's look at how landscapes and people change with permaculture, or rather, let's say, Purkhoka culture. So let me tell you very briefly the story of TD and how we've evolved over the years. For a long time, we didn't have a vision statement. There were a number of things that we were dabbling with, from both solid and liquid waste management to natural building to natural farming. And there was this need for a vision statement. And finally, as a team, we came up with this, where pure air, fresh water, rich soil, not just for human beings, but for all beings. This is how we started off. We were actually based out of a landfill. It was a place that was a dump yard for about 20 years. And when we started working on the place, it was something like this. Till date, we've taken off close to about 25,000 sacks of plastic from our land, about 1.5 acres. We started working with the community to start cleaning up the rivers. And we started trying to look at what's our architectural heritage. How have our ancestors worked with mud, bamboo, and stones, the local renewable resources? And we started trying to see whether we can generate a yield. In permaculture, we say, can we generate a yield? You do a project, but unless until it kind of generates a yield for it to self-finance itself, it might not run the distance. So we started creating what we call a regenerative tourism ecosystem. And that landscape got transformed into this. This is what we call a TD earthy dwelling. And over the years, this is the air dwelling, and those dots that you see are actually the stars. And the travelers started coming down, volunteers started coming down. So we have about volunteers from over 65 countries who've come and contributed in the project. And we started experimenting more and more with natural buildings. And we started a forest school, and the forest school is located right in between the forest that we have nurtured. And this is the place where TD is located. And you wouldn't believe it, it's right next to the highway. Okay, so it's not back and beyond, it's not away from the community, it's right next to the highway, where actually the community, if someone says, how does it feel, swimming against the tide? Because everyone else probably is going in a different direction. We are building with mud and bamboo, everyone else is building with cement, right? I say we are not really swimming against the tide, we are swimming against the tsunami, because that's where everyone else is heading towards. But I think creating this center of learning, center of excellence, has helped us to work with communities to really question the way that we have lived our lives so far, right? So right from showcasing that we can grow food with compost generated from waste rather than just depending upon, let's say, cow dung, right? So this is something that we've grown with the compost. I am holding actually the cabbage on top of my head, you can see. And our community started getting together. We are about a 30 member team now, and we celebrate the local culture that is there. And also, whenever there is an occasion for us to go up to the stage and receive certain awards, this is in 2022. This was presented by Outlook. And this is CNN TV 18, Thinkers of Tomorrow. We always send our community folks, you know. We do a lottery. And they are the ones who go up to the stage and stand amidst probably the CEOs or the directors of the company and go ahead and receive the award on our behalf. And most of them, they would be taking their first flight, probably trip outside Darjeeling for them. This was the Savera Award. This is Kundan, who actually missed his flight, because he went, when I called him and I asked him, did you take the flight? He was like, oh, I missed it, So he actually locked himself inside the toilet because he was scared. So I had to book another ticket for the next flight, and I had to have someone from, I think it was Indigo Airlines, to hold his hand and say it's all right, till he got onto the flight, and he went to Delhi and received this award. This was in London, where we got the Global Responsible Tourism Award last year in November. And this was last year where so we work now with the student community also, and 5 students were called to Delhi in the Rising Bharat Summit, and we presented a white paper to the Prime Minister as to how we can link the curriculum that we have introduced in the local colleges there to the new education policy, where it would be experiential environmental work, where they get credits for actually going ahead and working with the communities. So yeah, to end it, I'd like to leave all of you with this thought where, yes, the problems are complex. It might seem like a tall mountain, but actually when you get down to the basics of it, some of the solutions are actually very, very embarrassingly simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Utso, for this very, very enlightening presentation. And many people often ask me that, I'm in this field, but I want to contribute to conservation. How can I do so? Utso was in a thriving corporate career in Hyderabad, but he just realized that he needs to do something for Mother Nature. He left his career and he came to Darjeeling, back to his roots, and he did all this. So I think, and also if anyone has questions, please note them down at the end of the session. You can ask the questions to all the speakers. Next, I would like to introduce Kashif Farooq Bhatt. He is from Jammu and Kashmir. He is a 4th generation conservationist. His paternal side of the family and maternal side of the family have been conserving the wildlife of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Dachigam National Park. And they are also, playing a very important role in protecting the hangul, which is endemic to Kashmir and it is critically endangered. And Kashif is accompanied by his mother, Zarina ma'am, and who has nurtured these families over the years. So after Kashif, I would request Zarina ma'am also to speak a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all great scientists, students, wildlife conservationists from all over the country. So I'll be speaking on hangul, the role of communities in conserving hangul. So hangul is a critically endangered species. So earlier it was said that hangul is a subspecies of it's a European red deer subspecies. But the recent studies has revealed that it's not a European red deer subspecies, it's India's own red deer subspecies that is endemic to the Kashmir Himalayas. So the population of hangul is found in the Dachigam National Park with a few fragmented populations from other part of Kashmir. its historic range was up to Himachal Pradesh, was found throughout Kashmir Valley, but has been now confined to Dachigam only. It is very much a shy species and is critically endangered and faces numerous threats, what starts from hunting, habitat degradation, habitat fragmentation. Also, it faces a threat from grazing. The male-female ratio of hangul is 12:1. That means for 12 females, there is only one male. And female fawn ratio of this species is for 100 females, there are only 13 fawns. So, I mean, female fawn ratio of this species is very low. It's also a flagship species and umbrella species of the temperate forest ecosystem. So the ecological importance of hangul, it's a cultural and symbolic value has, it's a state animal of Jammu and Kashmir, now a UT animal. So it's a very, it's a species that's of very high importance and it maintains trophic structure. It's a main herbivore species of Dachigam National Park and feeds on over 15 to 17 different grass species. And it's indicator of habitat integrity and represents alpine temperate connectivity. That means it's a migratory species and prefers altitudinal migration. So in the summer months, it prefers a high altitude region of Dachigam National Park, and in the winter months, it migrates down to the lower altitudes of Dachigam National Park. So Dachigam National Park, it's an area of 161 square kilometers found in Jammu and Kashmir. So its altitudinal range varies from lower Dachigam to upper Dachigam. That means from the lower regions of Dachigam, it's around 2,000 meters and extends up to 4,200 meters. So with this altitudinal ranges, it has different kind of habitats, which goes from riverine, grasslands, coniferous, and these different kind of alpine, subalpine. So there are different altitudinal regions and different kind of habitat found in Dachigam National Park. And it is surrounded by human settlements, which are the local communities, which are Gujar, Bakarwal communities, and also the Kashmiri communities, which is the whole national park is surrounded with the local communities. And this park has a strong people connection, because people go there for grazing, grass cutting, and they take their livestock there for grazing. So it has a very strong interference from the people. So wildlife conservation is increasingly recognizing the role of local communities. The role of local communities have been much vital in Dachigam National Park. More when talking of hangul, so the protected areas are not sufficient. In terms of conservation, we cannot confine ourselves in only the protected areas, as we were listening yesterday also, that for the Great Indian Bustard, the population, the actual population is outside the protected area, while we are, we cannot limit ourselves to the protected areas only. So the same is for hangul. We cannot limit ourselves up to the protected areas only. We have to go beyond the protected areas, connect with the local communities for conservation. So why communities matter in and around Dachigam? Because there are some threats that originate from those local communities. The very first threat is the grazing. So as I spoke that hangul is a migratory species, so it migrates in the summer months. It goes up to the higher elevations of Dachigam. So the Bakarwal communities, they also take their livestock and go to the higher reaches of Dachigam National Park. So it is the time when there is the direct competition for the resource between the livestock and the hangul. So the hangul has to fight for its own resources, and there is a high chance of this disease transmission from livestock to hangul. So it becomes one of the big threats that hangul is facing. Another is the fuel wood extraction. So the local communities have been largely dependent on the forest areas. So they have been going the forest for collecting firewood, and this is one of the threats that originate from the people. Most when there is the breeding season and the fawning season, so that's a very critical time for hangul. So this is one of the reasons and the threat that originate to hangul. And another is, of course, disturbance. While the local communities go for grazing or fuel wood extraction, the disturbance will be there. And opportunities that we can get from the communities is that if we develop in them the idea that they belong to the forest and forest belong to them, so they take it as their own resource and as their own land, so they become the guardians of those forests. So we have been trying to develop this idea among those people, among the local communities. And when we develop this kind of idea in them, so they automatically begin to guard those forests. And when there are forest fires, they report the forest fires. Or if there is a case of human-wildlife interaction, so they report those cases at that time. And also they play a crucial role in habitat protection. So some anthropogenic activities affecting hangul, as I talked, that habitat degradation, fragmentation, because they go inside the forest areas for the firewood extraction. The livestock competition, what hangul can never afford, because it's already very low at number. So, it can never afford this kind of disturbance. Another is disturbance during breeding and fawning season. The breeding season of hangul is in September and October, and the fawning season is the May. So in the breeding season is in the lower parts of Dachigam, and the fawning season is the higher parts of Dachigam. So it's in the high alpine zones of Dachigam, the same time when the Bakarwal communities go and take their livestock there. So this is a very critical stage, because when the fawning starts, the fawn of hangul, it cannot move for over almost 2 weeks. It cannot run. So it hides itself and becomes scentless. So this is a very critical stage for hangul, and it needs the utmost attention at that particular time. So what we are doing at our level, that we are organizing participatory awareness and education sessions for local communities. We go to the Bakarwal communities, the Gujar communities, all those communities who have direct link or indirect link to Dachigam National Park. We go to those people and spread the message of conservation, spread the message that why hangul is important, why it is at last going to benefit you. And also we are engaging youth and students by covering the local schools, by covering the local religious institutions. We go there and engage their children, because what I believe is that it's easy to shape young minds towards wildlife conservation than to convince people who have already spent their life in doing the activities. And we have been doing this work for our, I'm the 4th generation one, but I have started my work for over 5 to 6 years. So we are closely working with the local communities. So field-based community engagement, what we are doing is that we are selecting those villages who have the most who are mostly interact with the forests of Dachigam National Park. So I'm currently leading a project of Sanctuary Nature Foundation, which is called as Mud on Boots project. So the Sanctuary Nature Foundation is helping us to reach to more communities. They are funding us at this particular stage, and I would like to thank Mr. Bittu Sehgal sir. He's not only supporting me, he has been supporting my grandfather from 1980s. So through that initiative, we are reaching out to the maximum people, involving local students, local institutions in wildlife conservation. And we are using media for conservation, because if we keep a cheetal and a hangul in front of a common Kashmiri man, so he will say that do hangul ja rahe hai. So he's not, we are not able to distinguish what hangul is and what cheetal is. So we are trying to spread this message that hangul is a species that is endemic to India, that's endemic to Himalayas of Jammu and Kashmir. It's not found in any other part of the world. So this becomes very crucial for the conservation of hangul. So what we have observed so far is that awareness have improved. There is a shift in the attitude of local people. What earlier thought कि hangul को बचाएंगे तो हमें क्या मिलेगा? So that attitude has shifted now. They have been actively engaged in wildlife conservation. Like I have been doing sessions for them. So they ask कि sir दूसरा session कब होगा? Or I have been involving young children from different schools, from different institutions in conservation through paintings, through quiz and different activities, only to spread कि आपको हांगुल को बचाने का काम अब आपका है. So they are actively been involved in these activities. So challenges I'm facing currently is that the dependence of local communities on forest resources, since they are continuously dependent on forest resources for grass cutting or for wood cutting, they go there. So it creates that sort of disturbance for hangul. So it becomes one of the problems. Second is grazing. It is, I would say, it is one of the biggest problem hangul is facing currently. So it also needs to be addressed. And the third thing is that we need long-term engagement with the people. I mean, it should not stop at any point of the time, and we should go with those activities and observe what outcomes we can get. So what we are doing, and we are integrating communities into conservation planning, and we are integrating them. We are inviting them for the planning, whatever we do in those local areas. Also involving youth as long-term conservation ambassadors, because I believe that youth are those people, but if you convince them, then other people automatically get into those conservations. And we are developing eco-development and incentive-based models involving people in different activities, like those who are directly involved in forest in the forest areas for any activity. We are involved them in dairy farming, beekeeping. We are planning to train them through different training sessions, and also we are trying to strengthen park community partnerships. Why I have put the photo of Asiatic black bear here when I'm talking of hangul, because when we go to a local community and speak of wildlife, so the Asiatic black bear is the species what comes, it is the species that comes most oftenly in interaction with the humans. So this is the species, that has the most human-wildlife conflict in Kashmir. So they ask that अगर hangul को बचाएंगे, but Asiatic black bear है वो हमारे घर पे आता है तो हमारा crop damage करता है, कभी बात injury तक आ जाती है, और sometimes that injury becomes fatal, that attack becomes fatal. तो इसको आप किस नज़रिए से देखते हैं? So these things, the communities ask and keep asking कि इसका क्या solution है, इसको हम कैसे address करें? So I would say that conservation of hangul extends beyond the protected boundaries. We have to involve the local communities in conservation practices and develop that idea of coexistence so that hangul thrives in its ecosystem. So I would like to acknowledge and thank the local communities around Dachigam, the students, the volunteers, the wildlife department, Dr. Oshmaya ma'am, who has been supporting my work, Dr. Asad Rahmani sir, I think he's not here, but he has been mentoring me throughout these years. My mother, who has helped me a lot in taking wildlife science as a career. My father, who is still in service at Dachigam National Park, he has helped me a lot in wildlife science. His valuable suggestions has always been there for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kashif. Zarina ma'am, कुछ बोलिए अब.
गुड इवनिंग, मेरा नाम ज़रीना रहमान है. मैं श्रीनगर कश्मीर से हूँ. मेरे फादर एंड ग्रैंडफादर वाइल्ड लाइफ में काम करते थे, और मेरे फादर पहले कश्मीरी जिसको वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी अवार्ड से अवार्डी है, और मेरे हस्बैंड वाइल्ड लाइफ में इन सर्विस है और मेरा बेटा भी वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन में काम करता है. मुझे उम्मीद है ये ज़रूर कामयाब होंगे.
Thank you, ma'am. Youth like Kashif and mothers like Zarina ma'am are so needed in India to, conserve our wildlife, create a protected future for our future generations. Next, I would like to, of course, invite Akshita. Akshita is, she's from Bhopal, but she works in Hyderabad. She completed her IIT, she BTech from Guwahati. And then she started working as a software engineer. But, despite her work, she dedicates a large part of her, time to conservation. And she is a very famous wildlife photographer at this age. And she travels across India collecting stories about the communities. I've also often traveled with her. And I think today she's going to tell some amazing stories through her visual storytelling. Akshita, please come to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. So I would first of all want to start by saying that it's a true privilege to be standing here today amidst all of you people who have dedicated their lives to conservation, whether it is through science, through field work, through community action, through writing, or through any other medium. And I may not have the depth of research and knowledge that many of you hold, but what brings me here today is my passion for storytelling. So my journey started with photographing wildlife, their moments of beauty and behavior. But as I travel through the length and breadth of this country, I realized that there is a lot more to wildlife than what I was seeing before. These will be some of the glimpses of some of these stories that I've tried to tell. From the Hulongapar Gibbon Sanctuary in Assam, which is the home to India's only ape species, the Hulong gibbon, and the challenges that it faces. The story of Panna National Park, one of the most successful revival stories that the world has ever seen, but it now sees a new threat. And the lion-tailed macaques of Valparai, a species that has been living through rainforests in the past, but now it is pushed and forced to live amidst human settlements and tea estates. And through all of these stories and through many more stories that I've been telling, I realized one thing, that behind every animal, there are people, and behind every thriving forest, there is community, there is choice, and there is sacrifice. And because of this, my focus started shifting from photographing wildlife in isolation to telling stories of coexistence and conservation. And today, I bring to you one such story from the far western part of India in the Thar Desert. This is a desert, a landscape which might seem lifeless, it might seem barren at the first glance, but when you look closely enough, you realize that it's a landscape which is teeming with life. It is one of India's most extraordinary ecosystem with species like chinkara, nilgai, wild boar, Afro-Asiatic wildcat, so many raptors and reptiles, the spiny-tailed lizard, desert fox, and of course a species that we've been talking about a lot in this conference, which is the great Indian bustard. The great Indian bustard, it was once chosen to be the national bird of the country, but it's very sad that today fewer than 100 of them survive in the wild. So as I was traveling through this landscape, through Pokhran, I really wanted to understand through my lens, what does conservation mean in a landscape like this, which is probably one of the harshest places on earth. And as my journey proceeded, I realized that this desert is being quietly torn apart now. There are roads which run through grasslands. There are railway tracks that are running through great Indian bustard habitats. This desert is obviously, it's very scarce in terms of water. There are very few water resources. And the animals here have no choice but to cross these roads in order to reach water holes, resulting into so many conflicts that we keep hearing of all the time. And then, yes, of course, there are these power lines which run through and through the desert. These power lines are the new big threat to the wildlife in this place, especially the great Indian bustard. With an eye placement which is on the side, the great Indian bustard cannot really see what lies ahead of it. And most of the fatalities which are happening with the Great Indian Bustard are because of colliding through these power lines. This landscape has also now become a hub for renewable energy projects, like windmills, like solar power. And these definitely are the greener future of the country, but they come at a huge cost, which is costing this entire landscape, its species. This entire landscape is being fragmented. The native vegetation is being lost as these projects come up. But I think these are considered as wastelands by most of the people in the country, so that is something which has not been taken care of. But despite all these challenges, in this same land, in this very land, there is a community which refuses to give up. It's the Bishnoi community, and conservation lies at the core of their principles. These community, they are the followers of Guru Jambeshwar, and their religious practices also lie in conservation. They truly believe that every living being has a right to life, and that causing any sort of harm to nature is a sin. Sar saathe rukh rahe to bhi sasto jaan. Even if a human head is costed by saving a tree, that is still a cheap price to pay. एक इंसान का सर भी अगर चला जाता है एक पेड़ को बचाने में, तो भी वो एक सस्ता सौदा है. These are not just mere words. These are the words that this Bishnoi community truly live by. They are the original conservationists of India. And in 1730, most of us know Amrita Devi Bishnoi. She sacrificed her life along with 362 other Bishnoi people in order to save the khejri trees by hugging them. This was long before the famous Chipko movement, which was led by Sundarlal Bahuguna. This was long, long before that. And I think this is the first Chipko movement which India has seen. But you know, faith and belief, unfortunately, they alone cannot really fight power lines. That's where science steps in, and it's very beautiful that in this landscape, science has found a partner. The Bishnoi community are actively partnering with the BNHS, the Bombay Natural History Society. They have happily given away acres of their land to Bombay Natural History Society to lead out land restoration and conservation project there, because they truly believe that their yearly harvest is not as important as saving this ecosystem. And BNHS is working day in, day out in this landscape by carrying out restoration work. This is the BNHS team. We have Pankaj Bishnoi, Neelkant Bora, Sachin Bishnoi. They work from this, this small base station that they have. This is a solar-powered field station. There are no air conditioners, no refrigerators, and ground temperatures here exceed 50 degrees Celsius in the month of May. They still continue to carry out their monitoring, their restorative projects. Huge kudos to the BNHS team for this. They're doing all of this work under the leadership of Dr. Sujit Narvade, and I truly say that if you want to really experience commitment and dedication, then just visit their field station once in Pokhran in the month of May, and you'll realize what commitment truly is. They're carrying out a lot of works, not just monitoring, but also restoring the habitat by planting these native grasses like savern. They're actively monitoring their height over and over the years. They're carrying out this work to remove invasive species from the landscape, like what you see in this picture. The Prosopis juliflora is being taken out from this landscape. They have also created a cattle dumping ground, because of which the vultures of the place are thriving. And as I talked about the problems of power lines in this landscape, there is this amazing initiative which is being done by installing blinkers and flappers on these power lines. So birds like Great Indian Bustard, it's difficult for them to have a frontal vision. And these blinkers and flappers, as they flap and blink through the night, they are alerting birds like this and helping them prevent themselves from a possible collision. What you see in this picture, contrary to, what we keep hearing, go green. Green might not always be good, and that definitely doesn't stand true in this landscape. On the right side, what you see, the right side of the boundary as well as the right picture, this is the degraded habitat. You can see the invasive species, which is, I think, the Surajmukhi crop. And towards the left side of the boundary is the result of BNH's active work with the Bishnoi community. The landscape is breathing again, it is reviving itself. You can see the long grass, it is swaying again. So we are restoring what was initially here. And this is one of my favorite pictures from this landscape. It shows the 3 generations of Bishnoi family. So Dadi, the grandmother, Mangli Devi, she in her time hugged the khejri trees in order to protect them from being cut. We have Pankaj Bishnoi now, who is the community engagement officer working with BNHS, doing some amazing work in this landscape. And then there is his nephew Divyansh, who is now learning the new technology for conservation. He's learning tools like camera trapping, and this truly is the future of conservation. As I talk about the Bishnoi community, I would like to remember a name that this conference knows of, Radheshyam Bishnoi. He's someone who stood at this very stage talking about this exact landscape that I'm talking of today. We unfortunately lost him last year. He lost his life while trying to save Chinkara from poachers. But his loss, I would say it's not just tragedy, it's a reminder to all of us that conservation is lived courage. And we might be talking of data and sciences, but it's people like him who live this every day and who truly embody conservation in their everyday lives. Through my lens, I've come to realize that conservation needs 2 things. It needs science, but it also needs storytelling, because science shows us why to act and how to act, but the stories tell us how they feel. And a single photograph, it might not be able to protect a species, but it can definitely make someone care. And these stories are what eventually people feel connected to, and that's how they act. Saving this desert is not just about saving one species, it's about saving an entire way of life, an entire landscape that refuses to give up, that has survived through extremities, and about a community that is constantly serving for these generations through the generations. And to take this story forward, I would now like to invite someone who is living this story every day, who you just saw in my photographs. पंकज बिश्नोई BNHS के साथ, जैसा कि मैंने बताया, एज अ कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट ऑफिसर काम करते हैं. बहुत एक्सटेंसिव वर्क ये कर रहे हैं ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड पर. उनके साथ साथ मैं उनकी वाइफ निर्मा बिश्नोई को भी बुलाना चाहूँगी, जो कि ना सिर्फ फील्ड वर्क में सपोर्ट कर रही हैं, पर साथ साथ स्कूलों में अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स में भी उनका काफ़ी सारा कंट्रीब्यूशन है.
नमस्कार, मैं बिश्नोई समाज से हूँ. हमारे लिए प्रकृति सिर्फ पर्यावरण नहीं, धर्म है. बिश्नोई लोगों का जीवन इस बात का जीता जागता उदाहरण है कि प्रकृति और जीवों की रक्षा करना हमारा धर्म है. 1730 में राजस्थान के कुछ बिश्नोई लोगों ने पेड़ बचाने के लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति दे दी. इस घटना में पूरी दुनिया को दिखा दिया कि सच्चा त्याग ही पर्यावरण प्रेम देता है. थैंक यू.
Before Pankaj ji speaks, I just also wanted to acknowledge the entire BNHS community, Oshimaya Di, Pankaj ji of course, and all the people there who helped me craft this entire story. Thanks to everyone.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. मेरा नाम पंकज बिश्नोई है. मैं जैसलमेर ज़िले से पोखरण तहसील के एक छोटे से खेतोलाई गांव से बिश्नोई कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करता हूं. बिश्नोई कम्युनिटी मतलब आज हम जो ये बात कर रहे हैं, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, ये वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन, वो हमको हमारे गुरु जम्बेश्वर भगवान ने 500 साल पहले ही हमें बता दिया था कि अगर आप ऐसे चलोगे तो फिर ये समस्या नहीं आएगी। तो उस हिसाब से हमारा 500 साल से पीढ़ियों से यही मतलब चलता आ रहा है कि अच्छे कर्म करो और वाइल्ड लाइफ को बचाओ। इसके लिए आपको एक छोटी सी पीपीटी है। इसमें ज़्यादा डाटा और साइंस का कुछ नहीं है, जहाँ हम सिंपल सा काम करते हैं और लोगों के साथ जो भी लोगों को फ़ायदा होता है और वाइल्ड लाइफ को फ़ायदा होता है उसी के हिसाब से बनाइए। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि आप जब भी डेजर्ट का नाम, थार डेजर्ट का नाम सुनते हैं तो आपके दिमाग में आता है कि बंजर बियाबान धोरे हैं, कुछ नहीं है वहाँ पे। लेकिन आप देखोगे तो आपको लगेगा कि सब लोग अफ्रीका की तरह सोचते हैं कि अफ्रीका में ये है वो है, लेकिन ये अफ्रीका को भी पीछे छोड़ने में है। अगर आप उसको सही दिशा से देखोगे ना तो आपको अलग ही दिखेगा ये। तो बात करते हैं विष्णुई समुदाय की जीवन शैली। मतलब बहुत सादा जीवन जीते हैं लेकिन विचारों में बहुत उन्नतता है। जैसे झोंपे में रहेंगे लेकिन आप जो भी एक्सेप्ट करेंगे वो मान लेंगे। मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि हम छोटे हैं या बड़े हैं, आप बड़े हो हम छोटे हैं, ऐसी कोई फीलिंग नहीं है। जैसे आप चाहोगे वैसे मतलब वो हो जाएगा, बात चल जाएगी, वे बात है। और आपको विष्णुई बाहुल्य क्षेत्र में जब भी आप जाओगे आपको लगेगा किसी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी में आ गए हो, जहाँ पे चिंकारा है और भी सभी वन्य जीव मतलब ऐसे चलते हैं जैसे कोई वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी में चलते हैं। जैसे अपन फॉरेस्ट को प्रोटेक्ट करके रखते हैं, इनको वहाँ पे प्रोटेक्शन की जरूरत ही नहीं है। मतलब खुद एक वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी है विष्णुई बाहुल्य क्षेत्र। और बात करें गोडाउन के आखिरी वो शरण स्थली की, जैसे अब कहीं भी नॉन प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में इंडिया में अगर कहीं बचा हुआ है बस्टर्ड तो वो सिर्फ अपने विष्णुई बाहुल्य क्षेत्र में बचा हुआ है और हम उसको बहुत गर्व से मानते हैं कि वो हमारे कारण बचा हुआ है और हम उस पर बहुत प्राइड फील करते हैं। और अब डेजर्ट की बात आई तो पानी की बात तो आनी है। तो मरुस्थल और पानी का एक अद्भुत रिश्ता है। और क्या होता है कि आंधी चलती है गर्मियों में, पानी मतलब टिकता कम ही है तालाबों में। तो क्या होता है कि आंधी आती है तो तालाब वो रेत से रिफिल हो जाते हैं, मतलब वो, और फिर दूसरे साल वो काम में नहीं आते। तो उस हिसाब से हमने क्या किया कि 2-3 जो भी तालाब थे उनको रिजुनवेट किया। जैसे मतलब उनके रेत निकाली या जो भी पुराने तालाब थे वो खराब हो चुके थे उनको वापस से किया। तो आप देख सकते हो एक तालाब का उदाहरण है जिसमें आप फर्स्ट नंबर इमेज पे देख सकते हो कि कैसे प्रोसोफिस से भर गया था, फिर उसको रिजुनवेट करने की शुरुआत की और वो आखिर में उसमें पानी भर गया और साल भर पानी भी रहा, जहाँ पे वल्चर भी आए हैं पास में। और उसमें हमने इंडियन आर्मी का भी सहयोग लिया, काफ़ी सहयोग करते हैं हर चीज़ में। तो उनके पास संसाधन है, मशीनरी है, जैसे तो वो उन हिसाब से काम करते हैं। 2-3 तालाब को उन्होंने भी रिजुनवेट किया था और लोगों को भी उससे फ़ायदा हुआ, वाइल्ड लाइफ को भी फ़ायदा हुआ। ये खेतोलाई गांव का तालाब है जो पहले बहुत छोटा हुआ करता था, रेत से भर गया था, जहाँ पे पानी सिर्फ 1-2 महीने टिकता था, फिर उसके बाद उसमें सालों साल तक पानी टिकने लग गया। उसको इस तरह से तैयार किया कि आप नीचे की इमेज में देख सकते हो कि उसमें वाइल्ड लाइफ और गांव के लोगों दोनों को ही फायदा है। यही है वो तालाब जिस पर बोर्ड लगाया है। और अब बात करते हैं, पानी की हो गई, अब खाने की बात करते हैं। तो थार डेजर्ट में वो चारे की काफ़ी कमी रहती। चलो थोड़ी बारिश का सीजन है तब तक तो चारा हरा रहता है और काम चल जाता है। जब बारिश ख़त्म हो जाती है और गर्मियों का मौसम शुरू होता है तब चारे की बहुत किल्लत होती है। पहले गवर्नमेंट कुछ कैंप वगैरह लगाती थी, अब कम कर दिया है इस हिसाब से। तो गर्मियों में चारा बिल्कुल मतलब बाहर की तरफ कहीं पे भी रहेगा भी नहीं। आप देख सकते हो कि किस तरह से एकदम मतलब भेड़ गायों ने सारा चारा चट कर लिया। तो उस हिसाब से हमने सामुदायिक चारागाह विकास का एक कार्यक्रम शुरुआत किया, जिसमें आप देख सकते हो कि एक फेंसिंग है और फेंसिंग के इस साइड में आप देख सकते हो थोड़ा मतलब साफ दिख रहा है, तो मतलब उधर बाहर ओवर ग्रेजिंग हो चुकी है और अंदर मतलब अभी भी प्रोटेक्टेड है। तो जिन लोगों के साथ हमने ये किया है, तो जब बाहर गर्मी नहीं होती है तब तक सब कुछ बाहर का गाय मवेशी खा करके चला लेते हैं, और जब गर्मी की शुरुआत हो जाती है तब बाहर कुछ नहीं बचता है। तब ये अंदर वाला जो भी पार्ट है, जिन्होंने भी अपने खेत दिए हैं, वो फिर उनकी गाय अंदर चर करके वो अपना गुजारा कर लेते हैं। तो इस हिसाब से सामुदायिक चारागाह विकास का भी कार्यक्रम किया है। ये उनमें गाय चर रही है। और ये हमने हैबिटेट रेस्टोरेशन का भी कार्य किया है, जहाँ पे जूलीफ्लोरा है जो इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज है, उनको लगभग हमने 1000 हेक्टेयर में एरिया को साफ किया है, ताकि वहाँ पे ग्रासलैंड भी डेवलपमेंट हो सके। और जो भी वाइल्ड लाइफ आती है, जैसे चिंकारा है, अब चिंकारा को भी अब पोस्ट ऑफिस में से आने से दिक्कत होती है, हर किसी को वो अडेप्टेशन अभी आया नहीं है। जैसे कुछ एक कबूतर वगैरह वो तो उसके ऊपर बैठ जाते हैं, वो कर लेते, लेकिन चिंकारा वगैरह का अभी है नहीं इतना, तो उसका रिमूवल का भी कार्य किया है। जैसे आप देख सकते हो पीछे वो चिंकारा को अभी पानी पी रहा है और पीछे वो प्रोसोपिस निकाले हैं, अभी उनका करना है निस्तारण, उससे पहले का फोटो है। और उससे जीआईबी को भी काफ़ी फायदा हुआ है, जहाँ पे ग्रासलैंड वापस डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, उनका विचरण क्षेत्र भी बढ़ा है। और स्कूल के बच्चों के साथ में भी हमने काफ़ी पोखरण क्षेत्र की स्कूलों के साथ काम किया है, अभी भी काम चल रहा है। और जैसे परंपरागत लोग पहले कैसे देते थे बच्चों को, उसी तरह से वापस प्रगति से जोड़ने का कार्य चल रहा है। ये स्कूल के कुछ आपको फेज दिख रहे हैं, 1, 2, 3, किसी में एक फेज पूरा हुआ है। लोग मतलब बच्चों को इंडोर आउटडोर कैंप करवाते हैं 3-3, 4-4 दिन का। और बच्चों के साथ साथ स्कूल के टीचरों का भी ट्रेनिंग कैंप का शुरू किया है, ताकि मतलब वो भी बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं। हम हर जगह अपन भी तो काम नहीं कर सकते, कुछ टीचरों को भी मतलब वो ग्राउंड नॉलेज वो देने की कोशिश की है। और एक हिंदी की एक बुक भी निकाली है, जिसमें थार मरुस्थल के जो भी पक्षी है, जो भी है, उनके बारे में जानकारी लिखी है। और एक चीज सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है आज के समय में, सब मतलब इसे बोलने से थोड़ा डरते हैं, लेकिन ये सबसे मतलब आज के टाइम में अगर देखें तो ये सबसे बड़ी समस्या है, लेकिन लोग इसे अनदेखा करते हैं। देख सकते हैं आप इसमें कि पीछे वल्चर वेटिंग कर रहे हैं और ये अपना खाना खा रहा है। जैसे फेरल डॉग की समस्या है, वो काफ़ी बढ़ गई है हर जगह पे, लेकिन लोग थोड़ा क्या है कम बोलते हैं इसके बारे में। और ये तो है न्यू रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की, जैसे मैडम ने बताया कि अंधाधुंध विकास, ये एक स्टेप ईगल है जो। थैंक यू। और एक 2 मिनट का आपको बस्टर्ड का एक वीडियो देखा था, मैं भूल गया था, अपने डिस्प्ले का एक वीडियो है, देखना। कल सुमित जी सर ने एक फोटो दिखाया था, वो इसका डिस्प्ले का वीडियो है। हाँ नहीं सर, साउंड नहीं, दूर है थोड़ा कैमरे से। थोड़ा ये तो ये क्या करता है कि गुल्लर पाउच में थोड़ी हवा भरता है, हवा भर के उसको मतलब फैला लेता है और फिर उससे हवा निकालता है, तो हूम हूम की आवाज आती है। लगभग 1 किलोमीटर तक आपको आराम से सुनाई देगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Akshita, for your enlightening presentation. I think wildlife photographers must learn, how to tell conservation stories through photography. Akshita is an example of that. Of course, Bishnoi community, I always bow down before them for the incredible, conservation efforts and for the dedication to conservation with their lives even. And in this regard, I would just introduce a book, My Head for a Tree. It's by Martin Goodman. I met the author last year in London, and he is a very famous author, and he and his friend James Thornton, who is a renowned environmental lawyer, they have traveled across the world to carry, conservation stories and interacted with communities, but they were so awed by the Bishnoi community of India that Dr. Goodman, he wrote this book. I think you should get this. As an Indian, we should be proud about our Bishnoi community. So yeah, with this, I think we open the session to questions. Yeah. Okay, sure.
मैं उधर आ जाऊं क्या? चौहान साहब ने कहा कि उनको भी एक छोटी सी बतानी है, एक अक्षिता से भी रिक्वेस्ट है। आपने किचन का फोटो तो दिखाया लेकिन कहानी नहीं सुनाई, किचन की कहानी नहीं सुनाई। नहीं, हमारे ख्याल से पूरे जो अपना हम लोग का जो पिछले साल भी जो हुआ था और अभी भी जो 2 दिन का जो डिबेट चल रहा है, इसमें कम्युनिटी कम्युनिटी का रोल बढ़ाने की बात हो रही है। कम्युनिटी का रोल जब तक नहीं रहेगा, हम प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया का साइज बढ़ाने की बात तो करते हैं, हमारे नोटिफिकेशंस भी हो जाते हैं, इमोशनल होकर बड़ा बड़ा करते जाते हैं। बड़ा करने में हमको पिटना भी पड़ता है, जैसे हम लोगों ने देखा करेरा में, घाटी गांव में जीआईबी को लेकर ही वहाँ पीए नोटिफाई हुआ, वो सब गायब हो गए। किचन में थोड़ा कहानी आप बताएंगे, आप गई हैं किचन ना, आप लोग बड़े अच्छे स्टोरी टेलर हैं। थोड़ा सर इनको किचन सुन लें, फिर आपको सुन लेते हैं सर।
नहीं, मेरी कोई कहानी नहीं है।
हाँ, नहीं, एक किचन का, चूंकि इसके लिए मैं पूरा थ्रेड किचन से निकल के आ रहा है सर। किचन पर कितना टाइम लगे? 30 सेकंड, नॉट मोर देन 30 सेकंड। आप
कीचन एक गांव है राजस्थान में, जहां हर साल डेमोसाइल क्रेन नाम के जो पक्षी हैं वो सब आते हैं। बहुत ह्यूज पॉपुलेशन में वो वहां पर आते हैं माइग्रेट करके। और इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि काफ़ी सालों से वहां पर एक कम्युनिटी है, जैन कम्युनिटी है एक, और साथ में सेवाराम जी हैं जो कि इन बर्ड्स को फीड कराते हैं। एक स्कूल है, और अगर आप वहाँ जाके देखेंगे किसी दिन, बहुत देखने लायक चीज़ है ये। इन ह्यूज पॉपुलेशन इन द मॉर्निंग दे विल ऑल कम देयर टू फीड। और यहाँ पे सेवाराम जी, जिनका मैंने नाम लिया, वो स्पेशली काफ़ी ध्यान रखते हैं। एक एक इंजर्ड बर्ड का उनके पास रिकॉर्ड है। ही इज़ मेंटेनिंग ह्यूज लॉट्स ऑफ दीज चेकबुक्स, जहाँ पर उनने एक एक इंजरी को एड्रेस किया है, उसको वेटरनरी डॉक्टर तक पहुँचाया है, और वो ये सारा काम करते हैं। I think that
she said some 12,000 or 20,000. What did you say?
Last year there were 40,000.
40,000. That's what. ये मतलब पहले ये 10-12 कबूतर को दाना डालने गए थे। कबूतरों को दाना डालते डालते पता चला कि वो क्या है, डेमोसाइल क्रेन है। और फिर धीरे धीरे बढ़ते गए, 100 हुए, 1000 हुए, 15,000 हुए। लास्ट जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देखा था वो 20,000 का था। शी इज सेइंग 40,000। किचन वही पोखरन जो बता रहे हैं, पोखरन से थोड़ा आगे है। पोखरन से कितना दूर है? पोखरन से 2 घंटा लगता है। एंड इट्स वंडरफुल। जो हम लोग कह रहे सब रोते रहते कि हमारा पीए घट गया, पीए का एरिया और बढ़ाओ तभी हम बचा पाएंगे, पीए में फ्रेगमेंटेशन हो गया। वो राइट इन द हार्ट ऑफ द विलेज है। विलेज का प्लेग्राउंड है। प्लेग्राउंड में पूरे गांव वाले एक अनाज डालते हैं और पूरे पक्षी आके, फिर जैसे मिलिट्री का बैंड चलता है, एक एक करके लाइन से आते हैं। लाइन से 50-50, 60-60 पक्षी एक बार में ग्राउंड में जाते हैं। जब वो खा लेते हैं फिर वो जाते हैं पानी पीने, तो फिर दूसरा वाला आता है। एंड ये पूरे कम्युनिटी कर रही है। ये जो बिश्नोई जी बैठे हैं, राधे श्याम जी नहीं है इस बार, और ये जो बिश्नोई जी लोग कर रहे हैं, पूरा चिंकारा इनके साथ घूम रहा है। हम चिंकारा के लिए परेशान रहते कि कहाँ से हम उनके लिए और बड़ा एक और पीए बना दे। पीए बनाएंगे तभी बचेंगे। पीए नहीं, कम्युनिटी बनाना है। जो हम लोग आज सबसे देखने को मिल रहा है उत्सव का मुस्कुराता हुआ चेहरा, इतना बढ़िया से प्यार से बताया. Really, I'm seeing meeting you for the first time. Highly impressed. पूरा इन्वायरमेंट कंजर्वेशन की पूरी स्टोरी, पूरी कहानी सुना दी इन्होंने. तो एवरीथिंग इज टू लर्न फ्रॉम द कम्युनिटी. अब इसमें हम लोग पूरा बैठ के हम ये इस नेक्सस की बात करते हैं कि हमारा वो घट गया नहीं है. हम कम्युनिटी को कितना बढ़ाए, ये भी एक पैरामीटर, मॉनिटरिंग पैरामीटर होना चाहिए. तो हम अपने वाइल्ड लाइफ के लिए और फॉरेस्ट के लिए और इकोसिस्टम्स के लिए और टोटल इन्वायरमेंट के लिए हम लोग जस्टिस कर पाएंगे, ऐसा हमको समझ में आता है. ये हम चौहान सर का अभी हमने रोक दिया था. चौहान सर प्लीज आप.
मेरा बहुत ही छोटा सा एक बिश्नोई समाज, आपके जज्बे को बहुत सलाम है. और आज से नहीं, हम बहुत पहले से मध्य प्रदेश में एक अवार्ड भी देते हैं अमृता देवी बिश्नोई का, काफी बड़ा. तो विद ऑल ड्यू रेस्पेक्ट टू बिश्नोई समाज, अभी एक खबर छपी थी लगभग 2 साल पहले, वहाँ पे जयपुर के टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में छपी कि राजगढ़ से कुछ हिरन वो लेके जा रहे हैं उधर, चीता जो आए हैं ये यहाँ पे इनको खिलाने के लिए. मतलब एक खबर छपी बस, दैट्स ऑल, राजगढ़ से कूनो में. उसके बाद लगभग 4-5 दिन में हमको कम से कम 7-8 हजार फोन आ गए बिश्नोइयों. कहाँ से मेरा नंबर मिला उनको भगवान जाने. मतलब तो मैं पहले शुरू में समझाता रहा, मैंने कहा भाई आप थोड़ा केवल अखबार पे मत जाओ, आप पहले मतलब अपनी सरकार से तो पूछो कि अब वो देयर आर 3 राजगढ़ इन राजस्थान. तो अच्छा, मैसेज ये गया कि राजस्थान के राजगढ़ से हम हिरणों को पकड़ करके और चीता की शिकार के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं. जबकि एक्चुअल इशू ये था कि प्रे बेस सप्लीमेंट करने के लिए नरसिंहगढ़ से हम 250 चीतल ले गए थे, विच इज इन राजगढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट. ओके. तो बाद में हमको सरकार से, यहाँ पे सरकार की तरफ से एक विज्ञप्ति जारी करानी पड़ेगी, भाई हम राजस्थान से कोई चीतल नहीं लाए कोई चिंकारा नहीं लाए. ग्रेट. तो आपके जज्बे को बहुत सलाम.
ये दिल का दिखाता है कि कम्युनिटी कितनी स्ट्रांग है और कहां तक फाइट करने के लिए तैयार है. चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन को भी क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं कि क्या हो रहा है ये. और ये काशिफ की कहानी, उनके माताजी की कहानी, परिवार का ये जो हम बोलते हैं वंश परंपरा जो चल रही है, ऐसी वंश परंपरा तो हम चाहते हैं कि और चले. जो पारिवारिक, ये जो पंकज जी दिखा रहे हैं, अपने भतीजे तक को दिखा रहे हैं, अपने दादी और दादी से लेके पोते तक, और ये सबका जो कहानी चल रही है, वंडरफुल. ये हमारा असल एम्पावरमेंट है. अगर ये होगा तभी हमारे वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन की बात है. और विकास ने हमसे कहा था कि इस बार आपको कम्युनिटी से बाहर रखेंगे. अब फिर पता नहीं क्या हुआ. रजनीश, आई एम स्टेपिंग इन फॉर रजनीश, ही कुड नॉट मेक इट प्रोबब्ली ड्यू टू सम रीजन. बट कम्युनिटी तो हमारे बिल्कुल दिल में है, मैं छोड़ नहीं पाता हूं. और आपने आज हमको लास्ट में आके बोला कि इसको सम अप कर दीजिए. देयर इज नथिंग टू सम अप. एक आपसे फरमाइश है, एक शिकायत है और एक फरमाइश है. कम्युनिटी वाला सेक्शन को वी नीड टू गिव मोर टाइम. ये हरिडली इनको हम लोग नहीं डिस्पोज कर सकते, बिकॉज दे हैव एवरीथिंग इन देयर हार्ट. इनके हार्ट से ही हमारे वाइल्ड लाइफ का और हमारे सभी चीजों का, पूरा इकोसिस्टम का. उत्सव का नाम भूल जा रहा हूं, इतना बढ़िया नाम है उत्सव का. ये उत्सव ने पूरा हम लोग को, सर ये जो नेचर कंजर्वेशन आप सिखा रहे टीचर्स को, ये द वे उत्सव इज टीचिंग, दो वर्ड के स्लाइड में ही हैज टॉट एवरीथिंग टू अस. सो सैल्यूट टू यू. तो कम्युनिटी को लाएं सर, और कम्युनिटी को आगे बढ़ाएं, कम्युनिटी को ज्यादा टाइम दें. दिस इज ऑल आई कैन से. 2 बार घंटी बजा चुके हैं, मूर्ति साहब बोल भी रहे हैं कि ज्यादा टाइम हो गया. नहीं क्या, नहीं क्या बनना. अच्छा, you have extended the time. हमको ज्यादा टाइम चाहिए, इनको और सुनना चाहते हैं, बार बार सुनना चाहते हैं. इसीलिए मैंने किचन की कहानी के लिए आपको पोक किया. बिकॉज बिना किचन की कहानी के, जहां पर कुछ नहीं है, कोई पिए नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं है, वहां पे गांव के बिल्कुल बीचों बीच सभी ट्रांसमिशन लाइन, सभी रोड्स, वो पूरा वेट करते हैं सबको जाने का. उनका पूरा झुंड का झुंड आता है, पूरा खेतों से होके आता है, पूरा रोड क्रॉस करके आता है, गांव में जाता है, स्कूल गांव के बिल्कुल अंदर है. मैं तो जाके तक सरप्राइज था कि गांव के बाहर एक झोपड़ी वाली झोपड़ी का जो सेकंड फ्लोर है उसके ऊपर से जाके बैठ के हम लोगों ने फोटोग्राफी की. आई मीन दैट इज अनइमेजिनेबल. अगर ये चीज है, ये दिस इज ऑल कम्युनिटी एम्पावरमेंट. और कम्युनिटी एम्पावरमेंट को हम लोग थोड़ा सा बढ़ाना पड़ेगा. विकास जी, यही. हाँ हाँ, यस, थैंक यू. तो आई थिंक अब हमारे पास कहने के लिए कुछ नहीं. वंडरफुली डन बाय ओशिमा.
येपको वाले कब बंद कर देंगे लाइट वाइट?
And just one more, I think I would just say just 2 lines, that last year Chitrak Pramanik, he was here from West Bengal. He is working in with his village youth. He has formed a group, informal group he had formed. Today he just sent me a message that Didi, we have formed an organization, a trust, and now they are going to work in a formal manner and continue the work of saving fishing cats and wetlands in West Bengal. So yeah, that's a very good news I would like to share with you.
Thank you so much, panelists. This was a lovely session, and thank you so much, Oshimaya, for moderating the session. I would like to call upon Mr. Vikas to kindly felicitate our guests with mementos. We will now proceed to our last and final session, titled The Scope of Media Exposure in Nature and Wildlife Conservation Reporting. The moderator for this session is Mr. Debaditya Sinha, the lead of the Climate and Ecosystem team at the Vidhi Center for Legal Policy in Delhi. Mr. Sinha is a conservationist and policy researcher with over 15 years of experience working at the intersection of ecology, law, and governance. As a senior resident fellow and lead for the Climate and Ecosystem team, and is also the founder at the Vindhya Ecology and Nature History Foundation. He leads key conservation and legal interventions for lesser known species and habitats, known as the Bearkeeper of Mirzapur and a Sanctuary Wildlife Service awardee. He also uses writing, photography, and filmmaking to engage the public on environmental issues. I would request Mr. Sinha to kindly join us on stage to introduce the panelists for today's session.
So, thank you, Vikas. So, as usual, last session, already late. No tea break, so I hope, it's very difficult to keep people seated, but I'm very excited because see, itne delay ke baavjood jo hai, people are still sitting here, and he's also making sign ki jaldi karo. I know, fourth time. And the most difficult job, bata kya hai, ki last time also he gave me a panel which was full of, to question journalists, So chair has turned, and it's a privilege because, it's very few occasions where actually you can ask questions to journalists. And we have not one, but 3 editors of very well respected environmental media houses who are covering the environment subject, but also actively filling the gap which is left by the legacy media. So I think this is a very important part. And especially in a time when these issues like climate change and everything is taking up, talking about wildlife, natural history is something which is not being done by most of the media, and the understanding is also very different. Let me introduce the speakers, and I will also request them to come. So we have Megha. So Megha Murthy is the editor-in-chief of Roundglass Sustain. I'm sure you all know about Roundglass Sustain. It's a very beautiful website, portal, and a very good portal for anyone interested in nature to understand species. Before Roundglass Sustain, I think we used to go to IUCN website and all this thing, but Roundglass Sustain is one place to go place, like, if you want to know about species. And Megha has nearly 2 decades of experience as newspaper editor, so she's coming from mainstream media. Also, you have to understand this thing. And she has been editor of Asian Age, Deccan Chronicle, DNA, and Midday. She has also taught journalism at Sophia College, Mumbai. And she's deeply interested in the part of using art, music, history as a medium of storytelling for conservation of species. We also have Shailesh. You all know Shailesh is the editor of Mongabe India, senior editor of Mongabe India, a good friend also. So he reports on wildlife, climate change, education, livelihoods. And earlier he also served as the editor of India Spend. He was managing editor of 101 Reporters. For who don't know, 101 Reporters is a network of different ground reporters, and he also trains journalists and take workshops for them. He has been assistant editor of at International Business Times, and his interest is bridging the gap between science and public understanding. So I welcome you both. We also have Pallav. So Pallav also he doesn't need any introduction. So he's the co-founder of Ground Report, a fantastic portal which is also filling a very important gap to bring the human stories of the environment conservation. Just to add a little bit of it, like he has been working with mainstream visual media, NETV India. He was, for 5 years, he was the news producer at NETV India. And he has a journalism degree from IIMC. IIMC is also a very prestigious institution. And he has received the Best Agricultural Reporter of the Year award in 2025 by the IIMC Alumni Association. Google News has highly recognized Ground Report as one of the 10 best news startups in 2024. So I think this is a fantastic work, what he's doing. And he's based in Sehor, if I'm correct, and he covers mostly 12 districts from Madhya Pradesh, maybe more. So I'm just reading from it. Yeah, so that's all about it, and I am Devaltyo, and I'm going to trouble them with some questions. But mostly I'll be interested to... Yeah, we can all feel... So, and also, abhi time kitna ho raha hai? It's 18:35, so because he's given me 50 minutes, I assure you I will finish before that. So, and we will also open for audience questions. So I will keep our things very limited, because we also want you guys to also interact with them, because very few opportunities happen where people get to interact with their editors. And I also want to understand, because as a conservationist, I also feel that this communication doesn't happen. So usually we'll talk more about it. So one thing I want to comment here, we are talking about lesser known species, and yesterday one panelist also said that we talked to lesser known habitats. The species are also found lesser known habitats. Similarly, environmental journalists are also lesser known species now. They are equally rare, equally endangered, and they are fighting for survival and all this thing. But still, they are very important. And I think as a conservation community, this I always say that we cannot say that only scientists will save the species. Only NGOs will save the species. Conservation is a process, and I was part of the whole discussion. Some discussion missed, but I think conservation is a process where everyone has a role, and we need to support everyone. Even the journalists also. I know journalists who face a lot of problems, and I think portals like Mongabe, Ground Reporter, or News Ground System, they are very new media. They are new age media. They are not like conventional media. So their working style is different. They're working in a different kind of atmosphere, different kind of challenges, which we need to understand. And I hope that this discussion will also help you to understand those things. So before I start, any those questions I want to ask you, already we know about Jipney. But the first thing will be the platforms you edit. So what was the motivation behind it, or the frustration, I'm sure. But what is the motivation behind, whether Roundglass and Mongabe and Ground Reporting, to think about these platforms? What is the thought? What are the thoughts behind them? When you started thinking about the platform, there have been rounds of discussion, rounds of thoughts on people may have criticized you, they have said this is not needed, all this thing happen. But first, Megha, I want to know from you that what was thought behind and motivation behind starting Round Glass, and yeah, very quickly, if within 2-3 minutes you can.
Am I audible? Okay. Round Glass Sustain was set up 7 years ago, and at that time when we were sitting together and trying to talk and talking about why we needed a platform like Round Glass Sustain, one of our preoccupations really was that, and I want to just give you a brief background, that I am not from the world of science. I studied literature, was a newspaper editor for most of my life. So I did not come from this universe. So it was all very different and very new for me. We realized that there was a serious dearth of platforms that were telling stories about Indian wildlife, Indian species from a purely Indian point of view. And for us, that became really important to be able to highlight as many local Indian species as we could, as many Indian ecosystems that are so unique to our landscape, and also tell stories from a uniquely Indian voice, right? Which is very inclusive of communities, because that is very, very special and very unique to the way we function, as we've just seen in all our earlier presentations. And also, that is when we decided that we would create a platform that had that was for everybody, in a sense, and everybody had something to take home from this platform. So we started, we made sure that we had writing, we had films, we had infographics, we had photo essays, so that everybody with any different kind of proclivity has something to sort of, to gain from the Round Glass Sustain website. Additionally, the way we also thought about a lot of our films was that at that point we felt that a lot of the films that were being made, and there is great value to those as well, and but we also felt that a lot of them were very sanitized and very aerial and didn't feature people as much as we would have liked. And so we wanted to tell stories in collaboration with people, in collaboration with communities, instead of airdropping people from Delhi and Bombay to tell stories about Arunachal and and Rajasthan. So that is what we've endeavored to do over the last so many years. Of course, it also resulted from what we thought was a failure of legacy media in being able to represent what we wanted to, but I think we can talk about that a little later.
Say,
yeah.
It's not only media. I think you're also filling gap of the education system also. I'll give you a personal example.
Yeah.
When I started my career as conservationist, I was working with sloth bears. Yeah. And my only way to know sloth bears were papers of Burgali sir. He's sitting here. Yeah. I tried to reach out to him. He didn't respond, but I kept following him. But I didn't have any opportunity to know about the species except papers and some IUCN kind of thing. Yeah. But what Round Glass has done is, they have, and documentaries, all Nat Geo, BBC, they were made by Western people, and they were not having these stories. Now, if anyone wants to know about sloth bears, or any species, rare species also, you will always get one or two first two links of Round Glass, and it has been written by experts like Burgali Saab and all those things. They also got a platform to share the knowledge in easy format. So I think this is a very wonderful work, not only in terms of media, but also in terms of nature education. So this I just wanted to add. So Shailesh, to you, the same question.
Yeah, same question, but like Megha, my role, I joined this team much later when this entire platform was built, and I just hopped onto it. I'm just beginning. But talking about the journey is like our founder of Mongabay Global, Red Butler. He started it close to 20 years ago. And the journey was very similar to like Drudge Report, where we didn't intend to do what we are doing right now. He basically went on to a trip to Amazon. He collected stories and a lot of photographs. Went to different publications saying that I want to publish a book. But the publications were ready to publish the text, but not the pictures. As if you are not publishing the pictures, what is the point of doing it? And then the deal didn't crack. And he was like, okay. He just started a blog published everything on that blog, and that was the starting of Mongabay. Mongabay India, we started in somewhere 2017 in India with a team of 2 people who are the management and the leadership team right now, Sandhya and Gopi. And then we became a team of 4 people, and right now we are a team of 15 people, having no office anywhere in the world. We have bureaus in close to 17 or 18 countries. We don't have any physical offices. We all work from home. We don't work from home. We work from anywhere. Trains, buses, airports, anywhere. Wherever we are traveling, we are working. I think that's the team, which believes in this cause. At the same time, we are journalists. We are not conservationists. I refuse to call myself a conservationist or a researcher or a wildlifer, because I am not that. I am a pure journalist, and we all are journalists. So this is how it started, and we are taking it on the go, like how things change, how in wildlife also how habitats change, species adapt, and that's how we are.
I have just one follow-up question for you and Megha also. I also want to know how you operate. Is it a company or it's a non-profit? It's a media house. How you classify yourself?
Mongabay is a non-profit. We are a funded organization. We have funders, which I don't know who they are. We have a strict wall between the leadership team, which is the management, and the editorial team. We don't know who the funders are, but we are a funded organization.
Yeah, what about your portal?
Round Glass Sustain is also a not-for-profit. We come under the larger ambit of Round Glass Foundation, which is the bigger not-for-profit, but we're a separate entity.
So, Pallav, your same question.
मैं सबसे पहले इसी चीज़ का जवाब दे दूँ.
हाँ. From that perspective also.
तो ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट एक फॉर प्रॉफिट मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है और एनवायरनमेंट के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहा है. तो मुझसे हमेशा ये पूछा जाता रहा है कि ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट की शुरुआत कैसे हुई और आप पर्यावरण पर क्यों काम कर रहे हैं. तो हमेशा मैं एक जिस तरीके से जवाब देता हूँ उससे अलग जवाब देना चाहता हूँ. मैं कुछ लाइंस लिख के लाया हूँ कि देखना शब्दों से पहले आता है. जो कुछ हम देखते हैं वह हमारे दायरे का विषय बन जाता है और वह हमारे हाथों की पहुंच में हो या जरूरी नहीं होता. देखते हुए सिर्फ एक चीज को नहीं देखते, बल्कि हम चीजों के पारस्परिक और संबंध को भी देखते हैं जो इन चीजों का हमारे साथ है. तो ये देखना ही है जिसने ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट की शुरुआत की. हम पर्यावरण को बदलते हुए देख रहे हैं, जलवायु को बदलते हुए देख रहे हैं. मैं जब दिल्ली में था तो ये सारे बदलाव होते हुए देख रहा था. मैं एक कृषक परिवार से आता हूं और मैं देखता हूं कि किस तरीके से बदलती जलवायु और जो एक्सट्रीम वेदर इवेंट्स हो रहे हैं उसकी वजह से किस तरीके से किसानों की लाइवलीहुड इम्पैक्ट हो रही है, और भी जो लोग हैं जो हाशिए पे खड़े हैं उनका कितना उन पे ये प्रभाव पड़ रहा है. तो ये बदलाव को देखते हुए और इस चेंज को देखते हुए हमने ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट की शुरुआत की, क्योंकि मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में जो ऑलरेडी काम कर रहे हैं इस क्षेत्र में इन खबरों को वो दो कॉलम में या फिर एक कॉलम में समेट के रख देते हैं या फिर प्रेस रिलीज की तरह वो खबरें आती हैं हमारे सामने. तो इन खबरों को जो पर्यावरण से जुड़ी हैं, जो वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन से जुड़ी हैं या फिर कृषक समुदाय से जुड़ी हैं, तो इनको ज़मीन से कवर करना और समय देकर कवर करना और उनकी उस समुदाय के साथ जुड़कर उसके पारस्परिक जो संबंध हैं, जो बदलाव हो रहे हैं उसमें क्या उस पर प्रभाव पड़ रहा है, उनको समझने के लिए हमने ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट की शुरुआत की. और 8 से 9 लोगों की टीम है हमारी. सारे यंग हैं, 30 साल की उम्र है और सब लोग अपनी नौकरी छोड़ के आए हैं और सेंट्रल इंडिया में इसलिए काम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ये हमारा क्षेत्र है, हम यहाँ पैदा हुए हैं और यहाँ की खबरों को वो जगह नहीं मिलती जितनी दूसरे राज्यों में जर्नलिस्ट काम कर रहे हैं. तो वो गैप हमको दिखाई दिया, उसको फिल करने के लिए हमने इसकी शुरुआत की और पिछले 6 सालों से हम लोग पर्यावरण पे काम कर रहे हैं.
Can I just add a quick point? One of the other things I wanted to say is that over the last 7 years we've also for all the, I mean, it's difficult to do it with all the, everything that we've written, but for all our films, we've also translated all of them into regional languages so that it kind of goes back to the communities that it was really made from. So if there's a film that's made in Kashmir, we will translate it into Kashmiri and Hindi, along with the English, translation that exists. And that over all these years, and I'm sure this is true for Mongabay, and we are a core team of about now 17 people, 17 or 18 people, but that's not what constitutes Round Glass Sustain. It's also the larger community of writers, photographers, filmmakers, translators, voiceover artists, illustrators, artists who we've worked with. And these are really in large numbers, and this is really what is the biggest strength of any storytelling unit, really.
So, thank you. So I will start from where you guys, how you introduce yourselves. So I think you all are working in digital space, this is primarily a space where you thought that you can have enough creative freedom and you can do stuff which you want to do, but also it has its own challenges, especially with today's time where digital space is very much governed by the social media algorithms, the AI coming in, jo bhi hai, and a lot of other things. You are competing with you are swimming in the ocean, where it's full of noise, full of fake news, full of influencers, and the entry barrier is not very high. Anyone can be, and you are competing with everyone. And the challenge is always to keep the content of very high quality, exclusive, to be in trend, following the hashtag, following what the public, and it's very easy to get influenced. One term is influencer, but also how you get influenced. So I think Round Glass, it's not a news reporting kind of thing. It is more like a nature education.
No, not education exactly, but we do more feature writing. Yeah. So it's more slow and
more slow and this thing. So conventionally, what I understand, it may not fall in this trend kind of thing, or thing. I don't know. But the question I want to ask is that because you have to stay relevant also, and you have to also be, because you're non-profit, then you have to answer your funders maybe. So they may ask you what is the impact of your work and who are going to change, all these kind of things happen. Yeah. And then maybe there's a possibility that the kind of story which you as an editor want to do, which your journalist want to do. So journalist will say कि editor desk पे जाके वो story जो है change हो गया, headline change हो गया. As an editor, you are answerable to many more people. So have you faced this kind of problems with Round Glass? My first question is that, and second is that how you try to balance or how you convince yourself that okay, fine, this is the boundary which I set for myself, and I won't go to beyond that. So I just want to know an honest thing. Sure. Very important for people to also know.
Sure. There are actually two parts to your first question also, so I will just break that down a little bit. The first part of it that you asked about social media and the pressure to stay relevant and bring numbers is a very real pressure, and I'm sure all of us face it at some level, and we all hate it, but it's a devil that we have to sort of live reluctance and some resistance to embracing it wholeheartedly, right? But one of the key goals that Sustain was really set up with was to make wildlife, stories about wildlife, stories about nature from India more accessible to the larger public and not just people within the same echo chamber. So that was one of the key goals of Sustain. And honestly, in this current climate, to be able to do that, embracing social media becomes like very, very integral, right? So one of the things that when there was the explosion of Reels happened, for example, everybody was watching Reels. And the younger people in my team came up to me and said, we should make Reels. And I immediately turned up my nose and said, but we do serious work, why should we make Reels, right? But they called me out on it and they said, listen, you are the person who's constantly talking about how we need to be accessible and how we need to cater to a much larger public and not talk amongst ourselves, and now you are doing exactly that. Give us a chance, we assure you we will try and make the kind of Reels that will really stay true to our voice, but will still go out and do the job that needs to be done, right? If there is a problem ethically with some of the Reels that you're making, you stop us and we'll never run them. But you have to be able to embrace the beast every now and then to stay relevant. So that is part one of the question. Part two of the question, you said, that, you know, X might want to do a story and the headline might change. And see, for us at Sustain, our whole process is very, very, you know, it's sort of, it's like slow fashion and slow, you know, slow food and, you know, slow travel. I sort of like to call it very slow kind of storytelling, where everything follows a sort of non-hurried, slow, fact-checked, easy pace, where everybody is included, where there are multiple rounds of playbacks that happen to the person who has written the original copy. So that never really happens. And that is also because it is an antithesis to everything that we've done in newspaper and is happening in television journalism. So it's a very conscious choice that has been made. Did I answer both your questions, or was there something else? Okay.
I will now go to Pallav, because I think this flows well, because you are working very hyper-local. You are a Blinkit, Zomato of kind of thing. Sorry to use the term. I don't want, I just in a joking way. But you know, your challenges are very different, because you are in a reporting kind of stuff, and where you need to also gain the trend. Your audience, I want to understand your audience also, which kind of audience you try to like reach out. Also, if there are any barriers like access to internet or language barrier, and how do you pick stories which are relevant, and you know, so just on commentary on that.
Right. आपने सही कहा कि हाइपर लोकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है और इन्वायरमेंट पे काम कर रहा है, तो वो काफ़ी नीश में भी नीश हो जाता है. तो सोशल मीडिया का जो चैलेंज है वो हम भी फेस कर रहे हैं कि आप लॉन्ग फॉर्म कंटेंट पे काम कर रहे हैं, आप ज़मीन पे जाके रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं पर्यावरणीय मुद्दों की, और आपको उसकी रीच भी बढ़ानी है, उससे ज़्यादा लोगों तक उस कंटेंट को पहुंचाना भी है, फिर ऑडियंस को समझने की भी बात है. तो जहाँ तक अभी उस चीज़ पे हम एक रास्ता है जो तय कर रहे हैं, हम समझ रहे हैं, सीख रहे हैं, और हर दिन नया कुछ सीखते हैं कि हमारी ऑडियंस जो है, एटलीस्ट ये हमें पता है कि हमें कहाँ पहुँचना है, किस ऑडियंस तक पहुँचना है. तो मेनली हिंदी स्पीकिंग ऑडियंस जिसको हम जो पर्यावरण में जो बदलाव हो रहे हैं उसके बारे में बताना चाहते हैं, कि जो आपकी ज़िंदगी में जो आपकी अगर फसल ख़राब हो रही है तो उसके ये संभावित कारण हो सकते हैं. जर्नलिज्म के सारे एथिक्स को फॉलो करते हुए एक थिन लाइन है कि क्या आप इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं, क्या आप यूट्यूबर हैं, या क्या आप जर्नलिस्ट हैं. तो हम उसको बनाए रखना चाहते हैं, उस रेखा को, कि हम जो भी खबरें दे रहे हैं, जो खबरें कर रहे हैं, वो उसमें हम अपने जर्नलिज्म को जिंदा रखें. और जो ट्रेंड है, ऑब्वियसली 1 मिनट का रील है, वो चलता है, लोग देखते हैं, तो हम कोशिश करते हैं कि जो लॉन्ग फॉर्म कंटेंट हमने किया है, क्या उसको हम उस 1 मिनट में सामने रख कर जो उसको देख रहा है उसको हम अपने लॉन्गर कंटेंट तक ला सकते हैं क्या. जी,
फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन है आपको, क्योंकि आपका जो पोर्टल है ये कंजर्वेशन फोकस नहीं है उस तरह से. इट इज मोर लाइक ह्यूमन स्टोरीज एनवायरमेंट लार्जर. उसमें लेसन ऑन स्पीशीज की बात क्या आपके एजेंसी में या आपके उसमें आप किस तरह से उसको देखते हैं और उसको रिपोर्टिंग किस तरह से करते हैं, क्योंकि उसकी जो आपका व्यूअरशिप है जो भी है कैसे फिट हुआ है, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि चैलेंजेस क्या है उसमें.
बिल्कुल. तो पिछले 4 साल से हम पर्यावरण के विषय पे काम कर रहे हैं. तो अभी जैसे ये कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित हुई है, ठीक है, तो विकास सर से मेरी बात हो रही थी. विकास सर ने मुझे बताया कि सेंट्रल इंडिया में हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस इसलिए आयोजित कर रहे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ से रिसर्चर्स हों, यहाँ के जो साइंटिस्ट हैं उनकी बातों को एक मंच मिले. तो वही उद्देश्य हमारा भी है ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट का. तो जैसे अभी वेस्ट बंगाल के चित्रक प्रमाणिक की बात हुई है, नितेश यहाँ पे बैठे हैं जो वल्चर कंजर्वेशन कर रहे हैं रीवा में, और इस तरह के कई लोग हैं, उनको हम मंच देते हैं. और जैसे आपने पूछा कि कंजर्वेशन आधारित ज़्यादा नहीं है, तो हमारा जो फोकस होता है वो समुदाय पे ज़्यादा होता है कि ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन उस चीज़ पे कैसे है और लोग उसमें कैसे मदद कर रहे हैं. तो वो ह्यूमन स्टोरीज हम सामने लेकर आते हैं, वही हमारा मेन मोटिव होता है.
जब तक हम उसको ह्यूमन स्टोरी से नहीं जोड़ेंगे तब तक उसका लोगों में जो जागरूकता की बात है वो कहीं ना कहीं वो मिस हो जाएगा.
हाँ, एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा, जैसे महाशीर की जो बात हो रही थी, तो महाशीर की जो स्टोरी आप ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट पे देख सकते हैं. उसमें मेनली ये बात हुई कि फंडिंग जो है वो बंद हो गई है, फंडिंग नहीं मिल रही है। तो हमने उसमें तय अलग अलग तरीके से वो स्टोरी कवर भी की गई थी पहले से मीडिया पे, लेकिन ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट बड़वा पहुंचा और जो बाड़स मित्र मंडल था उनके सदस्यों से मिला कि वो जो मछुआरे हैं जो कंजर्वेशन कर रहे थे, उनकी फंडिंग रुकने से उनकी ज़िंदगी में क्या बदलाव आ गया या क्या प्रॉब्लम आई और वो कितने डेडिकेटेडली उस काम को कर रहे थे। तो हमने उस मुद्दे को वीडियो रिपोर्ट के माध्यम से उठाया और यही हमारी अप्रोच हर स्टोरी को लेकर रहती है।
जी धन्यवाद। सो शैलेश भाई, आपसे अब सवाल है। ये सवाल थोड़ा अलग है इसलिए क्योंकि आपका जो मीडिया हाउस है वो एक इंटरनेशनल ग्लोबल मीडिया हाउस भी है, मोंगाबे जो काफ़ी उसमें है, एंड मोंगाबे इंडिया उसके बाद में आया है। सो मैं ये कहूँगा कि आपको चैलेंजेस शायद उस तरह से चैलेंज नहीं जो ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट एंड ग्राउंड ग्लास के हैं, मतलब ऑलवेज वो है। बट मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपका जो मोंगाबे का स्टाइल है, which I also follow, and sometimes journalists talk to me also. I think it's a more research-based kind of a journalism. Like एकदम से immediately reaction ना देके उसको slow journalism है after talking to people and getting information and presenting a reflection. And उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक policy angle भी रहता है हमेशा कि इसमें ये जो है वो है। तो वो काम मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत important gap है जो how to bridge the knowledge between the science and policy and the public understanding. तो जो है it's a very unique kind of thing. इसमें मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि आपको चैलेंज क्या आते हैं, स्पेशली एज अ नेशनल मीडिया पोर्टल इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सेसिंग इंफॉर्मेशन, बिकॉज यू ऑल्सो हैव पब्लिश वेरी गुड रिपोर्ट्स ऑन बिग डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स, बिग लॉज चेंजेस, अमेंडमेंट्स, जो यूजुअली मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया और बाकियों में बिकॉज ऑफ लिमिटेशंस वो नहीं हो पाता। इट टेक्स एन एफर्ट, वो रिसर्च बेस्ड वर्क है। उसमें आप क्या चैलेंज फेस करते हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ कैपेसिटी, इन टर्म्स ऑफ सपोर्ट फ्रॉम द कंजर्वेशन कम्युनिटी, फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट? आई एम श्योर यू मस्ट हैव टू टॉक टू डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स, लाइक इफ देयर इज कॉर्पोरेट इन्वॉल्व, देयर आल्सो लाइक somehow you are going to, they may see you as a reporting out of their own interest. So how do you address those kind of things? First of challenges क्या आपको इस तरह से आते हैं? Is it easy to do this kind of journalism? Whether the challenges also, but we only see the report and we say very good, very good. Someone is doing, but I want to know the behind the story.
Okay, see, when we say journalism, there is no easy journalism, and as we grow, means 2026, 2030, 2035, the journalism is going to get tougher and tougher from both the side, accessing information also and technology wise also. Okay, couple of things I just wanted to say that, slow journalism, what we say right now, I have a particular term which I use. It is long gestation journalism. Anything which takes little time to prepare. Our role definitely is not like mainstream, just like mainstream, they have their own space. We are not fighting with each other, and I will definitely not look down upon them because they are also needed in this ecosystem. They are like, cops. They have to reach at the crime scene, and we are like forensics. We take time. We go there with all our equipments. We have that luxury of time which they don't have. But we both are needed in this ecospace. If we take one out of it, we're gone. Okay, so this is one thing. Talking about challenges, yes, challenges are there, and earlier it was little easier, means not, or I would say less tougher, because basic information was available everywhere. Means for basic information, you didn't have to call a PCCF and ask, or call a gazetted officer and ask. These informations were available at government portals. Right now, how many of you are getting internet reception right now? Just Google MP Forest Department in Google search. I'm going to take 2 minutes of your time. Really sorry. The first search item, the first reference, just click on it and see what it says. It says book safaris. You have Bandhavgarh, you have all the national parks, you have all the tiger reserves, you have a special dedicated place for Pachmadi. The second search item in that it has MP government website, which has a forest department, 5 bullet points about the forest department of MP. There is one link says Adhikarik website. If you click on that, anybody has clicked on that? Hey, I am expecting something from that. I want to check if people are really doing it or not. Anybody clicked on it? Found what? It's called 404. This is what the status of information of MP's forest department is. This is how difficult it is to gain information right now. And we are sitting right here. For 2 days we had all the people of that department. So I think I have answered your question.
Actually, by examples are the best answer. So Megha, I want to come to you as a follow-up. I think this so do you also face this kind of issues like when you want to work like around the sustain this kind of issues like accessing information and where to get, because see your work may be slightly different, but you also have to get information. Absolutely. Maybe from the conservation community or from the scientists. And for a long time of time, when I talked to my journalist friend, they said that it's very difficult to reach out to scientists. Absolutely. I just want to, sorry with the exceptions, but I'm just generalizing it. But yeah, this is the feedback generally I get.
Yeah. So there are lots of great exceptions, and I'm really grateful to have people like that. But very often, you write to people for a story, there is no response, you try calling them, they'll say, we can speak, doesn't happen. But also, one of the biggest collective failures, I think, from the perspective of academia also, is our access to papers. I mean, so many papers are all paywalled and we have no access to them. So if science is going to be gate-kept in this way, how are we expecting it to become more accessible and become more democratic? So that is a very, very big and very real problem for us.
And did you face any problem for also the non-profit organizations, conservation organizations, where they may have said that we are not allowed to speak on the subject? Something like that?
I mean, for us?
Yeah, when you reach out to different experts, have they happened before?
Oh, like that?
Yeah. Not scientists, but conservation practitioners who are from our own fraternity.
Because we are a not-for-profit, no.
Yeah, so the question is that, suppose you are going to talk about this issue. Yeah. And you didn't get to reach out to scientists. Yeah. The second thing is you went to some conservation organization. Some researcher, junior researcher, I'm not talking about further senior. Yeah. Researcher saying, I want to get your opinion about this issue. How do you react? So, did you ever face the problem where they say that I'm not allowed to speak about the species or about subject, I will talk to my seniors, this kind of issues, did you ever face?
I mean, it happens occasionally, but that doesn't really happen on a large scale because we know who we are reaching out to. Now, over the last 7 years, we've learned who we need to reach out to largely for, for something, but of course that happens. But also, very often scientists tell us that, we don't feel comfortable talking to, that's it. Why, where, when, what is the nature of your discomfort is unknown. And they must have their own reasons for it, but it happens.
So, पल्लव जी आपसे एक सवाल है कि जब आप इस तरह ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग करते हैं, मैंने आपका पोर्टल भी देखा है, बहुत अच्छी रिपोर्टिंग है, मतलब you are talking about issues which normally people will not even discuss, like and they are very evidence-based thing. So I'm talking about the issues we face from the journalism, like the journalists who are working on field, जो जमीन पे जो आपके जो journalist हैं, उनको कुछ परेशानियां होती हैं कभी इस तरह की रिपोर्टिंग करने में, जहाँ पे कि समुदाय की बात की जा रही है, जहाँ पे कि इस तरह की बात की, जहाँ पे कि जो लार्जर जो प्रेशर है फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री साइड और जो गवर्नमेंट साइड है. मूर्ति साहब ने बेल बजाया लेकिन मैं टाइम अभी हुआ नहीं है सर, मैं टाइम बोल के मैंने शुरू किया था. आई एम कम टू करेक्ट यू. सो 10 मिनट है और तो लास्ट क्वेश्चन इसको मैं खोल दूंगा ऑडियंस के लिए. तो मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ टाइम पे करने के लिए। तो पल्लव, तो एज ए एडिटर आपको ये प्रॉब्लम ग्राउंड लेवल जर्नलिस्ट पे आपको कहीं भी मिलता है इस तरह की चीजें जहाँ पे कि वो थ्रेटेंड होते हैं, और क्योंकि वो भी आई एम श्योर उसी लैंडस्केप के पार्ट हैं। तो आपने जैसे बोला कि सब इसी जगह के हम होते हैं जहाँ पे बड़े इंडस्ट्री की बात है, बड़े उसकी बात है, जहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट के भी इंटरेस्ट हैं बहुत सारे, तो उस पर आपका क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन है?
तो इस तरह की रिपोर्टिंग हम कर रहे हैं। हाल ही में जो मेरे साथी हैं शिशिर अग्रवाल, वो धिरौली कोल माइन कवर करने गए थे, सिंगरौली, और उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि वो कैसे रात में छिप के वो जंगलों तक जा रहे हैं और वो पूरा एक्सेस नहीं, उनका पीछा हो रहा है। वो जब तक घर नहीं आ गए वापस भोपाल नहीं, मतलब जो अपने घर गए थे वहाँ तक उनका पीछा हुआ, उसके बाद फिर वो भोपाल आए हैं। तो उस दौरान पूरे हम उनके संपर्क में रहे, उनका अपडेट लेते रहे कि तुम सुरक्षित हो या नहीं हो। और इस तरह के वाकये कई बार हुए हैं हमारे साथ। हम महाराष्ट्र में एक स्टोरी करने गए थे, वहाँ हमारे जर्नलिस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा डरे हुए थे क्योंकि हम एक फैक्ट्री के खिलाफ स्टोरी कर रहे थे, खिलाफ नहीं कहेंगे, फैक्ट्री पर स्टोरी कर रहे थे। तो इस तरह की चीज़ें हैं। और एक्सेस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन को लेकर भी सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम हमारे जर्नलिस्ट फेस करते हैं। हम कोई भी स्टोरी कर रहे हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि उसके सारे पक्ष उसमें शामिल हों, उसमें अधिकारी भी हों, उसमें जो रिसर्चर्स हैं वो शामिल हों, और गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स हों, उनके बयान हों, ताकि सभी के पक्ष उसमें सामने आ सकें। लेकिन जो सबसे ज़्यादा समस्या आती है, जो हमारी रिपोर्ट्स जहाँ आके रुक जाती हैं, वो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स के कोर्ट्स को लेकर। कभी समय नहीं मिलता, कभी समय मिल जाता है तो चीज़ें ऑफ रिकॉर्ड बोली जाती हैं कि हम कैमरा पे नहीं बताएंगे, आप बड़े अधिकारी से बात कीजिए, परमिशन लेके आइए। तो हम एक छोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो अपने स्तर पे काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सीमित संसाधनों में। तो कुछ कुछ ऐसे मुद्दे होते हैं जो बहुत साधारण हैं। अब मैं चीते पे स्टोरी करने नहीं जाऊंगा, लेकिन मेरे को महाशीर पे भी अगर कोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं निराशा होती है। और हालांकि उसको हम ओवरकम करने की कोशिश करते हैं, हम उस स्टोरी को रोक के रखते हैं जब तक ऑफिशियल कोर्ट ना आए। और एक अब मतलब हमारी कोशिश होती है कि अप्रोच ज़रूर किया जाए और एक पक्ष जानने की कोशिश की जाए।
देखिए घंटी बज चुकी है मूर्ति साहब की, तो मैं उनको ऑफेंड नहीं कर सकता। तो सर देखिए ये नाइंसाफी है। हम अब जो पुराने लीगेसी जो प्रॉब्लम पोल्यूशन है उसका कंपनसेशन हम लोग करें, ये भी सही नहीं है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि 5 मिनट हमें भी एक्स्ट्रा दिया जाए, जिससे कि लोग सवाल पूछ सके, है ना, तो वो भी जरूरी है। तो अरे विकास ठीक है ना, मतलब हाँ, एंड दिस इज अभी है तो, एंड ऑफ कोर्स क्वेश्चन भी आने चाहिए। तो आप लोग जो भी सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, अपना नाम भी जरूर बताइएगा, आपकी संस्था का नाम, अगर आप कंफर्टेबल है तो, और सवाल कर सकते हैं। और किससे सवाल हो जाएंगे इसके लिए?
Hi panel, I'm Sneha from WWF India. My question is to the whole panel actually. So when we talk about the news reporting that is done on large carnivores, there's a lot of villainization of the species which is present there in the mainstream media, and it is present in the bulk. If you today go and search a tiger, the majority of the first, let's say 10 stories, out of 7 of them are there labeling tiger as a man-eater or similar connotation that they are using. So from your perspective, I want to understand what drives such a story, what motivates such stories, and as an organization sitting on the other side of the table, what we can do to curb it. Yeah, thanks.
So, very interesting question, and thank you for asking it. And I'm going to just broaden the scope of that question a little bit while answering it. Having been in the mainstream media for several years, I have seen this from both sides, and I understand what really happens behind the scenes as well. So I want to just try and put that perspective as well. One of the biggest problems that we see in mainstream coverage of environmental news of any kind is a lack of nuance. Right? The nuance is completely missing. Very often things are oversimplified. Very often things are presented in a world of binaries, right? Good versus bad, rogue elephant versus people who are victims. But conservation, as we have seen, is deeply complex and deeply nuanced. And unfortunately, it's very difficult for mainstream media to be able to bring in that kind of nuance. And the reason for that is also is a very real problem, because in daily newspapers, at least, which is what I can speak of, there is the pressure of daily deadlines. There is constant pressure. It's like a factory every day, and every day there is a deadline. So they don't have the luxury of time, like you said earlier, right? And they don't have the luxury of taking a step back and saying, you know, can I check this? Is this the point of the story? Is this the purpose with which the story was written? And very often what really happens is, just to explain a little bit about how a newspaper functions, there is the reporter who files the actual stories, and there is a desk. And the desk is a centralized desk that is editing stories on politics, on films, on crime, on, on municipal corporations, and all of this. And it is the same desk that is also editing your environmental stories. So to have a specialization that is across the board is next to impossible. None of us can have it. Nobody can be an expert on crocodiles and elephants and, dolphins. So it's the same situation, right? So which is also why constantly editors and the desk, they're always looking for hooks, which is the easiest way to tell a story and grab people's attention. And very often that those hooks can be something that is very oversimplified, which largely becomes a number, because a number jumps out at you. So the point of it may not be the number at all, right? The tiger census, for example, they will pick the number, but what the story actually is how that number was arrived at, perhaps, right? So that is the larger problem with how reporting happens, and which is why we've set this mechanism in place to be able to have a little bit of distance and have a little bit of time to be able to tell the stories that we want to, and bring in as many different perspectives as possible in storytelling.
Yeah, completely agree with what you said, Megha, but I also want to add one thing is that, sometimes, I am talking about my own community, that, we also get lazy. In journalism community, I have hardly seen people who are thinking of upgrading themselves and their knowledge. Man-eater tiger, N number of times we have said that out in social media and everywhere, this is not a right term, right? If we can talk about, LGBTQ community in, accepted terms, why can't we think about all these environmental terms? We are just refusing to do that. So that is one thing, and the onus is on us. And we are, 3 of us are representing that right now. The second thing is, this is a problem, and I'm going to the root of this problem is that we are not given enough time in our newspapers. Coming to the challenges of journalism, which I said over the period of time it is going to get even tougher, is that we don't have money to send 2 of our resource person on a sabbatical or let's say a study leave of a 1 week. That's all. Newsrooms don't have that luxury right now. I'm going to call that luxury, but that's a necessity. But that is what Indian media's status right now is. So yeah, I agree what you are saying, but that's a question to be asked to a lot of. I think WWF is already doing that. It is talking. I know a lot of people from WWF. All the way from Ladakh to Sundarbans. So you guys are already doing it, and a lot like WWF, other organizations are also doing it. I think we just have to keep doing it, and just like if the clean water keeps flowing through the river and the wastewater stops, we are going to see some results over a period of time.
मुझे ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट शुरू करने का एक कारण ये भी था कि जो पर्यावरण में जो खबरें बेची जा रही हैं बाहर मीडिया में, वो डर बेचा जाता है ना। बाढ़ आई है तो कितनी भयावह है वो, टाइगर है तो उसका हमला हो गया है, आदमखोर है आपका भेड़िया है जो बहराइच में हुआ, जो हम बहराइच की खबरें देख रहे हैं, शायद आप उसी का जिक्र कर रही होंगी। तो हम अभी हाल ही में पेंच में ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट से राजीव और शिशिर एक स्टोरी करके आए हैं जो मैन ईटर टाइगर के ऊपर है, तो हम किस तरीके से उस टर्म का इस्तेमाल करना है। आप जब हमने उस स्टोरी में रजनीश सर से बात की है, उन्होंने हमें बताया है कि क्या वो कारण हैं जिससे वो टाइगर जो है अपना हैबिटेट छोड़ के लोगों तक आता है। हमने जो समुदाय प्रभावित है, जिनके लोग मरे हैं, उनकी भी बात सामने रखी है। तो आपको जैसा सभी मेरे साथियों ने कहा कि समय चाहिए होता है उन चीज़ों के लिए और उसको समझने के लिए और उसको उसी तरीके से सामने रखने के लिए। तो डेफिनेटली हालांकि आप में अगर वो समझ है, आप अगर मैंने क्योंकि एनडीटीवी में भी काम किया एज अ प्रोड्यूसर, तो अगर आप में थोड़ा समझ है तो आप वो शब्दों का इस्तेमाल एटलीस्ट नहीं करेंगे। 15 मिनट में ही वो पैकेज तैयार होगा, आधे घंटे में ही पैकेज तैयार होगा, एटलीस्ट आप वो शब्द हटा सकते हैं। तो वहाँ समय की नहीं, इच्छा शक्ति की मुझे कमी लगती है।
What she asked about what can organizations do. But before that, I also want to say, when he was talking about the state of journalism, there's another real problem that journalism faces today, which I think we are faced, especially because print media is dying in the way that it is. Increasingly, there is a push to find younger, cheaper resources, and there is no investment in experience and people with understanding of nuance. So that is a very real problem, and that's also why a lot of this happens. But coming back to, what can organizations do? And this is something I say to everybody, that scientists, researchers need to try and think like storytellers, because nobody can tell those stories better than you yourselves, right? And I've always believed that scientists and researchers have a first bench, a first row access to everything that is unfolding, right? And you see it from such close quarters that nobody can tell those stories better than you. And you also have the advantage of experiencing it firsthand, and you also have memory, and you have history, and you have so many things you can bring into your stories of science. So I only wish that everybody who works in the space of science finds some medium, finds some way to also be able to tell their own stories through platforms like Mongabay, through platforms like Sustain, or whoever else is willing to sort of collaborate with them and is in their corner to be able to take these stories to a much, much larger audience, because that is really, really the need of the hour.
So guys, we are already overshooting time. Okay, I can excuse BC sir, please sir.
BC Chaudhary. It takes me exactly back to about 52 years. I am a journalist too. I did my journalism in 1975, worked with Statesman Calcutta, and worked with Desmond Doig. And at that point of time, Statesman was actually making lots of stories on wildlife. I think the first story that made the headline was Sundari or Sundar, the tiger which was tranquilized by a stadium sticker. That made lots of stories. And in fact, traveling with him to do a story on Billy Arjun Singh changed my life. I became a wildlifer. Okay. But having said that, I became a wildlife scientist. Then the profile completely changed. Either you publish or perish. You do your work, you publish or perish. But that was not on a language to be taken to a general public. That was a completely targeted to a different audience and very limited audience. But then after 50 years of working or shifting from being a conservation scientist to a conservation strategist, I realized the story needs to be taken to a different sector. And when you work as a conservation strategist, raise money from different sources, I also realized as much I want to tell a story, the donors want my story to be given as quickly as possible because it is their branding. So I find as much we need the media needs it that badly, and at the same time the donors who are funding now, a lot of donors who are funding now, are also needing both sides of the coin. So it is a triangle, each requires the other node to be active. And this is where I think this multi-sector, print media, electronic media, social media, and these three different medias, which has a long time gestation, not just in the shelf life is not small, the longer shelf life of Mongabay, much self-life of yours and very short self-life of this. So I think, one thing which is lacking with most of the wildlife conservation scientists is the understanding of the diversity of media that is available and how that gets translated so that you have access in a better way. That's my question.
I just want to say that, we also completely agree with that, and to be able to try and mitigate this problem a little bit, because it's something that I feel very strongly about. We've also started doing workshops for a lot of scientists and researchers on multiple ways of storytelling, writing, really short form. I said I was resistant to the idea of making reels earlier, but we teach researchers and scientists how to make reels now, the younger people in the team. Crafting photo essays. We try to bring in as many different mediums as possible and try to take them to scientists and researchers and hopefully spark something in them to be able to enable them to tell their own stories in their own voice.
Again, what Mega is doing and Roundglass is doing. I also have two things, one official and one personal. Officially, we have been reaching out to anything we see, conferences or anything. In this case also, I was the one who reached out to Vikas last year, because at Mongabay, India, I am heading our coverage of small cats, and we have entered into the 4th year of our coverage of small cats. We reach out to people the moment we see there is a conference. We reach out that if you can allow us one session, we want to take a session on science communication. When I personally take those official sessions, I just ask my audience to see two different audience. What you write for the scientific community is different. When you want to reach out to the masses, that language has to be different. My exercise is just one thing, is that just write a small passage, para, for a LinkedIn or Instagram post. That's all I want. First 2 lines, I will get to know which audience you have written for. So that is the first thing, what is happening in official capacity. In my personal capacity also, when I visited a lot of rural areas in India, I realized that, we have all the COPs happening here, there, and everywhere at global level, and we talk about climate action. But when we go to the ground, people don't know what climate action is, and they are the real people who are working on that climate action. So to bridge that gap of the global to the grassroots level, I started taking workshops for developmental organizations, for their own officials, as well as for the people who are working on the grassroots, to tell them what COPs are, what climate change is, just basic knowledge of it, 1 hour or 1.5 hours of workshop any weekend, and I think that is also helping in a way. So, the traffic has to be two-way, and we just have to keep innovating and keep reaching out to people, and I think, personally, I think that's the way out.
हमारे लिए भी वही चीज़ है कि क्योंकि हम आए हैं, अब जानने लगे हैं लोग धीरे धीरे कि ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट एक संस्थान है, तो वही है कि हम पहले अप्रोच कर रहे हैं लोगों से, फिर हमें वहाँ से रिस्पांस आता है, तो फिर वो रिलेशन है जो वो बना रहता है. तो कोशिश जारी है. पहली जो कदम है हम लोग उठाएंगे, मुझे लगता है ये आगे बढ़ती जाएंगी चीज़ें उस हिसाब से.
I want to make a small comment, if you'll permit me. I'd like to make a small comment, if you permit me. Actually, one needs to take, if one takes the meta view, takes the view above this, you find that two very large events are occurring around the world which will have deep ramifications on conservation. And one is the darkening of the universities and the academic spaces. And all of this has to be seen in the light of the takeover of resources by the fintech industries. Because unless you start seeing these connections, you will not realize how the conservation dialogues are being marginalized to favor technocracies or very elitist views of how technology ought to dominate the conservation debate. And this is really the key function that, one looks up to, and I'm so gratified to see, 3 media houses that are, young people who are recentering, and I think that this task of recentering the conservation debate back into the community is the most important task of our lifetimes. And this will play out in the years to come.
So this is not only a media thing, what he said. It is for every institution, everything, including civil society, including the government also. So I think thanks Saurabh ji for saying this thing very loud. This is very important, and I was mentioning this thing. So, but very quick, because already time, Vikas is very graceful. He has given us.
Thank you, Saurabh sir, for pointing that out. See, media's role is to amplify voices and opinions. We won't say, Shailesh won't say, Megha won't say, Pallav won't say. It has to come from somewhere like this. If somebody says, we are ready to publish it. But if you don't say, we won't be able to publish it. So that is my appeal, that if you see something which is going to disturb everything, please say it loud. We are here to publish it. That's all.
I always tell people that before anything else, if you are working conservation, you're a conservationist, and your commitment should be to the cause. Now, how can an organization tell you not to say things? It's constitutional right. If I'm saying this thing is going to affect this species, this thing, I am doing justice to my own knowledge. If I'm doing it, then I'm selfish. I'm doing for my own interest. So, this is constitutional right. No one can stop you. And this is not a corporate kind of a thing, like, if you work in non-profit or this thing that we are not allowed to speak. We are very much allowed to speak. I think this is a more self-censoring which is happening. So I don't see this problem. So anyway, Murthy Saab, I have to allow him. He wants to ask a question. And sorry. Yes, sir, please. Please, I didn't see your mic, please, sir.
Sorry. Actually, मेरी भी कुछ observations हैं ऐसे ही जो what basically all 3 of you, I appreciate your viewpoints, and जो भी आप लोगों ने कहा है बिल्कुल सही है वो. I have seen for the past, say, more than 3 decades on the government side. I'm J.S. Chauhan, by the way, and retired forest officer. So what I've seen is there are many say levels, rather, I would say. भोपाल की भी जैसे जर्नलिज्म है तो दो तरह के वो उसमें मैं देखता हूँ कि एक तो बिल्कुल जैसे क्विक शॉट, बिल्कुल एकदम टेबल पे आपको कहानी मिल जाए बस फट से एकदम विदाउट वेरीफाइंग. बट देर आर इन भोपाल, इसी भोपाल में वेरी सीरियस काइंड ऑफ, वो जब तक वेरिफिकेशन नहीं हो जाता है या जब तक वो टेक देयर ओन टाइम, बड़े अच्छी स्टोरीज उसमें छापते हैं. गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स जो है ना, आई कम्प्लीटली एग्री विद यू, पीपल एक्चुअली साई अवे फ्रॉम गिविंग बाइट और मे बी से स्टेटमेंट, रिटन स्टेटमेंट या ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड तो कुछ होता नहीं है ना. तो वो फॉर रीजन्स बेस्ट नोन टू देम. बट मैं आई विल साइट वन एग्जाम्पल कि ऐसे मैं यहाँ पे यही टाइगर की बात अभी हो रही थी, तो आई मीन मध्य प्रदेश बना बाघों का कब्रगाह. अब ये खबरें लगती है बिल्कुल एकदम. इसी मतलब हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे ज्यादा टाइगर हमारे पास हैं तो सबसे ज्यादा मरेंगे भी हमारे पास ही, है ना, एक चीज. दूसरी चीज, दूसरी स्टेट अगर ये कहती है कि हमारे पास उतने ही टाइगर हैं लेकिन मर नहीं रहे हमारे यहाँ, तो वो भी एक बेसिकली मतलब साइंटिफिक वो होगा, मतलब कि आप सिंपल मैथमेटिक्स है कि 12 साल का अगर एक टाइगर 12 साल में उसकी वो है मतलब एज है, तो 12 साल में उसको मरना है. तो आप जो टोटल पॉपुलेशन है उसको 12 से भी डिवाइड कर देते, एक थंब रूल मतलब आपको मिलता है भाई इतना ही अब परमिसिबल लिमिट. अब उससे कम मर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है. दूसरा एस्पेक्ट, मतलब आई मीन वी वर्क इन प्लेसेस वेयर, जहां से गांव भी हटा दिए, गांव बस्तियां नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो वी आर एबल टू ट्रेस दी कैरेक्टर्स. हम उनको मतलब रिट्रीव कर रहे हैं कैरेक्टर्स को, छुपा नहीं रहे कोई चीज. तो थोड़ी सी मतलब यानी मैं अगर जुडिशियस वो हो उसमें व्यू हो एंड देन दी स्टोरी गोज, तो अननेसेसरी की बदनामी फिर नहीं होती है. and बदनामी फॉर व्हाट? I completely agree कि जो अननेचुरल डेथ्स हैं वो आई मीन यू फुल राइट, कंप्लीट राइट्स कि भाई आप सरकार की टांग खींचो, कंसर्न ऑफिशियल्स की टांग खींचो, जिसका जो भी फैक्ट सामने आते हैं उसको रखा है। बट फॉर नेचुरल डेथ और फिर 2 बाघ मर गए फ्रंट लाइन, तो वो तो पैदा हुआ है तो मरेगा भी ना। डेली कितने लोग मरते हैं, मतलब सड़कों पे कितने लोग मरते हैं एक्सीडेंट्स। तो वो थोड़ा सा प्रैग्मेटिक व्यू अगर रखें तो थोड़ा सा मतलब सबका फायदा होगा उसमें।
हेलो, आपने जो बात कही है सर वो बिल्कुल सही है, लेकिन मुझे एक गैप जो दिखता है, मैं मतलब 2022 में मैं जो लेसर नोन स्मॉल कैट्स के विषय में बात कर रहा था, मैं आपके ही ऑफिस में आया था। आपने मुझे लगभग आधा घंटा दिया था, हमने बैठ के लद्दाख की चाय भी पी थी। आपको शायद याद नहीं होगा, लेकिन मैं आया था और आपने मुझे मेरे साथ में बहुत अच्छे से बात किया था और मुझे समझाया भी था कि क्या कैट्स पे क्या चल रहा है एमपी में, वो सब कुछ। लेकिन सर प्रॉब्लम मतलब वो उस तरीके की हेडलाइन मैं बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट करता हूं कि उस तरीके के कवरेजेस होते हैं, लेकिन अगर जल्दी से डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से जो है वो इंफॉर्मेशन बाहर आ जाएगी तो स्पेकुलेशंस के लिए जो है वो बहुत कम समय और बहुत कम जगह बचेगी। जो मैं क्राइम सीन की जो एनालॉजी देता हूं, मैं इसीलिए देता हूं कि आपको वो जो इंफॉर्मेशन का गैप रहेगा वहां पे स्पेकुलेशन आके फंस जाएगा। अगर इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से फटाक से आ जाएगी कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आई, उसका ये रिजल्ट आया, ये बाहर आई प्रेस रिलीज में और सब वही छापेंगे फिर। Yes, I know, I tracked what you did. Yeah.
I will take only 1 minute. First of all, I should thank सिन्हा साहब कि to be impartial, उन्होंने मेरे को इशारा कर दिया, मैं चुप रह गया। But again, मैंने बिल्कुल कहा ही नहीं था मैं कुछ बोलूंगा। तो but again things came down to here. फिर जो मतलब मेरी जो, अब दोनों का क्या भी नाम आप दे सकते हो, अच्छी बात है, दोस्त लोग हम लोग, अदर देन बीइंग बैचमेट्स। तो पहली चीज़ तो यह है सर कि एक तो इम्पॉर्टेंट इशू है, जैसा ये साहब है काफ़ी उत्तेजित हैं, हम हर चीज़ में उत्तेजित होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और दूसरी बात यह है कि मीडिया वर्कशॉप्स होनी चाहिए एट द फील्ड लेवल, एट द हेडक्वार्टर लेवल, एट एवरी लेवल। उसमें क्या होता है कि कई सारे जो मतलब लोगों का सोच है उसमें चेंज होता है, फैक्ट्स क्या है, कुछ क्या है। थर्ड थिंग कि डीएफओ लेवल पे मध्य प्रदेश में किसी को आधिकारिक नहीं बनाया प्रेस नोट्स देने का, इट्स ओनली सीएफ एंड अबव। तो ये चीज मतलब आप लोगों को नहीं मालूम है, हाँ जो अब तो बैठे हैं बहुत सारे रिटायर्ड लोग या ऑफिसर्स बैठे हैं, लेकिन बाकी लोग कभी इस प्रकार की नौकरी में पहुंचते हैं। आप लोग ध्यान रखिएगा, कलेक्टर एसपी कैन रिलीज प्रेस नोट्स, लेकिन डीएफओ स्तर पे ये अधिकार नहीं है। एंड थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यू कि ये जो टाइगर की डेथ के बारे में जो है, इस साल 55 टाइगर मरे मध्य प्रदेश में। सो मेनी मतलब जो है व्हाट शुड आई से, बहुत ही मतलब भयानक तरीके का एक पिक्चर के साथ हर जगह न्यूज आ रहा था। फाइनली वन पर्टिकुलर एएनआई रिपोर्टर हैज अप्रोच्ड मी, तो मैंने कहा कि मुझे समय दीजिए, लेट मी गो थ्रू। उन्होंने कहा कि साहब इसके बारे में आपको सही अपना वक्तव्य देना है। मैंने बोला बिल्कुल दे दूं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। शी वांटेड कि समथिंग मतलब एक शॉकिंग जैसा न्यूज हो। मैंने इस ग्रुप में शेयर किया, उसकी टाइटल में पढ़ा देता हूँ, अनदर फेदर इन इंडियाज टाइगर कंजर्वेशन स्टोरी, अंडर 5% मार्टालिटी रिकॉर्डेड ओवर इन 4 years। सारे डेटा एनटीसीए के ऊपर है, जिसकी बेसिस पे सारा चल रहा था। मैंने एक दिन अपना समय लेकर उनको एनालाइज किया, उनको बताया कि भाई 10% तक हमारा अलाउड है, हियर ओनली इट इज 4.5%। इमीडिएटली स्टोरी चेंज। फिर मैंने उनके ऊपर 2 बातें कही, आप प्लीज टेक अप दिस इशू। एट द सेम टाइम आई सेड बट एवरी टाइगर, 11% ऑफ द टाइगर विच डाइड ऑफ some other reasons other than मतलब natural death, that's a serious concern for anybody and everybody। तो उसके बारे में मतलब इधर से हम मतलब जो मेजॉरिटी टाइगर्स इन फाइटिंग से मरे, कुछ कारण से मरे, उसके बारे में हम खुश नहीं होने की जरूरत है, वो तो मर गए, ठीक है, नेचुरल है। लेकिन जो गलत कारण से मरा है उसके बारे में सीरियस होना चाहिए। फाइनली मैं ये मिडगाट वाला जो ट्रैप है टाइगर का, तो उनको छोड़ा नहीं आखिर तक, बट ऊपर से हर चीज एडिट होता है। फाइनली शी सेड कि साहब इसके बारे में डेटा दे दो मुझे। लकीली आई हैड ऑल द डेटा विथ मी विद द हेल्प ऑफ वहाँ जो डीएफओ काम किया था उनसे डेटा लेके मैंने उनको भेज दिया. इसमें लिखा हुआ है मिडगार्ड के बारे में. यदि वो उसके साथ नक्शा भी लगा दिए होते और ज़्यादा बेहतर होता. बट मेरा कहना कि यह है कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दोनों के लिए, हम कंजर्वेशन के लिए कैसे मदद कर सकते हैं. और दूसरी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यू है कि मीडिया इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट स्टेक होल्डर्स इन द एंटायर प्रोसेस ऑफ कंजर्वेशन. समझ लो, देश समझ लो. उनके साथ आपका एक कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम नहीं है, देन जैसा बीच का जो साहब हैं, ऐसे मतलब आपको हर जगह पे रोष प्रकट होता मिलेगा. सब लोग एक साथ मिलके कंजर्वेशन के लिए साथ में चलेंगे तो नथिंग लाइक इट. एंड देन अगेन मतलब जैसे साहब बता रहे हैं, पन्ना में हमने समझ गया कि हमको क्या करना है. हम प्रेस नोट रिलीज करते थे, उसमें एक शब्द लोग कोई चेंज नहीं करते थे जो आप बता रहे हैं. तो हमको समझ में आ गया यदि अफवाह को रोकना है तो प्रेस नोट रिलीज करते.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy. I would now officially wrap up this session. I would.
No, Isha, just a minute. So, just to quickly finish this session, just last comment in 30 seconds. That's all. Because it will be injustice if you don't give the last remark. 30 seconds only.
I just want to conclude by saying one thing. It's actually a quote by my most favorite nature writer. Her name is Rebecca Solnit, and she wrote this piece in Guardian. And I find that it is relevant in every angle that we've sort of discussed today, where she says every crisis is in part a storytelling crisis. Right? This is true of the climate chaos as anything else. And she goes on to say, in order to do what the climate crisis demands of us, we have to find stories of a livable future, stories of popular power, stories that motivate people to do what it takes to make the world we need.
तो मेरा यही कहना है कि हम लोग एक कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सारे यंग लोग हैं, तो इस पूरी जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है उसमें बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं सभी लोग. तो कैसे हम उसको लार्जर ऑडियंस तक लेके जा सकते हैं, अगर आप हमारे साथ संपर्क करना चाहते हैं तो हम लोग ओपन है एकदम पूरी बाहों के साथ.
मेरा सिर्फ यही आस्क है कि इट्स अ टू वे स्ट्रीट. वी हैव टू फाइंड, means we are not enemies. And sir, Murthy sir, I'm really sorry if I come across as aggressive, but this is how we will have to approach a lot of things. Means there are a lot of people I have learnt a lot. Bhatnagar sir was there, Yashveer sir, he gave me a lot of time. So time is what we want to understand, and that is what will make the media scene better. And it has to be a two-way street. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for sharing your point of view very boldly, and thank you everyone for being so honest and brutal. And sorry if I have offended anyone. This is just for the one thing personal. So thank you, Vikas, for giving chance to lesson on species of journalists also.
We now move on to the valedictory session, where we reflect upon the learnings of the conference and formally adopt workshop recommendations. I would like to call upon stage of some dignitaries, starting with Mr. Srinivasa Murthy, retired IFS, ex-member secretary, Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board. Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, again retired IFS, former PCCF Wildlife MP. Dr. V.P. Unyal, Professor Graphic Era University and former scientist with WII. And lastly, Professor B.C. Chaudhary, former senior professor at WII Dehradun, advisor to WWF India, and executive trustee of WTI. I would request the four of you to please join us on stage. I want to first start by talking about the poster competition that we had today. We now finally have the winners for that, which I will be announcing. I would request the winners to please come on stage, and the dignitaries on stage will present them with their memento. Starting with at third place, we have Hitesh B. Hatwade. In second place, we have Akshay Dalavi. Before I announce first place, we also have a special mention, which is Sarthak Gadre. And lastly, in first place, we have Shivangi Bendre. I would request you to please come on stage. Thank you and congratulations. I would also now request the dignitaries on stage to kindly inaugurate an upcoming report for SNHC. It's going to be a report that is a amalgamation of the last 3 conferences that SNHC has organized. Thank you. Now, of course, we've had 2 days of very long discussions about multiple topics, multiple species. So before I give the mic to the panel for their concluding remarks, I want to call upon stage Mr. Manoj Solanki, the Assistant Member Secretary of the Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board. He will provide us a short summary and glimpse of the discussions we've had over these last 2 days.
Hello everyone. कल और आज का जो ये सेशन हुआ है लेसर नोन स्पीशीज़ पे 4th कॉन्फ्रेंस मैं कल भी इंटायर सेशन में प्रेजेंट था. आज भी यहाँ पे जो जितने भी हमारे साइंटिस्ट्स हैं, जितने प्रोफेसर्स हैं, जितने रिसर्चर्स हैं, सबका पूरा जो स्टडी हुआ है, होल स्टडी, और अलग अलग स्पीशीज़ पे जिस प्रकार से सारी रिसर्च और स्टडी को यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट किया गया, पूरे इंडिया के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से यहाँ पे लोग आए हैं और सभी साइंटिस्ट और रिसर्चर्स की जो स्टडी है ये इतनी वैल्यूएबल रिसर्च है जो कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे यहाँ पे आज सबके सामने जिसका प्रसार हुआ है. और हमारे साथ में इतने अनुभवी हमारे वरिष्ठ अधिकारी भी हैं. फॉर्मर मेंबर सेक्रेटरी बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट हैं, मूर्ति साहब यहाँ पे हैं, JS चौहान साहब यहाँ पे हैं. तो कंजर्वेशन के एफर्ट्स हम सभी के लिए बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है और ये इतना ग्लोबल इशू है जिस पे हम सब मिल के जितनी भी रिसर्च है, जितना भी ज्ञान है या जितना भी अनुभव है, उस सब को एक दूसरे के साथ साझा करते हुए एक साथ कदम बढ़ाएंगे तो ही इस विषय में और इस सब्जेक्ट में हम कुछ नया कर पाएंगे, कुछ अच्छा कर पाएंगे और कंजर्वेशन के एफर्ट्स को नई गति, नए कदम बढ़ा पाएंगे. तो इस प्रकार के या जो आयोजन हुआ, ये 4th जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ आयोजित हुई है, उसके लिए श्री विकास बघेल जी और उनकी एंटायर टीम को मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, आभार प्रदर्शन करना चाहता हूँ। और जितने भी यहाँ साइंटिस्ट और देश के अलग अलग जगह से लोग आए हैं, जितने रिसर्चर्स हैं, प्रोफेसर्स हैं, इन सभी अनुभवी अधिकारियों का, सभी लोगों का मैं हृदय से आभार प्रदर्शन करना चाहता हूँ। हमारे मेंबर सेक्रेटरी जो पहले रहे हैं, मूर्ति साहब हैं, सभी चौहान साहब हैं, प्रोफेसर साहब भी यहाँ पे हैं, चौधरी साहब, सभी का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। उन्होंने अपना अनुभव, अपना ज्ञान सबके साथ यहाँ साझा किया और सभी को मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। इसको पढ़ लीजिए, इसको फॉलो करिएगा, इट्स वेरी एसेंशियल। आई हैव पुट इट इन द ग्रुप आल्सो, प्लीज। ठीक, ये आपका वाइट हाउस की बोर्ड की तरफ से।
थैंक यू।
नहीं, थैंक यू उनको बोलो।
आपने मुझे दिया।
नहीं, ठीक है ना, कोई बात नहीं। इस रिपोर्ट के बारे में आई विल टेक ओनली 2 minutes बिकॉज दैट डे इट कुड नॉट गेट द जस्टिफिकेशन। आई रिक्वेस्टेड विकास, तो उन्होंने यहाँ पे मेरे को 2 मिनट का समय दिया। आई विल नॉट टेक नॉट मोर देन दैट। व्हेन वी हैव डिड इट, वी नेवर नो कि वी आर डूइंग समथिंग मतलब ऑन द लाइन्स ऑफ सिटीजन साइंस। ये 2011 की बात है, लेकिन उससे पहले जो काम हुआ है विक्रम ने 1996 में जो किया है, तो ही हैड 16 साइट्स जहाँ पे पन्ना में ज़्यादा वल्चर्स रहते हैं। वहाँ से क्लू लिया, देन वी मतलब इंक्रीज द स्पॉट। सब इन्हीं को मालूम था, मैं नहीं पता था। तो 38 स्पॉट्स निकाला। हम लोगों ने चौकीदार को, फॉरेस्ट गार्ड को लगा दिया। अब हमने सोचा कि एक शेखर करके है पगडंडी सेल का, और शुक्र करके एक है। उनसे पूछा क्या करें, तो फिर हम लोगों ने डिस्कस करके कहा कि एक काम करो कि लाल सिर वाले, पीले चोंच वाले, बाकी काले वाले, इसका गिन लिया और कुछ नहीं करना है। सो दैट ईयर सरप्राइजिंगली 673 मतलब वल्चर्स निकले। उसका कारण ये था, जो टाइगर तो हमें मालूम है क्या गिनती करना है, तो हमने कहा इस काम इसमें लगा दें। चूंकि एनटीसीए पहली बार एक फॉर्मेट दिया था, फॉर्मेट नंबर 5, कि आप बोला कि इसमें वल्चर्स का गिनती करिएगा। उसका रिजल्ट ये है, एंड देन इट वेटेड सो मेनी डेज फॉर पब्लिकेशन। व्हेन आई रिक्वेस्टेड विकास की आप एक स्तर बढ़ाओ, मैं अपना स्वार्थ इसमें ये था कि मतलब ये रिपोर्ट पब्लिश हो जाए। इन्होंने क्या सोचा क्या नहीं सोचा मुझे नहीं मालूम, फाइनली आई एक्सेप्टेड इट, एंड देन दिस इज द रिपोर्ट। ये शुरुआत में अप्रैल मतलब जो है 16 को, जब टाइगर की बर्थडे हम लोग पन्ना में सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, वहाँ पे हुए थे, सारे पन्ना से जुड़े लोग बैठे हुए थे। इट वॉज सच ए सीरियस डिस्कशन, एंड देन फाइनली जब हमने इसको रिलीज करने की बात आई, तो एक अरुण वासी रेड्डी है, मैंने चूंकि अभी AWC किया था रिसेंटली, मैंने कहा वाई कांट मी कॉल इट सिटीजन साइंस रिपोर्ट। तो अरुण वासी रेड्डी ने बोला कि साहब ये तो सही है आपका कहना, यू कैन मतलब टेल इट टू द वर्ल्ड दैट इज द फर्स्ट रिपोर्ट। अभी हमने मतलब लोगों को डिक्लेयर कर दिया, एनीबडी कैन चैलेंज और क्लेम, बट दिस इज समथिंग मतलब अमेजिंग। वी डिडंट रियलाइज कि दुनिया मतलब भारत का पहला एक साइंटिफिक उसका मतलब रिपोर्ट है। एंड देन यहाँ का जो यूनिक हैबिटेट ये है, टेबल टॉप टोपोग्राफी है, तो जहाँ पे क्लिफ्स है वहाँ पे शेल्व्स है। वो ऐसा मतलब उसकी 3 जगह मिलते हैं, तो वल्चर के लिए स्वर्ग है। ये जगह मतलब जो है कि गहरी घाट दुनिया में दूसरे इसकी बराबर जगह है ही नहीं है। तो दोनों तरफ से देखिए प्लेट्स दिखते हैं। यहाँ पे केन रिवर के कारण प्लेटू नंबर 2 मर्ज हो जाता है, ये सेहा कल्ट कहते हैं। दिस इज अनदर वंडर। और स्लोप्स हैं पन्ना में जो अदरवाइज दम नहीं है हैबिटेट में, लेकिन स्लोप्स और सेहा के कारण वहाँ पे एक कंपोजिट हैबिटेट है, तो वहाँ पे आदमी पहुँच नहीं सकता। वहाँ पे टाइगर भी रहते हैं, पैंथर भी रहते हैं, भालू भी रहते हैं, वल्चर भी रहते हैं, सब लोग रहते हैं। बंदर भी चला जाता है, सामने टाइगर बैठा रहता है। यदि भालू को गर्मी में वो मतलब प्यास लग गया, वो 10 मिनट समय लेगा, लेकिन पानी पी के निकल जाएगा, टाइगर भी बैठा रहेगा। आई हैव सीन इट। ये देखिए इतना सुंदर मतलब प्रपंच है। वी यूज्ड टू मतलब रिक्वेस्ट एंड देन कलेक्ट एवरीबडी। पूरे इंडिया से लोग आते थे। अकेला ये मतलब 20-25 किलोमीटर की स्ट्रेच में 38 लाइव नेस्ट है वहां पे, चूंकि दोनों तरफ से मतलब उसका वो क्या बोलते हैं ऐसा है, क्लिप्स है, बहुत ही सुंदर जगह है। तो फाइनली जब 2015 में पन्ना का रुक गया मामला, तो जितेंद्र अग्रवाल साहब थे एक पीसीसी ऑफ वाइल्ड लाइफ, उन्होंने पूरे मध्य प्रदेश के लिए लागू कर दिया। अब देखिए मध्य प्रदेश में कितना है, बट एक इश्यू इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जो भी उस ट्रैक में गए हैं वल्चर्स, मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं पन्ना से गए हैं, क्योंकि वहां पे डाइक्लोफिनाक से कोई अफेक्ट होने की गुंजाइश नहीं थी। जब हमारा टाइगर बाहर गया था हमने एक ही वल्चर देखा था, वल्चर्स रहे होते हमको टाइगर ट्रैक करने में आसान होता। ये ओरछा का फिल्म है दट्सापाल। आई वांटेड टू से इफ यू वांट टू डू समथिंग सिंसियरली प्लीज डू इट। आपको आगे क्या उसका फल मिलेगा मत सोचना, यू कैन मतलब रियली कभी कभी आपको लगता है कि हम कहां से कहां पहुंच गए। तो ये मतलब हम लोगों ने आप लोगों के साथ मिलकर, पूरे पैन इंडिया से लोग आया करते थे काम करने, दे हैड गिवन अस एक्सीलेंट प्लेटफॉर्म टू डू दिस। अभी इसका एसओपीस भी निकल गया है, दैट विल हेल्प द पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व टू डू इट। वेरी टफ, डूइंग इज वेरी टफ, बट लोग इसलिए चाहते हैं कि पार्क में उनको रहने का एक अनुभव मिलता है। थैंक यू, जय हिंद। थैंक यू विक्रम। कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स के लिए तो बहुत कुछ कहना है कि, लेकिन समय की मतलब पाबंदी को मैं पालन करूंगा। द ओनली थिंग इज दैट कि द वे SNHC का टीम द लेड बाय वेरी सोमबर, मतलब जो है कि विकास है, ये बोलता नहीं है, यदि अगले मतलब ये क्या बोलते हैं कॉन्फ्रेंस में बोलने लगेगा तो अच्छा लगेगा। ओनली ही स्माइल्स ऑल द टाइम, एंड देन दैट वे ही कोलैबोरेटेड विद सो मेनी पीपल थ्रू आउट द, मतलब उनको कुछ नहीं है। मैंने बोला कि ये नाम में कोई दम है क्या, तो उसके बारे में कई लोग इनसे चर्चा करते हैं, हीलर्स है, नेचर है, पता नहीं, लेकिन उनकी समझ होता है। तो उसके लिए पूरा मतलब जो है कि हमारा तरफ से उनके लिए मार्जिन है। जो सोच के नेचर को बचाने के लिए इतना बड़ा एक मुहिम चलाया है, तो इनकी टीम को मतलब क्या बोलते हैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद और बधाई हो। मैं कहूँगा सब लोग एक बार स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन दे इस संस्था को, नहीं तो यहाँ पे 13-15 अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर्स यहाँ आए हैं, इससे अच्छा क्या मौका चाहिए। थैंक यू, जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, Mr. Murthy. Can I please request Mr. Jasveer Singh Chauhan to kindly come and give his concluding remarks. Sir, over to you.
Now hardly any scope to say अब मेरा टाइम भी खाओगे आप, बड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम है भाई। खैर एनीवे, यहाँ पर डायस पे उपस्थित बीसी चौधरी साहब, उनियाल साहब, मूर्ति साहब एंड विकास, इट हैज बीन अ वंडरफुल 2 days, बहुत ही अच्छा लर्निंग एज ऑलवेज, और आई पर्सनली हैव सीन दिस ग्रोइंग सिंस लास्ट से 4 years नाउ, एंड इसका साइज भी बड़ा है, वॉल्यूम भी बड़ा है, कंटेंट बहुत अच्छा, कंटेंट बहुत ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव हुआ है, एंड द क्वालिटी ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशंस दैट वी सॉ यस्टरडे एंड टुडे वो अनपैरेलल्ड है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें थी पहले, ये इफ़ आई एम करेक्ट, मतलब ये पहले लेसर नोन स्पीशीज ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश से चालू हुआ था, फिर सेंट्रल इंडिया, अब आई डोंट नो वेयर, मतलब अब पूरे हिंदुस्तान का एक वो बन चुका है, मंच बन चुका है कि कोई जो अच्छे काम पूरे कंट्री में कहीं पे हो रहे हैं, वो उसके लिए एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है, दे कैन एक्चुअली शोकेस, दे कैन एक्चुअली, एंड बहुत सारे बेनिफिशरीज, बहुत सारे यहाँ पे जितने लोग हम बैठे हैं, सभी लोगों को उससे बेनिफिट मिलता है कि देश के किस कोने में कौन सा अच्छा काम हो रहा है। स्पाइडर्स, आपने डॉक्टर साहब ने जो प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है, मतलब आई ओपनर्स हैं। जुगनू निधि इज अगेन वेरी एक्सेलेंट। तो बहुत अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशंस यहाँ पे हुए हैं, एंड आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी हैप्पी फॉर कि यहाँ पे कम्युनिटी, उसके लिए भी थोड़ा स्लॉट रखा है, जो कालांतर में उसको थोड़ा सा अगर इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा, कुछ नेचुरल हिस्ट्री के बारे में भी हम जानना चाहें, और ऑफ कोर्स द मीडिया विच इज़ वेरी वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट। आज के दौर में मीडिया एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट स्टेक होल्डर है, जो ओपिनियन बना सकते हैं, तो वो बहुत ज़रूरी, उनको भी एक्सपोजर इस तरह का काफ़ी ज़रूरी है। एंड इस साल स्पेशली मैं कहूँगा बीसी चौधरी साहब एंड रहमानी साहब एंड परिहार साहब, आप लोगों की जैसी उपस्थिति, मतलब मैंने इसका कद बढ़ गया एक्चुअली। तो बहुत सारे लोग, आई डोंट नो कितने लोग जानते हैं। तो आई रियली विश you and the SNSC and the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, Biodiversity Board, whoever is associated with this conference, आप लोगों को साधुवाद देते हैं और हर साल उत्तरोत्तर आपकी प्रगति होती रहे, इसका कंटेंट बढ़िया होता जाए, क्वालिटी सुधरती जाए। एंड एक समय ऐसा भी आए जब ये बिल्कुल एक देश का एक अग्रणी एक आयोजन बन करके उभरे ये। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan. Now, can I please request Professor Onyal to come and give his concluding remarks?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, dignitaries, friends, really we enjoyed this whole session here. It was not a centennial landscape, it's from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, because we have seen the presentations from all over the part of country, and it was really fascinating, and I personally enjoyed it, and it was really openings for those young students. And I already requested my presentation, you have to keep your eyes open and observe something very minutely, so you will enjoy. मोती साहब ने कहा कि आपको अगर कोई टेंशन है या घर में बात नहीं बन रही है, झगड़े हो रहे, तो आप जंगल की तरफ चले जाओ with the nature and you will get the energy out of it. So we enjoyed definitely. You take home messages. You have to continue your ideas and try to find out something for the nature. Otherwise, you can see the old foresters here. They all are retired, but their energy better than you. They are energetic, and because of that, they spend their whole life in the forest. And each and every aspect they covered it and understand what is the. हर आदमी प्रकृति को बचाने की बात करता है, लेकिन बचाएगा कौन? हर जगह हमें सफाई चाहिए, लेकिन सफाई करेगा कौन? हमें गंगा पूरी साफ चाहिए, लेकिन साफ करेगा कौन? That is the questions. But we will do it. You will do it. And एक सुबह भी बहुत सारा डिबेट था कि हम चीज़ें गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर छोड़ दें, गवर्नमेंट ये नहीं कर रही, गवर्नमेंट वो नहीं कर रही। गवर्नमेंट बहुत कुछ कर रही। अगर गवर्नमेंट नहीं होती तो फिर आज हम लोग यहाँ पे भी नहीं होते। Government is doing the job also, but what is our responsibility? What is our responsibility for our children? And if you will explore and the things, and since we are working in the Himalayas and we are seeing that my village is very close to the mountains, and from my childhood I've seen the peaks of the snow-covered peaks. This time, I've crossed 60, so peaks kali ho gayi. This time, this peak summer, peak winter in mountains, abhi tak ek bhi kahin baraf nahi giri. So I am having the records of my childhood. My village was this time 3-4 feet snow. So why would you go to the mountains? What is the future of the generation? It is a very difficult situation. We all will join hands together and conserve the biodiversity. And thanks to the Vikas, because that he has initiated the very wonderful platform for this young youth of the state as well as the outside of the state. And we'll meet you again next year. Wish you very happy and the prosperous life as well as the journey back to you. Thank you very much.
And last but definitely not the least, I would like to call upon Professor Chaudhary to please grace us with his concluding remarks.
An event well begun will always end in a good note. But let me tell you, the conference, the name of the conference was Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh. Okay. It actually moved into Madhya Pradesh, from Madhya Pradesh to Central Indian landscape. But I would say 2 days later, I would like to change the title of the conference, Better Known Species of the Landscape. I say so because in these 2 days, it was not the speakers who let go their experiences and feelings in a manner which is essential to be communicated to the generation next. Someone has said, we have not inherited this from our forefathers, but we have borrowed it from the next generation. So the next generation is still sitting here, and you have probably imbibed everything that was told in this forum, and when we started our career, we thought, is there possibly a career for us here? Okay. And now I see people who are coming into a conservation arena not only positively think that is a career prospect, but there is also a feeling that they are going to contribute to the society at large and conservation at large. And that gives me a feeling, after 52 years of my experience, that pessimism with which I have started, that is vanishing. It is the optimism that I see now. And that is something, a conference of this nature, a conference has made me feel that. I also say, when we look into this country's developmental model, I think for obvious reasons, people say a particular state's model. Let me be very forthwith. Gujarat model of development is considered to be the India's model of development. From in this forum, let me say, the conservation model of Madhya Pradesh and its multi-talented groups of people who are involved with that will probably be the model of conservation in India for the future. That is my wish, and that is something which I see the seeds have already been grown. These seeds have sprouted. On the 4th year, we are now seeing the leaves coming out, and I think in the next 4 or 5 years we will see this fruition, flowering and fruits, and that is what I wish. Hopefully 10 years later I would still be here to come and see the younger generation sitting here and taking it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary, for ending this conference on such an inspiring note. I would now like to call upon Mohammad Khalik to give the vote of thanks and officially conclude this conference.
Thank you very much. और इतने बड़े कार्यक्रम का धन्यवाद ज्ञापन भी बहुत कठिन होता है, क्योंकि 2 दिन का समय रहा, मगर हम लोग धन्यवाद देना चाहेंगे सबसे पहले अपने सपोर्टर्स का, मध्य प्रदेश फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन ट्रस्ट और एनबीए, इंस्टीट्यूशनल पार्टनर एप्को, आईआईएफएम, ट्रेवल पार्टनर एमपी टूर्स एंड ट्रेवल्स, प्रिंट पार्टनर एसएनएससी जर्नल, our knowledge partner WTI, BNHS, the Corbett Foundation, Vidhi Legal, WWF, VNS, 1VR National Park, Toft, Round Glass Sustain, Momentum Shift, Ground Report, Mango Bay India, NCSC, Sanctuary Nature Foundation, Airlay, Wetland, BU, and of course Mansarovar Group of Institutions. और इस कार्यक्रम में जो हम लोग सबसे बड़े हमारे पार्टनर जो हैं मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड, उनके लिए मैं जोरदार तालियां चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ये जो पार्टनर हैं वो लगातार 4 सालों से जो हैं वो हमको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और इस कार्यक्रम को करने के लिए। तो लगातार जो 4 साल हैं वो कार्यक्रम जो है मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड के कारण ही हो पा रहा है। उनकी पूरी टीम यहाँ पे भी उपस्थित है। इसी के साथ साथ जो है वो हम थैंक्स देना चाहेंगे जो हमारे इनॉग्रल सेशन में थे, अंबाड़े सर का, जो मध्य प्रदेश के हॉफ हैं, सुब्रंजन सेन सर CWLW मध्य प्रदेश, के रविचंद्रन सर IIFM डायरेक्टर, अजय यादव सर APCCF एंड मेंबर सेक्रेटरी स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड। इसी के साथ साथ विशेष धन्यवाद है हमारा श्री BC चौधरी सर को फॉर चूजिंग अवर फोरम टू सेलिब्रेट कमेमोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया ग्लोरियस एंड सक्सेसफुल क्रोकोडाइल कंजर्वेशन प्रोजेक्ट 1975 टू 2025। जोरदार तालियां सर के लिए। और इसी में मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा श्री सीताराम टैगोर, गुरजवार जी और लोधी जी का भी मैं विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। असद रहमानी सर का, अभी वो चले गए हैं मगर सर का विशेष धन्यवाद। साथ में डॉक्टर जय सिंह परिहार जी इसरो, डॉक्टर VP उनियाल सर फॉर्मर साइंटिस्ट WII, श्री RS मूर्ति सर एज ए मेंटर, सर हम लोगों के सभी के मेंटर हैं तो विशेष धन्यवाद है सर को। डॉक्टर यशवीर भटनागर IUCN इंडिया से, डॉक्टर RJ राव सर, थैंक यू सर आपके आने के लिए। श्री RK शर्मा सर, थैंक यू सर आपके यहाँ पे उपस्थित होने के लिए। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र पी मिश्रा, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर WTI, डॉक्टर शमिता मुखर्जी, सेकॉन WII, और ऑल एमिनेंट स्पीकर। आपके बिना जो है ये कॉन्फ्रेंस अधूरी है हमेशा, तो आप अपने लिए भी एक जोरदार तालियां बजाइए, जिन्होंने भारत के कोने कोने से आकर यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा जो है साइंटिफिक रिसर्च और साइंटिफिक हम लोगों को जो है एक बैकग्राउंड देते हैं कि किस तरीके से हम आगे काम करें। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। मेरा स्पेशल थैंक है श्री सुहास कुमार साहब को, श्री जसवीर सिंह चौहान सर, वो भी हमारे एक मेंटर हैं, तो सर धन्यवाद आपका यहाँ उपस्थिति के लिए। श्री शैलेंद्र सिंह सर का, रिटायर्ड IFS छत्तीसगढ़। श्री के रमन सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। श्री विक्रम सिंह परिहार सर, सर आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ उपस्थित होने के लिए। और साथ साथ जो है वो मैं विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, हमारे 2 PCCF और APCCF भी यहाँ उपस्थित रहे इनॉग्रेशन के समय, श्री BS अन्नागिरी सर और L कृष्णमूर्ति सर, जो हमारे APCCF वाइल्ड लाइफ हैं। और इसके साथ साथ धन्यवाद है डॉक्टर विपिन व्यास सर का, बरकतुल्ला यूनिवर्सिटी से, डॉक्टर ओशिमाया सेन नाग मैडम का, जो कम्युनिटी सेशन का स्पेशल जो ऑल एक्सपेंसेस मैडम की तरफ से रहते हैं, और बहुत अच्छा कम्युनिटी सेशन जो है अभी हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे देखा है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी का। साथ साथ में एक चीज जो है वो और हम बताना चाहेंगे कि हम इस कार्यक्रम को प्लास्टिक फ्री करते जा रहे हैं। तो आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किसी तरीके से प्लास्टिक फ्री हो, और हम लोग इसके लिए नए नए प्रोडक्ट हम लोग ढूंढते रहते हैं इंडिया में कि किस तरीके से और ला सकें, जिसके कारण जो है ये पूरा प्रोग्राम ऐसा हो जहाँ पे कहीं पे भी प्लास्टिक यूज ना हो। उसका बहुत एक एग्जाम्पल आप लोग देख रहे हैं कि आपका आई कार्ड और साथ में मेमेंटो। तो हम कोशिश ऐसा करते जा रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं हम ऐसा कर लें कि 0 प्लास्टिक यूज हो सके। साथ साथ में यूट्यूब का और सारे मीडिया हमारे जो परिवार हैं उनका भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, जो हमारा लगातार जो इसको प्रसारित भी कर रहे हैं और पूरे भारत में जो है मीडिया इसको छाप भी रहा है, तो उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। और इतना बड़ा कार्यक्रम है, यदि हम लोग किसी को धन्यवाद करना भूल जाएं तो हम लोग उसके लिए क्षमा भी चाहते हैं, क्योंकि सभी जो है यहाँ पे डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली जो भी इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं, सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। और हम आशा करते हैं कि 5वीं जो हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी उसमें हम लोग आपसे अगले साल मिलेंगे। इसी के साथ साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
हेलो।